Już? Pocykane? Poka.
Tu dobieram, jakie ustawienia muszę.
Aha, okej. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Takie.
To jest dobre.
Bawię się z ustawieniami.
No to jest fajne.
Tak, tylko że nie wszędzie będzie mi
Mamy Jafara, teraz...
Czy pani kierownik przyjechała już, czy jeszcze nie?
jedzie.
Kurwa, ja pierdolę. Dobra, Mario Maniewicz, jakie ma stanowisko?
On jest dyrektorem biura ITU.
Dyrektor biura IT. Na scenariuszu nie ma napisane jego stanowiska.
A pani można jakoś tutaj moderatorowi wrzucać, jakoś, żeby miał też stanowisko.
Dobra, słuchaj, ale słuchaj, generalnie Hausman jest szefem Rady Programowej, Cieszyński jest sekretarzem stanu, natomiast Mario Maniewicz jest dyrektorem biura ITU, tak?
Tak.
I git. I to mnie wystarczy, nie?
Aparat wychodzą taki.
I potem leci pierwszy panel z...
Zaczynamy na żywo z Jafarem.
Aha.
Sees a call for census. The boss wanna know what's going on. So Joseph and Mary hit the road, with Mary nigh on 9 months gone. And you know we're talking about a hell of a walk, and they had no place to stay. Sees a call for census. The boss wanna know what's going on. So Joseph and Mary hit the road, with Mary nigh on 9 months gone. And you know we're talking about a hell of a walk, and they had no place to stay. They tried the inns and the hotels, but met
Tech. He did that beat. Let's see how we're gonna do this. Catching you staring, be careful, the idle mind is a dangerous place to be left in, to keep your eyes on. Your heart don't stand a chance. It feels like it's been far too long. Your knees can't hold your legs.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th International Conference about the electromagnetic field. This year's motto is Radio waves are not visible. What do we do to make them transparent? Standards and regulations. My name is Witold Tomaszewski and I have the pleasure of moderating the first day of this conference. The first day will be dedicated to the regulatory framework. We'll be talking about how standards are developed, set, and complied with. I am the humble moderator, so I will not take up too much of your time and I will straight away invite the first speaker, Professor Sławomir Hausman, the chairman of the program committee of the event. Professor, the floor is yours.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. I am a professor at the Łódź University of Technology and I'm the head of the chair for telecommunication at that particular university. I have been dealing with this topic for many years, so I have vast experience. It is my pleasure and privilege to be able to act as the president of the program committee of this event. It is my great pleasure to be able to welcome you at this conference. The name is quite a mouthful. Radio waves are not visible. What do we do to make them transparent? Standards and regulations. That's the topic. The conference, as usual, is organized by the Institute for Telecommunications, State Research Institute, in cooperation with the Chancellery of the Council of Ministers and ITU. The conference is held on the 1st and the 2nd of December this year, that is today and tomorrow. This year's event is organized under the patronage of the Office for Electronic Communication and the ORCI Union of International Telecommunications. Media partners include Chip.pl, Cyberdefense24.pl and Polish Radio. Allow me, first of all, to welcome two special guests and representatives of the organizers. Minister Cieszyński, the Secretary of State and Government Plenipotentiary for Cybersecurity in the Chancellery of the Prime Minister. I hope you can hear me. Hello. Let me also welcome Maniewicz, Director of the ITU Radio Communication Bureau. I would also like to welcome all of our esteemed speakers, both from Poland, the UK, Serbia, France, and Australia. I would like to welcome representatives of the International World Health Organization and the ITU. As you can see, we have participants representing various time zones and various continents. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you are connecting from. First of all, let me invite and present our first four esteemed speakers who will be the first to deliver their talks. We'll hear from Jafar Keshvari, the chairman of the IEEE International Committee on Electromagnetic Safety. Then he will be followed by Dr. Chou, the chairman of TC95 at the International Committee on Electromagnetic Safety of IEEE. Let me also welcome Professor Marek Zmyślony of the Nofer Institute of Occupational Medicine and Dr. Emilie van Deventer, team lead and Radiation and Health Unit, World Health Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking about the Internet, Industry 4.0 and artificial intelligence, which are now developing at an unprecedented pace, offering new development opportunity. We are facing greater accessibility of education and health-related services. We stand a chance of achieving a better quality of life thanks to these developments. And for the last 2.5 years, we have been seeing how the development of technology is making our societies more resilient in the face of the pandemic. These advances are also associated with concerns and anxiety related to how electromagnetic fields can impact human health. These concerns are very often related to gaps in knowledge as regards the nature of electromagnetic fields, but it's also related to the widespread fake news that we are now facing. And that means that we need to disseminate the knowledge about the impact of electromagnetic field on both environment and human health. And this is precisely why we are meeting here today. This is a conference that is targeted at public administration bodies, the representatives of the media and the world of business, but it's also addressed to everyone who is interested in the topic of the 5G network and related technologies. We will be talking also about the prospects for the 6G networks, which are now under development and might be deployed within the next few years. Last year's edition of this conference, which was held online, was very well received, and that's why we're meeting online again, and this gives us a chance to connect with people all around the globe. This year, during the 6th edition of the conference, we'll be focusing on what we can do in order to make radio waves, which are invisible, comprehensible to the general public. We will hear from experts who will talk about how the standards are set, how they can be complied with. We will also be talking about how electromagnetic fields impact on human health and the environment. We will also be looking at fake news, how fake news is spread, how it operates, and we'll be trying to debunk myths related to the 5G network ecosystem. We will hear from specialists, experts from Poland, the UK, Serbia, Norway, France, and Australia. We'll also hear from representatives of the World Health Organization and the ITU. Their talks and presentations will revolve around such important issues as research into electromagnetic fields, the research that is conducted in their respective countries. They will be talking about measurement campaigns that are underway in their countries of origin. They'll be talking about their particular standards, which might differ from the standards that we have in place here in Poland. And they will also share information about how they are trying to combat disinformation and fake news. After every session, we will have a debate. And during the debates, we will be joining and connecting with our speakers live. The people who registered, the 200 people who registered first for the event, will be able to ask questions live. We have plenty of participants waiting for the conference to begin. I'd like to welcome all of you who are joining us online, and I am so very happy to be able to host you today. I hope that Poland proves to be a good host, not only if you are visiting us in person, but also if you are participating in an online event. I would like to welcome every single one of you. I cannot name all of you, but there have been so many people who have contributed so much to this conference. I'd like to congratulate the organizing committee on their excellent work. They have spared no efforts to make sure that this conference can be held despite the pandemic. They made sure that all the technical aspects are resolved, and so that we can expect an all-round success from this event. A great job. Thank you so very much for that. Radio waves are not visible. What do we do to make them transparent? Standards and regulations. That's the topic of this conference, and I'd like to wish you very fruitful proceedings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
mnie słychać? Słychać mnie, dobra. Nie widzę.
Oczywiście. Szanowni Państwo, z wielką przyjemnością
Ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure for me to accept the invitation to open this year's 6th International Conference on electromagnetic fields. The topic of this year's event is Radio waves are not visible. What do we do to make them transparent? I think that this topic is a very good one because it represents the main challenges related to the topics we are about to address during this event. And we are going to address the issue of communication. How do we quite complex phenomena which are necessary in order to develop services that are required by the general public and that requires a state-of-the-art mobile network. We have seen a lot of positive developments in this area. For example, things related to a change of limits that have for years been identified as an important barrier to the development of these technologies. However, well, a lot has been done, and we recognize that. A lot of good legislative work has been done as well. And now a lot of time is being dedicated to communicate with the general public, to use plain language in order to tell the general public what's going on and how it's going to impact them. So a lot has been done. We have spared no efforts, but we know that we need to keep on working. That is really essential. We cannot stop. And I know that we have plenty of challenges ahead of us. People approach us and they ask us about how the networks operate, how the electromagnetic field impacts human health, and very often when they talk to us, they refer to fake news, misguided information, and sources which are plainly wrong. So right now we can safely say that we can confirm the fact that we are facing an organized misinformation campaign. That is a well-organized campaign backed by powerful actors who are promoting things that might have a negative impact on Poland and the Polish people. There are certain accounts on social media that are used to spread fake news about 5G, and these are the accounts which became inactive last year in terms of 5G because they were dealing with more important issues at the time. For example, they were trying to discourage Polish people from getting vaccinated. And I think that we will ultimately manage to convince the Polish people that changes are necessary and they are essential in order to ensure the development of technology. Hopefully we'll be also able to convince decision makers elsewhere in Europe. We know that we should do our utmost to combat fake news and misinformation. When I last visited Luxembourg, I was surprised to see things that can no longer be seen in Poland. For example, stickers with the 5G symbol, which is crossed out. So you can see shameful anti-5G propaganda everywhere there. And we are talking about a country which is considered by many to be a progressive one, or a society that is more resilient to fake news than the Polish society and the Polish public. So I am delighted to be able to participate in this conference. I am delighted that it will become a platform for us to really talk transparently about these very important issues. I would like to encourage all of you to do one important thing. It might come naturally to scientists and researchers, because science and research is about discovering new things, learning about how the world works, and discovering things that were previously unknown. And so scientists know that they must be modest and humble because they don't know a lot. There's still a lot of learning to do, and that's the attitude I would like to encourage you to adopt as well. So if we are facing an enemy, an adversary that is difficult to tackle in this fight for the truth about technology, we need to remember that we ourselves can be such an enemy. If we say too much, if we oversimplify certain things, if we are too certain of we are saying, we can become such an enemy. And I am saying this looking at our experience with the vaccination program. Ever since the beginning of the pandemic, decisions were made on the basis of opinions issued by medical doctors and experts. But some of them did not stand the test of time. It turned out that at the beginning the experts were not quite right. And so the knowledge we have today is contrary to the things we believed we knew several months ago. So we need to accept that. And we need to be modest, we need to be humble as we deal with our adversaries. We need to show them that we acknowledge their concerns and anxiety. We need to be polite, and we need to engage in a substantive dialogue, and we need to stand by the truth. We need to defend the facts. We need to defend the thing that is the most important thing in research, which is the truth, the facts that can be proven by the scientific method. And that needs to be the basis for taking the decisions that are so important for Poland and for the whole of Europe. I would like to wish you fruitful proceedings. I hope this conference will be of interest to you. I hope the talks will be of interest to you. And I am delighted to be able to host this event despite the pandemic. So if you're interested in the topic that will be discussed, make sure you stay with us, connect with us in order to learn more about 5G and electromagnetic field, things that we cannot see, but which are out there, and so that we can be sure that they are not a threat to us. Thank you so very much. I'd like to congratulate the organizers on their efforts. And again, I'd like to wish you fruitful proceedings, and hopefully we will meet again next year during the next edition of the conference on site, so that we can talk also in a more informal setting. Thank you very much.
I would like to welcome everyone cordially at the 6th International EMF Conference under the title Electromagnetic Waves Are Invisible. What do we do with regulations EMF and its potential influence on people and the environment has been a subject of heated debate, not only academic debates run by the scientists, that is based on evidence. Unfortunately, this discussion is heating up people's imagination. And in the context of 5G, this has turned out to be one of a very significant factors that influences technological progress, not only in Poland. And the Institute of Telecommunications, in the cooperation with the Chancellery of the Prime Minister, for many years have been trying to hold discussions on this topic in such a way that it is everything knowledge-based, based on scientific evidence and sound arguments, and not based on unverified information from the realm of science fiction. And such activity is not only about our presence in the public debate. It is important to build trust of society with regard to science, and C2P is a project, the objective of which is to collect all data from the applications and field measurements all over stations all over the country. And since the inception of this system until today, the C2P Gov.pl has been visited by 60,000 unique users. They have received 60,000 pieces of information, and including 11,000 measurement reports. And we do hope that we will have an opportunity to enrich the system with new functionalities, that this system is going to be as popular as it has been so far. But not only numbers are important. And this system gives citizens certainty that the permissible levels are being complied with, that there are institutions that are there to protect the adherence to the norms. And all the more I'm happy that during this sixth conference on EMF, we will have an opportunity to find out about these control mechanisms and how they work in other countries. Such exchange of experience is very important, especially that the control systems and regulations keep on changing following the progress of technology, norms, regulations. This is one side of the coin, but the other side of the coin is taking care of the proper level of discussion on EMF and 5G. And there is nothing to conceal as far as this subject is concerned, just like vaccination topics concerned, it's information war that we're facing. So the time is ripe for meetings like this, that this conference, instead of being defensive, we go into the offense. It is high time for the emotions to subside. We need to use scientific and knowledge-based arguments so as to present more facts than the fake news that are out there. And I would like to thank Professor Sławomir Hausman of the Łódź Technical University, the president of the program committee, and I would like to thank Karolina Sieroń from the Silesian Medical University, who is the deputy chairman of the program committee. I would like to thank for their contribution. It is due to them that this agenda is so rich with the interesting panel discussions on many different topics, and I do hope that we will be capable of drawing conclusions. I also would like to thank the IDU representatives, Mr. Maniewicz and his staff, his team, for their contribution to this conference. Due to them, this conference is duly international. I also would like to thank the Office of Communication and the Office of Electronic Communication for extending their auspices for us. This is a great honor. And undoubtedly, this conference is possible due to the participants of great speakers. I would like to thank Professor Marek Zmyślony from the Institute of Łódź Labor Medicine, who will share with us his immense knowledge on studying the EMF, impact of EMF on health. I also would like to thank the representatives of the representatives of WHO, Ofcom, and many other specialists who specialize on fact-checking. I also would like to thank all guests who are going to speak at the sixth conference. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank you for your interest in this event. And I do hope that after 2 days of presentations, we will expand our knowledge and we will know about EMF and how to fight disinformation. Thank you.
gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all those that joined us today. On behalf of the ITU, it is a great pleasure to welcome you all to this very special event. This year marks 100 years since the Republic of Poland became a member of the International Telecommunications Union. I congratulate the government of Poland on this special occasion and on the significant progress of the country in the recent years on the field of digital transformation, including effective deployment of wireless technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, the focus of this conference is directly linked to the core work of the ITU. The International Telecommunication Union, the United Nations Specialized Agency for Information and Communication Technologies, is committed to connecting all the world's people, wherever they live and whatever their means. In the ITU radio communication sector, our mission is to ensure radio frequencies and any associated orbits are used rationally, efficiently, and economically, and countries or groups of countries may have equitable access to orbits and frequencies. And our primary objective is to ensure radio communication services can operate efficiently and effectively, free from harmful interference. To accomplish our mission and objectives, we develop and update international regulations and standards on the use of radio frequency spectrum and satellite orbits. The allocation of these natural limited resources is fundamental in the development of radio communication services, including mobile services such as 5G and 6G. Global harmonization creates economies of scale, thereby enabling affordable services and devices and international roaming. Towards this end, the last World Radio Communications Conference, WRC-19, identified around 17 gigahertz of additional spectrum for international mobile telecommunications in the millimeter wave bands. Spectrum previously identified for IMT can be used by any mobile technology such as 3G, 4G, 5G, and even 6G in the future. Moreover, on February this year, the ITU published recommendation ITUR M2150 with detailed specifications of the radio interfaces for IMT 2020 or 5G. The recommendation currently contains 3 radio interface technologies. Future revisions will accommodate improvements to the standards, as well as the possibility of introducing new IMT 2020 radio interfaces. Regarding IMT towards 2030 and beyond, what might become 6G in the future, we are currently in the very early stages of the standardization process, defining technology trends, anticipating new use cases for IMT, and new technical enablers necessary in the 2030 timeframe. In 2023, the next World Radio Communication Conference will consider additional bands for mobile broadband, including IMT, below 1 GHz and between 1 and 10 GHz. Currently, we are in the middle of the preparatory process for WRC-23, and ITUR study groups are conducting sharing and compatibility studies to enable the development of new technologies while ensuring the protection of existing services from harmful interference. Dear colleagues, 5G, referred to by the ITU as IMT 2020, promises to open a new era, supporting applications such as smart homes and buildings, smarter and cleaner cities, self-driving cars, and other intelligent transport systems, 3D video, work and play in the cloud, remote medical services, virtual and augmented reality, and massive machine-to-machine communications for industry, automation, and manufacturing. Nevertheless, the introduction of 5G has generated some public concern about the potential health risks associated with the use of mobile phones and living near base stations. Despite extensive studies into health effects of mobile phones over the last 2 or 3 decades, there is no indication of an increased health risk with exposed to electromagnetic fields below the levels specified by international bodies. Having said this, the ITU does not set maximum levels of exposure to the public to electromagnetic fields. These levels are set by the competent international bodies. ITU recommendations reference standards and guidelines on the maximum levels of exposure to EMF and provide recommendations on the means for measuring and monitoring electromagnetic fields and mitigating exposure. We also publish an EMF guide and application in 6 official languages. While most countries draw on the ITU recommendations, they are sovereign and set their own national standards for exposure to electromagnetic fields. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the ITU has been actively supporting its members to understand and navigate the opportunities and challenges that come with the wireless technologies and digital transformation. I invite you to continue participating in the ITU process of developing international regulations and standards and contributing to the widespread of wireless technologies. Finally, I take this opportunity to bring to your attention the 3 major conferences that ITU will hold in 2022. The World Telecommunications Standardization Assembly, the World Telecommunication Development Conference, and our highest policy-making body, the Plenipotentiary Conference of 2022. I hope to see those that will attend in person. Once again, we are honored to celebrate with you this anniversary, and we truly look forward to our continuous collaboration with Poland in the several activities of the 3 sectors of the ITU. I thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the studio, and we have just listened to our guests of honor. They have very well outlined the main topics of this conference. Now you know what we are up to. And now let us move on to the first panel discussion, and we are going to have 4 guests. And this panel discussion shall be concluded with a discussion, and we are going to talk about analyzing how we have come up with the current norms. Why is it that these norms have such values? And the first speaker I would like to invite would be Professor Jafar Keshvari, who is the chairman of IEEE. Professor, over to you.
Thank you, and good morning, good evening, and good day to all of you. Nowadays, for the web meetings, you are looking for some tricks to keep people awake, but the topic itself is so exciting that I think there is no need for any trick. So what we are going to talk, first of all, Jafar Keshvari, as was introduced, and I'm indeed acting as the chairman of IEEE ISIS at the moment. And besides my academic background as nowadays as a adjunct professor of bioelectromagnetics at Aalto University here in Helsinki, Finland, I have also industry background, having worked for several industry sectors like Microsoft, Huawei, Nokia, Intel Corporation. So I have diverse background and visibility over different views as well. So let's move on to the talk, which is I will try to tell few words first of all about the history of IEEE and IEEE ISIS, as well as the history of EMF exposure limits development. Few words again about electromagnetic spectrum and RF radiation. Here we talked about non-visible RF radio frequencies, but I will take visible radiation as an example for my talk as well. The main question for today is, of course, how EMF exposure limits are developed. What are the scientific basis of EMF exposure limits? And why do we use the science approach? Because you could have used philosophy, but then you don't end up with definite limits. And then revision process of our standards. We can move to the next slide. So, about the history of IEEE, it is established many years ago, so 1884. That is known to be the world's largest technical organization with over 400,000 members, or in over 160 countries. Just I put few pictures of our past members, well known to, I guess, all of you. Then we move to the structure of our organization, IEEE International Committee on Electromagnetic Safety, ISIS. We are part of IEEE Standards Association. And as you see, ISIS is liaising with different international organizations, including ICNIRP, WHO, IEC, NATO, ITU. So besides that, also, we are liaising with national groups, national bodies. We are composed of two main activities, TC95, which is what the scope is more or less what ICNIRP is doing and dealing with the exposure limits. And then we have another committee dealing with product compliance assessment standards, TC34. So you have the slides. I don't go into the details of IEEE ISIS structured, but rather focus few words about IEEE ISIS TC95 scope, which is the development of non-ionizing radiation EMF exposure limits for the safe use of electromagnetic energy. Please note that besides what ICNIRP is covering, we are dealing also with volatile materials and explosive devices. So standards also for use in military applications as well. This is maybe interesting observation or history of IEEE exposure standards history, because it also tells how ICNIRP's, for example, dosimetry-based approach, where it is based. So in 1960, or the development of EMF exposure limits standard started, and 1966 we have the first very simple standard. You see the 10 milliwatts per centimeter square for a very wide spectrum, and it was based on a simple thermal model. But with advancing and getting a lot of research data and investigations, 1982 is actually the dosimetry approach based standard. As I mentioned, this became also the basis of ICNIRP guidelines, which is in use within European community and European countries as well. So we have the last standard that we updated is 2019. I guess 2020 is ICNIRP's also revision, which I can tell that to a large extent the exposure limits are harmonized globally. But harmonizing, it doesn't mean that we we are compromising on science or data that has emerged, but rather if the same scientific data is the basis of the exposure limits, and of course it is expected that the exposure limits are not deviated as well, although there are some differences at the moment in some parts of the world because of different reasons. Electromagnetic spectrum, this is well known, and as was indicated, major part of this spectrum is non-visible. But specifically, we are dealing with radio frequency range, which is not visible, but we are dealing also with visible radiation in our daily life, which is light, or visible radiation. Electromagnetic spectrum and RF radiation we talk, but it is, I guess, for the radio frequency energy, it's very obvious that it is hazardous to humans at some level of exposure, which is why we need to define limits to limit that exposure. And the basic understanding of the fundamentals interaction of electromagnetic energy, radio frequency, with the human body specifically is based on the structure of the water, as you see from here clearly, and how it generates heat. So this is a well explained and well understood mechanism. I mentioned that I'm going to put one slide on visible radiation. Unlike radio frequency, light is visible. And why I did put this slide here, because it is a very good example of biological effect versus adverse health effect. As soon as our eyes receive visible radiation, not in big amount, the human eye is assumed sometimes is called a photon counter. A dark adopted eye within 20-30 minutes is capable of detecting few photons. And exactly the same eye, when you go out, for example, in a sunny day, 10 to the power of 9 times stronger visible radiation can be detected by human eye. So this is important to note that if we have a biological effect, it means that the visible radiation impacts the through the lens to the retina, and it is detected, and that detection is a biological effect. In other words, your retina can detect that radiation, but at the same time, if you increase the density, the intensity to a level, you can of course damage the eye. So now the main question here, how EMF exposure limits are developed. Now here I try to put everything in a single slide in order to show that how things are happening. First of all, it is very obvious that the committee, our committee, is going in a very comprehensive way, reviewing all published papers, and not only by published papers, but also the review reports by different, specifically national bodies or regional bodies like European Commission. Now we are talking in Europe. That's why I want to mention that. So we are reviewing those. What are the basis then of reviewing? What do we take into account? So you can have different kind of approaches when you deal with, you want to define a limit. One approach is so-called threshold approach. In other words, you have a level where you can see some kind of adverse effect, which is actually the basis of our approach. So a short-term acute exposure we are focusing on, because the long-term impacts by long-term the years we are not able to define a clear cut there. So we are looking at short-term acute exposure and threshold approach. Also, we are talking about the science-based. In the beginning of my talk, I mentioned about philosophy, those who are dealing with philosophy. So that's a part of a field where you're exploring things. As you know, some areas, some disciplines, some items which nowadays are part of science, they used to be part of philosophy. Take, for example, atom. When the Greek philosophers started to debate about, who knows, part of the items that we are discussing in philosophy today maybe later will become part of science, which means a definitive behavior and predictable behavior which we can predict. So we are talking also about established effects. So that is important to know. Established effect means, let me move to this slide because this is important to tell. So established effect, which means that you report about an effect in a peer-reviewed paper or papers, and then we expect, or that paper, that observation should be replicated, and or it has to has consistency with it. So when we are talking about established effect, that is what we mean by established effect. So after having reviewed, we come up with establishment of health effects, a critical effect, after which we have a level, but we have uncertainty in the signs. So we put the threshold that could potentially have an adverse health effect, and taking into account all the uncertainties that we may be dealing, then we call it a safety reduction factor, which, for example, for the specific absorption rate was applied 50 times lower than observed health effect. And based on those, for different spectrum and for different frequency regions, we come up with it. At IEEE side, we call it standard, but in TechNIP side, that's called guidelines. So we have the standard having gone through a massive process. Please note that review of the reports, we don't have the resources within IEEE to have, we have our committees, we have our specific fields that we are concentrating, but there are a lot of national and international bodies that are have reviews, periodical reviews on the topic, and specifically the governmental agencies which put a lot of efforts on that. And I have put long list here for your information to see that how we are using those resources also for our effect. When we are talking about the risk profile of RF adverse health effect, please note that RF shocks and burns, this is well known. I put the typical picture there for RF burn, and localized RF heating is what we are focusing to limit, surface heating effects as well, and whole body heating effects. As I mentioned, the low level effects, those are speculative, and no adverse health effect has been established, and no known interaction mechanism could be explained, no dose response relationship. So this is not an appropriate approach for standard setting. And please note that I clearly explained about what do we mean for by established effect. Without that, you can't put a definite exposure limit. So literature review, now we are talking about the process of how do we revise the standards. The literature review, of course, is the starting point, as was explained in my slide. Then we have, of course, the focuses, where we are focusing when we are reviewing the pictures, all the papers and all the reviews. So thermal physiology, thermoregulation, neurophysiology, hematopology, eye pathology is one of the main focuses specifically for RF radiation, audio pathology, and of course animal studies, and those are also within the list. We have a long list of focuses when depending on which spectrum we are examining. The right EMF limits metrics, I just put it here for your information. Now, the source of the image, it comes from one of the standards or the EMF guide, which is under development at IEC. That's why I took the liberty to put it there. Okay. Then we move on to why the exposure limits are revised. It's very obvious that we have new scientific publications, emerging new data, new maybe reported effects, change in thresholds, advances in the dosimetry is one of the cases. And I put that helmet picture there. You see, you observe in the real life something, which then you go back and try to fix that. Okay, the standard that I have, what is missing from? Arrival of new technologies is another main reason why we need to revise our standards. Revision of the safety factors, examination of the applicability of the limits to the new technologies, and so forth. And the revision need also is evaluated on the factors above, but please note that IEEE, I assume that IGNIPL as well, it is, when we say science-based, we don't take into account socio-political or socio-economical factors at all. So that is the basis of our standards, and that's why we stay within that border. Few concluding remarks. So IEEE ISIS objective are we are trying to develop science-based EMF exposure limits. As I mentioned, socio-economical factors, they do not impact the development of our exposure limits standards. And IEEE ISIS regularly, this is important for you to know, that we regularly follow the introduction of new technologies as well as new research data to update or to revise our standards. So this is the concluding remarks, and I give 1 minute and 15 seconds back to our organizers and other colleagues. Thank you very much for your attention. So I'm expecting to answer your questions then during the panel session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for a very interesting presentation. And I have taken note of 2 points that need to be emphasized from this presentation. First, for more than 60 years now, organizations all over the world, in particular IEEE, have been dealing with designating the levels of the EMF that are safe for people and for the environment. And what you have shown in your presentation so far, you have developed a very specific scheme or procedure for analyzing the source data, so that these data in the form of a norm provide for safety. So it's not the topic that was being developed for a couple of years. It's been was being addressed for 60 years now. And another important point that I have taken note of is that I spend a lot of time with, I deal a lot with people who are against 5G and anti-mobile technology people, and these people forget that the EMF is all around. It's 1,000. It's more than 1,000 watts per square meter, which is 100 times higher than the permissible level for the base station. And these people forget that the sunlight is an EMF in its own right. But then they have no problems with ionizing radiation, with non-ionizing radiation, and they attribute the ionizing radiation to the radio frequencies that are emitted, or the EMF emitted by the base station. Now, the next speaker will be Chung-Kwang, who is a representative of the IEEE. Mr. Chou, over to you.
Pani I Panowie, dobry wieczór. First, I want to thank Anna for inviting me to participate in this meeting. And what I will present, the slides will be available through Anna. So you don't have to make notes during the presentation. Okay, let's go to see the slides I have prepared. The title of today's meeting is assessing levels of RF exposure from mobile phones and base stations. And as IEEE legal rule, I'm speaking only as an individual and not for the IEEE. And so today's topic is what is the real exposure of users using the phone? And also if you are live nearby base stations, what kind of exposure levels are we getting? So today's my outline is on how does mobile wireless communication work? You see on the right are two pictures of a base station. One looked like a tree. The other one is the antennas inside this decorated tower. And the second topic is what measurements are we talking about? What kind of parameters are we measuring in terms of internal and external intensities inside the body and outside the body? And how do you measure them? And what are the actual levels of exposure levels as compared to exposure limits? And what are the conclusions? So first on how this mobile communication work as a cellular system. You see like many honeycomb-shaped cells. There are many antennas called base stations, and they are the fixed location base stations. Then the antennas will communicate with the mobile telephones. And here is a picture of showing the antennas in the buildings on the tower, and how do you communicate with these mobile users on the ground or in the buildings or in the car, whatever. And this cell is divided into different areas. And the cell phone towers have 4 different kinds of cell types. The first one is the macro cells, and they are big towers with coverage up to a 30 kilometer range. And the power going to the antenna between 20 and 160 watts. And typically around 40 watts power. Then the macro cell and picocell and femtocell and coverage becomes smaller and smaller up to only 10 meters, almost like a Bluetooth. And the power dropped to almost to 10 milliwatts to 200 milliwatts like a cell phone. So in terms of the regular 4G and 3G towers, and the antennas on a high building or on a tower, and that energy doesn't go beam down like a light pole. No, it goes horizontally to cover the large area. So you don't get the highest exposure right under the tower, like this different color of shades showing. And also, according to this 2013 report, showing if your device is closer to the antenna, you have a strong signal, your data transmission speed will be faster. And the further away your signal is weaker, then you will have a less transmission speed. And I would say ITU 2012 report showing like in the 4G with smartphones, pretty much it's all internet connected. And they are much more, 120 times more data using through the internet. And also, according to this survey, almost 80% the use are indoors. And this now going to more 5G, there are some differences going from 4G up. The 4G has a macro cell towers. And the macro cell towers are transmitting around 360 degrees, like previously shown. And here the 5G, the macro cell tower still cover kilometer range, and but in terms of beam forming or beam steering, only to the users, and only will have this the energy going to the users. And without the users, it will not beam energy to waste this RF energy. So, and also for the 5G, you have small cells like on the light pole, and also can be inside the building, inside the houses. That's for the 5G. And so over the years, it evolved from 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G. The main thing is all the applications are different, and the speed of transmission from bits per second to all the way to now 1 gigabits per second now. It's very fast for real world applications. And in terms of 5G, the frequency bands, there are 3 band devices technology. One is the low band using the 600 to 900 megahertz. The range and coverage is very similar to the 4G towers. And the one used mostly by many providers are the mid band, is from 2.3 to 4.7 gigahertz, and is up to several kilometers in radius. And the one still continue evolving is the high band 5G, is to go into the millimeter wave range, and from 24 to 47 gigahertz. Mostly it's about 24 to 29 gigahertz. And it has a very limited range. So they require many small cells, and to deploy these cells only in the dense urban environments and areas where crowds of people congregate, such as a sports stadium or convention centers. And here now we're talking about the effects, interaction with human body. And when you have RF source, energy come out, and it will have E field in terms of volts per meter, or magnetic field in terms of amps per meter, and the power density in terms of milliwatt per square centimeter or watts per meter square. And when the energy go into the body, some will be reflected, some will be transmitted, go inside the body, and absorbed by the body. So inside the body, there's another unit of the absorption of the energy is called specific absorption rate in terms of so-called SAR in terms of watts per kilogram. So just showing one aspect of the energy going to the body at a very low frequency, 1 megahertz, and you have about 90 centimeter penetration into the body. And when the frequency goes higher, it drops. And above 6 gigahertz, it drops to very superficial on the skin level and go all the way to very, very superficial depths to 100 gigahertz. And this is a very complicated dosimetry. And in 1996, I wrote a tutorial paper for bioelectromagnetics. If you're interested, you can go look for that article. And it's a very complicated engineering question. And how do you measure it correctly? It's not an easy task. So in terms of safety, we have exposure standards. Currently, internationally, there are 2 organizations develop standards. One is the ICNIRP, which is International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation and Protection, and they develop guidelines. Currently, they have 2, the new versions. One is 2010, it's covered the low frequency below 100 kilohertz, and the other one is just last year, 2020, for RF radio frequency, 100 kilohertz up to 300 gigahertz, another guideline. And the other one is IEEE, the International Committee on Electromagnetic Safety Standard. We have the newest standard was revised in 2019. The first one came out in 1966. And this new standard covers from 0 hertz all the way to 300 gigahertz. And for both guidelines and the standard, and they are developed to protect against either called substantiated or established adverse health effects. So what are the exposure parameters? So since we say it's the body, it's inside, what is happening inside the body? The IEEE call it the basic restriction, and IEEE call it the dosimetry reference limit, and DRLs. So for 3 frequency bands, for the low frequency, IEEE 0 to 5 megahertz, IEEE 0 to 10 megahertz. In that range, IEEE called in situ electrical field. IEEE called it the internal electrical field in terms of volts per meter. And the middle one is at 0.1 megahertz to 6 gigahertz, and it's called specific absorption rate in watts per kilogram. For the whole body exposure, it's average over the whole body. And the localized exposure is average over a 10-gram tissue cube. So the higher frequency, say about 6 gigahertz, become very superficial absorption. The IEEE call it epithelial power density in terms of watts per meter square, and the IEEE call it absorbed power density. Then the outside, the internal intensity is very difficult to make a measurement. And so, but outside, the intensity is very easy to measure. I'll show you later. And so we have used that as a reference level, and IEEE call it the exposure reference level, ERL. And you can measure electrical field in volts per meter, or magnetic field in amps per meter, or in power density, watts per meter square. So when we set the whole body exposure limit, both IEEE and the IEEE set this limit since 1982. IEEE 98 also used this same 4 watts per kilogram from the literature. They are adverse health effects threshold occur in animals such as rats and the monkeys, and they stop at 4 watts per kilogram for a pretty wide frequency range in RF. So we call that the adverse effect threshold. And for humans, we divide it into a 10 times factor for workers, occupational exposure limit. And for the general public, and we divide another factor of 5, a total of 50 times to 0.08 watts per kilogram average. The whole body is considered safe for the general public. And now for the mobile network, and this is a measurement, it's only about 0.02% of the limit of 4 watts per kilogram. So it's a very small level, well within the public limit. And this is for localized, for the SAR inside the body. You can see here that the first one we talk about whole body is a 10 and 50 and 0.4 and 0.08. And the others for local exposure, and for occupational, it's 10 watts per kilogram. For the general public, it's 2 watts per kilogram, average over 10 gram tissue. And the red colors are the 1998 parameters, and now the black ones are the 2020 ones. So for the high frequency, we change from 6 gigahertz. Now it's changed to 100 watts per meter square, and also 20 watts per meter square for the general public. And for the higher frequencies, we go to smaller absorption area that can relax to 2 times. So these are the new exposure limits for the basic restrictions. So after the standards and guidelines are developed, the regulators, like governments, they will adopt the limits for their own country. So here are the world map is developed by the GSMA Association. You go to this link, you can find this map, and you can go to individual countries and click on it, and you will see that regulation of that particular country. And here you see mainly this is for the mobile phone, portable devices, the peak SAR limit. And in generally, there are 2 levels. One is SAR less than 1.6 watts per kilogram per 1 gram tissue, primarily used by FCC, and many other countries won't have the similar limits as FCC. And it's all in the green colors. And the other was most of the countries in the world follow the 2 watts per kilogram per 10 gram limit. And this is for the another map for the mobile network antennas, and also show different colors. And there are most of the countries in the world follow the ICNIRP, 135 countries and territories. They follow the WHO recommendation. And there are some countries follow the FCC limit. There are so many others of various exposure limits. In Poland, and in 1999, they followed the European Union's recommendation directive to use the IEEE guideline for the general public. So that's all different regulations around the world. So now they are in terms of the assessment standards for mobile phones. They are pretty much it's a so-called near field coupling to the body. The device is very close to the body. You cannot measure the external field. You have to measure the basic restrictions, SAR, inside the body, all the higher frequency use the epithelial power density and all that. So currently with there are two standards for the first one was revised in 2020 for the IEEE dual logo standard. And this is a mobile phone testing procedure standards for frequency between 4 megahertz and 10 gigahertz. And the second one was for the mobile phone using computational method to see for the compliance purpose. And the third one is they are developing, there are two standards are still being developed for higher frequencies above 6 gigahertz. And part one is on measurement procedure and part two on computational procedure. The second group is on the base station, and they are pretty much in the far field location and away from the antenna. And there's the IEC 62232 have every detail is in there. How do you measure near the of the antenna from base stations? So to test the phones, and you have to test two positions. This was decided at the end of 1900s at the FCC meeting. And the first position is the touch position, with the phone touch the face. The second position, you have to lift the phone by 15 degrees and make another measurements. And the phone has everything defined in terms of the acoustic output and where the earphones and all that, how you line up on the Phantom, on the main model, is all detailedly described. And for the like on the flat Phantom, test for the phones, the front and the back of the phone, you have to do the test on the flat Phantom. So here is a picture of showing in the lab. You have this robot controlling an electrical field inside a liquid human head Phantom. And they have a head, right head and left hand, and the middle is a flat Phantom. And they put the phone here and also the phone here. You can do the testing inside this liquid Phantom. Follow this procedure, and you obtain the peak SAR in the left and the right head Phantoms and flat Phantom, and using the maximum power coming out from the phone, and for all possible modes or combinations. And all this peak SAR must be within the exposure limit. So this will be submitted to the regulators and before they can market to sell on, to the users. So the next about how do you measure the field in the air? And this is, for example, on a rooftop. And this antenna is here, and you measure a certain different distance to measure what's the power density in terms of milliwatt per square centimeter or microwatt per square centimeter with this broadband meter. And then you compare with the reference limits or the ERLs in the IEEE limit, see whether you are in compliance. So here's another picture showing this man is climbing the tower with a probe he carried to see whether he getting exposed too much or not. And the other one is using called narrowband, use a spectrum analyzer to measure the antenna to pick up the field from there to see what's the intensity over at this location. Here's also you can calculate the power density using the theoretical, how much power you put into antenna and what is the gain of the antenna in certain directions and what is the distance. You can calculate theoretically of the location and the distance of this antenna, and you can get the field intensity, the power density, and according to this different standards or guidelines. Antennas, they are these conventional antennas. Usually they broadcast out all the signals and pick up by all the users, different devices. Then the smart antenna is the new one. I mentioned before, uses beamforming, then only go to certain devices or certain users. And this makes this system much more efficient and also have less network interference. with other unintended directions. So this is a much better technology, and will also have a better updated compliance procedures for compliance purpose. So let's see some of the results of the mobile phone exposure levels. And here's the slides about the 3G, the older phones. And when you do the testing in the lab, and you have to use the maximum power, it's called 24 dBm, it's like 250 milliwatts, full power, and do the test. But in the real world, they make the measurement in the real application, and for the 3G voice calls, usually below 1 milliwatt will be enough power. It's due to the so-called the adaptive power control, and it's like 90%, 95% is about less than 1% of the maximum power will be enough to make the communication. And also the last one is about the what is the average length of mobile phone calls. And before 2006, 2003 time, it's about 3 minutes per phone call. But for the newer survey, 2012 in the United States, it dropped to 1.8 minutes. And also very similar in Europe. And here is the old 2009 paper showing this many data points of 3 different environments, and the urban, rural, and indoor city halls. And then there are 3 curves here. The one in the dark black one showing the peak use is around the minus 10 dBm. That means only 0.1 milliwatt from your cell phone is able to make the most communication here. And it's because due to this so-called adaptive power control, you don't need to use full power to talking to a very strong base station. So during the real test in the lab, you have to use the maximum power to test, but in real use, you only about 0.01 milliwatt, mostly less than 1 milliwatt. So it's very small power. And here's the show of many data points. And between the cell phone handsets, transmitted power to the base station, and this is over large power range, and you make all this marvelous communication. Now this is about the newer phones, the 4G and 5G. The left one is the measurement of 7,000 devices over a 7-day period from a network in Sweden. And they have the mean value, how much power you use for your communication. It's only 0.3% of the power used to communicate with the cell tower. And on the right side is the measurement of 5G phones measured on 545 million samples from in Australia and South Korea. And in this case, the percentage of mean value, about 2% power, you will be able to talk to the antenna base stations. And this is a new paper only presented 2 months ago in the BioEM meeting in Ghent, Belgium. This is a measurement of 5G mobile phones using 2 frequency bands. One is a 3.5 gigahertz for the mid-band 5G, and the newer phone for the high band 28 gigahertz. And the 2 are about the same. So the means both are below 3%. And with all these measurements and to show the 5G phones are very similar to the 3G and 4G networks. There's not much difference. So the actual exposure from the base stations is, there was a study, I'll show you in a minute, and they have measured 23 countries. And on the average, it's about 5,500 times below the IEEE limit value. And for the output from the base stations, if you look at the 90th percentile power coming out from the base stations, for the 2G, you see that the number like 65% is kind of high. Then you go to the 3G, it dropped to 43%. And you go to the 4G, the 95 percentile dropped to 8.2%. So when you have to progress in the technology, the output power is become more efficient. And I don't have the data on the 5G on this slide, but we can show you a little bit later. Here we show the actual measurement for the spectrum. And this is the highest one here is from FM for this particular location. They are GSM, 900, 1800, the 3G, and the 4G LTE, and no 5G yet on this picture. And this is a sample of during the time over different days in the week. Let's see the oscillations depending on the usage. And this is the FM. This is the highest here. And the middle one is the GSM variation. The last one is the UMTS, is more stable, but is much lower compared to the GSM. And this is all way below the IEEE guideline, like less than, way less than 1%. And here is the showing the scatter chart of the intensities near a base station in terms of distance. And this is 0 meters and going to all the way to 600 meters. You see the scattering of the power depending on the the device and the time of the day and all that. And all of them are way below the IEEE guidelines. Many others are below. And also, if you just say in one place, 100 meters, you see a big range like 1,000 times difference. So the ground level distance does not predict the exposure. So this was presented in 2005. And this is the one I mentioned earlier. It was 23 countries measurements, pretty much scattered around here. The average line here is 5,500 times below the limit. This was published by Rowley and Joyner in 2012. This is another interesting picture to show you the percentage below the ICNRP. And mostly show very little numbers. There are the 3 outdoor antennas. Well, this is indoor, but it's a Wi-Fi, but 20 centimeters away from you. And this is for base station, only 0.01%. And this is from TV and radio stations. In the other, you see the big one here is actually for baby monitors. Even 20 centimeters away can be 9.22% of IEEE. And the other one is very high, almost 4%, is the DEC phone, cordless phone, also 20 centimeters away. And the one we use a lot is the Wi-Fi. They are 20 centimeters away. It's pretty small. So this was put it this in perspective. You can understand how much you are expecting from the environment. And this is on the 5G beamforming we've been saying. And the show here is the yellow are the ranges when this antenna broadcasting. And if you want to be in compliance, outside this range, you will be in compliance. Inside here, you'll be exceeding the limit for the general public exposure limit. And the red one is for the public, for the occupational workers to be about 5 meters. This is for fixed location broadcasting. If you start using beamforming, you start moving around, and the compliance limit will drop from 11 to 5.3 meters for the general public. For the occupational will be only 2.4 meters. Greatly reduce the compliance distance according to that measurement. And this from 6 countries around the world on the 5G measurements. These 4 here are all less than 0.some%. And the 2, Australia and New Zealand, they are about a little bit over 1% or so. So all these numbers are all very low for the 5G system operating from 1 to 6 gigahertz range. Then we look at the antennas. They progress over time from 2014 to 2020. And you can see the power level and the mean value is doesn't change very much. And the 99 percentile seems to be a little fluctuation. But in general, this review does not indicate a noticeable increase in the everyday RF exposure since 2012 or 2014. Even we have greatly increased wireless use. And this picture shows for a person in 1 day and exposed to the far field to the base station antenna, it's only about 1% of the exposure. But for the near field, and in terms of Wi-Fi, laptop, tablet, smartphones, and all that, and it's about 99 percentile. is due to the portable device nearby your body. So let's see what the WHO says on the mobile phone and the base station. This is a fact sheet you can find in this website. And are there any health effects? And here it says, a large number of studies have been performed over the last 2 decades to assess whether mobile phones pose a potential health risk. To date, no adverse health effects have been established as being caused by mobile phone use. And the next is about the mobile network on antennas. And WHO says, studies to date provide no indication that environmental exposure to RF fields, such as from base stations, increase the risk of cancer or any other disease. So with that, I have conclusions. Both science-based exposure and assessment standards have been developed by international committees. Mobile phones are tested at maximum power to pass a compliance test. The actual usage has much smaller exposure, and general public exposure to base stations is very small, very low. And personal exposure is mostly due to portable devices. So WHO says about mobile phone is, today, no adverse health effect have been established as being the cause by the mobile phone use. And the other one, the studies to date provide no indication environmental exposures of RF, such as from base stations, increase the risk of cancer or any other diseases. So I want to thank my 2 friends from Dr. Jack Rowley from GSMA and Mr. Milligan from Wireless Mobile Wireless Forum for their providing me the technical data. So dziękuję bardzo. If you have more further questions we don't answer today, you can write to me by email to this address. Thank you very much.
Bardzo miły akcent na koniec. Dziękuję bardzo na prezentację.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to make a short disclaimer. This conference brings together experts from the world over. We are talking here to experts who are recognized in the field of expertise all over the world, but this conference is open to the public, and so anybody can follow it, even your regular citizen who is interested in EMF and its impact on health. So hopefully you will not mind if I emphasize the most important points of every talk, because we want the general public to be able to access reliable knowledge. I think this last presentation shows clearly that this topic of electromagnetic fields is a complex one, is a multi-faceted one, because we have fields of different frequencies between 0 gigahertz to terahertz even, or even more. We have 50 hertz, which is the electromagnetic field that is generated by the power distribution network. But even if we do not concern that, if we only look at the base stations, we have to consider the magnetic fields generated by the base stations, by mobile devices. We have plenty of different variants and fields that need to be studied. We also need to take account of various measurement methods, medians, peak values. We also need to take into account questions such as, or issues such as exposures and absorption, which are 2 different topics. So if we discuss measurement scenarios and measurements, we really need to provide clear definitions of what we are actually discussing. Our next speaker is Professor Marek Zmyślony of the Nofor Institute of Occupational Medicine in Łódź. Professor, the floor is yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first start by saying that in a month's time, it will be 2 years since an amendment of the regulations on the protection of human health and environment against the possible adverse effects of electromagnetic fields. Of course, it's too early to evaluate the consequences of the amended regulations, but we can expect that especially the adversaries of the new regulations will be following the changes closely, and they are bound to inform the general public about the results. The amendment of the regulation was made amidst heated debates, and both parties to the dispute actually quoted scientific research. Of course, that is nothing out of the ordinary, it's nothing new, but the problem is that there was this discussion about electromagnetic fields, but there were also certain mid-20th century echoes of the Cold War that came into play. Especially one party to the dispute used arguments that made the discussion much more shallow. I'm referring to discussion about the new regulations. These were arguments that were only used to insult the other parties, whereas the dispute or the dialogue with experts from the US and the Soviet Union was essentially substantial as we look at it now with the benefit of hindsight. And now in my presentation, I would like to tell you a little bit more about the dispute. I would like to tell you what Polish experts of the time thought. I'm referring to the years 1960s and the 1970s. In my presentation, I will also try to highlight the fact that the dispute about standards is an open one. It is ongoing and there is no end in sight, at least for now. My presentation will focus on microwave EMFs only. Why? First of all, because that's the area of interest of this conference, and it's also because of the time constraints. You know that EMF is a broad church. It is a very complex field, and you could discuss the regulations concerning particular frequencies for a long time. So I will just focus on the microwave radiation. Why was work started in order to develop exposure limits? Back in the 1930s, in the late 1930s, there were reports of a specific medical condition that was referred to as the telegrapher's disease. After the Second World War, this condition was termed the microwave disease. Right now, in the civil service, it is no longer used, so it's no longer part of the list of occupational diseases, but it's still used in the military. So, telegrapher's disease or the microwave disease was an important topic, and Polish scientists made an important contribution to relevant research. It was, for example, described by Stefan Manczarski, and in-depth analyses were also presented by Professor Czerski, who later left Poland and went on to have a stellar career in the US, but at the time he was still working in Poland. And here in this slide you can see a list of signs and symptoms proposed by Professor Czerski. You can see there's a broad range of various signs and symptoms that were associated, according to Czerski and other experts dealing with this topic, with the microwave disease, because they used the term microwave disease at that point in time. So, as you can see, the list is quite extensive, and these are certain signs and symptoms which we can say are often reported by people who believe themselves to be oversensitive to electromagnetic field, especially the symptoms. So, for example, they complain of general fatigue, persistent headaches, listlessness. So all of those symptoms are very often reported by patients, even today. What about signs? Czerski referred to a number of objective signs, such as a lower blood pressure, tremors of the feet and hands, changes to blood work results, changes to the bioelectrical activity of the brain and the heart, eye lens opacity, and the so-called neurological microwave disease syndrome. So these are the signs that we no longer see today. Anyway, this became one of the reasons why, after the Second World War, people started believing that microwaves can be potentially harmful. It turned out that soldiers who operated radio towers developed such symptoms after the Second World War, and that they also developed symptoms associated with the thermal effects of microwaves. Work on standards picked up pace. The first standards were developed in the US and in the USSR, obviously. In the US, work was underway ever since the 1950s. So in the US, in-house standards were adopted by various companies. The first general federal standard was adopted in 1966, and it was a military standard that was developed by the American Standards Association, which is now the present-day American National Standards Institute, ANSI, which is well known to all experts in the field.
Ponieważ te prace były szybkie, że tak powiem, intensywne.
The work was fast-paced, and it mainly focused on the thermal effects. The ASA or ANSI specialists considered that the most dangerous effect of the microwaves was the thermal effect. And so in that particular standard, they set a limit for these waves so as to avoid the thermal effect. And so the maximum allowed value, according to ANSA, was 100 watts per square meter, which was quite elevated. What happened in the USSR? In the USSR, scientists focused to a large extent on studying the microwave disease, or the so-called telegrapher's disease. So that means that they believed that, of course, the thermal effect could be pernicious, but they also recognized the possible existence of non-thermal effects. I will not give you the names of all the scientists behind that work. But anyway, in 1958, the USSR adopted quite a stringent standard. The maximum allowed value was 0.1 watts per square meter, so 1,000 times less than the American counterpart. And why was that? It was because they believed that value would protect people against all effects, also the non-thermal effects. So that was the basic difference between the two standards. As I said, at the time, Polish researchers made an important contribution to research on the impact of microwaves on human health. We cannot underestimate the role of Polish experts. Some people say that we basically copied and adopted standards developed in the USSR. But we really need to emphasize that at the time, in the late 1950s and in the 1960s and then in the 1970s, Polish experts had an important role to play. So we had experts such as Minecki, Czerski, Barański, Śmigielski based in different research centers. For example, in Łódź, Śmigielski, for example, worked at the Institute of Hygiene and Epidemiology in Łódź. Barański worked in Warsaw, for example. But anyway, these were excellent experts and scientists recognized all over the world. We could talk about their contributions for a long time. We don't have time for that, but I would like to assure you that Poland did make an important contribution to the development of standards. We did more than just copy USSR-based or USSR-developed standards. So let's look at work done in Poland. The first Polish standard was adopted in 1961. And yes, indeed, it was a translation of a Soviet standard. It referred to occupational exposure to microwaves. Back in 1972, there was a first model standard that was developed and that concerned occupational exposure to microwaves. And in this particular standard, experts reconciled those two opposing views, meaning the US and the Soviet view. So the minimum allowed value was 0.1 watts per square meter. So above 0.1 watts per square meter, you required some medical examinations and you could not stay within that field for an unlimited period of time. We don't have time to discuss the details, but anyway, 0.1 watts per square meters meant that we recognized that there were some non-thermal effects involved. The maximum allowed value was 100 watts per square meter. Just as ANSI said, because above that value there was the thermal effect that came into play and that could potentially be lethal due to perforation, for example, as it did happen during World War II, for example, in warships where, for example, seamen would come too close to the radar and then suffer the consequences. There is yet another watershed date that we need to mention here, which is 1980. It's especially important for the participants in this conference because it was when the standard for the general population was developed. So the maximum allowed value, according to this standard, was 0.1 watts per square meter, which is the minimum value for occupational exposure. It was considered that the general public was not protected in any special way, so basically this minimum value would serve as the limit value. And of course, these are things that are quite obvious to us who are experts in standards. We all know the core principles according to which standards are developed. Of course, nobody would dare undermine them. They are obvious and well accepted in our community. So first, you need to start by identifying health threats resulting from exposure. And, well, here is where things get a little bit complicated, ladies and gentlemen, because some people only refer to the thermal effects, but others also recognize the existence of non-thermal effects. I will discuss it at length in a moment, but in general, yes, it seems that we all agree about the core principle, but when we start discussing the details, well, things get complicated because the devil, in fact, is in the details. Then the next step is to determine the threshold value of the weakest health effect. And the third step is to use the precautionary principle. So, in practice, that means that you introduce a safety margin with respect to the weakest threshold effect value. So, once again, let me emphasize something that I have been emphasizing ever since I started participating in these conferences. I always highlight the definition of the principle or the precautionary principle. So as you can see here in this slide, this principle applies to health, to electromagnetic fields, and so on, but it's a broader principle. It is a principle that applies to everything that is considered uncertain, and it applies to risk management. And so this precautionary principle says the following thing. Oh, let me rephrase that. We should not take a decision if there is no extensive scientific knowledge and if there is a risk of exerting a negative impact. So, according to the Polish version of Wikipedia, proposes this particular definition, which I'm going to read out. The precautionary principle is an ethical principle that says that if there is a likely, though poorly known, risk of negative consequences of a new technology, it is better not to implement it rather than risk uncertain but potentially very harmful consequences. But again, here is where things get complicated, and here is where the devil is. Sometimes different conclusions might be drawn after perusing the same set of scientific papers. Of course, scientific literature is out there, it's accessible to everyone, especially now during the era of widespread internet use. We can find all types of sources that you can rely on, but there are two model groups that we have out there, two model scientific groups. One of them is called ICNIRP, and so this is the International Commission on the Protection Against Ionizing Radiation, and the other is called the Bioinitiative Working Group. And so these are two expert groups. They're not elected officials. These are, let's say, private initiatives by researchers, private groups that bring together excellent researchers. Both of them can boast excellent scholars. We cannot say that one of them includes esteemed, excellent researchers and the other one includes quacks and frauds. That is not the case. If you know a bit about the EFM, you can see that ICNIRP includes names such as Lai, Harder, Libov. So these are names that should ring a bell if you know anything about electromagnetic fields, and if you write a paper on EMF, you really need to quote one of those scientists. So both of them are quite important. Althorn, Bergqvist, Bernhardt, and others. So again, these are important names, and so it's difficult to really judge which of these groups is better than the other one. And just look at the results of their work. Let's look at ICNIRP first. ICNIRP proposes 61 volts per meter, and Bioinitiative proposes 0.6 volts per meter, which is 1,000 less. And again, they based their research on the same set of papers and articles. In Poland, we decided to follow the output of one of these groups. Let me also mention that ICNIRP is a research group that laid the groundwork for the regulations that were then adopted by the European Union. So right now, in most of the European Union member states, there are regulations that are based on the output of ICNIRP. Let me also add one more thing so that you really understand what I mean. We are discussing regulations that concern the protection of the general population. There is no directive about the protection of the general population. There is only a recommendation that has been adopted by the European Union, and of course recommendations do not need to be adhered to directly. So I am saying that most EU member states have adopted regulations that mirror ICNIRP's output, and I'm saying this to emphasize the fact that certain countries can adopt more stringent principles because the recommendation only includes certain guidelines. As regards the protection of work people, so in terms of occupational exposure, there is a specific directive, and all EU member states must adhere to that particular directive. However, for the general population, there is no directive, there is only a recommendation, so countries are welcome to adopt more stringent regulations in their legal framework. So on the 17th of December 2019, we adopted regulations that were based on the guidelines proposed by ICNIRP. And in this way, we entered a group of countries that have such legislation in place. I think Bulgaria is the only exception in the EU, and also certain cities such as Brussels, interestingly, and Paris, that have adopted different regulations which are not based on the output of ICNIRP. But again, we adopted the ICNIRP stance, and so you can see the result in this slide. 7 volts per meter was the acceptable value. Right now it's 0.61 volts per meter. So you can see the results here in this final table. As you can see, the regulations are now much less stringent as opposed to the former framework. And just as I said, there are detractors who are against these regulations, and they are very closely monitoring and following EMF levels in the environment where people live, and they will probably be up in arms. They will be whistleblowers, highlighting the fact that the levels are rising. They will say that it might be harmful. Because once again, let me emphasize that we do not have any conclusive evidence as regards the possible harmful effect of EMF. So to summarize, let me again reiterate that work on standardization started in the 1950s. Polish scientists had an important contribution to these advances, and there was this opposing view taken by different groups. Some believed that only thermal effects were involved, and others believed that there were also important non-thermal effects that had to be taken into consideration. So it is an ongoing dispute about the interpretation of the precautionary principle, because both groups of scientists I referred to, they do refer to the precautionary principle, saying that yes, our view, our principles, and that is also enshrined in law. So they believe that their view is the one that actually complies with the precautionary principle. ICNIRP does not recognize any non-thermal effects. They believe such effects do not exist. That's what they believe. And so, in their view, the only thing that needs to be taken into consideration is the thermal effect. So the values are limited so that no thermal effect is triggered. And they do not recognize any non-thermal effects. Well, when I was preparing this talk, I decided that I would not share my personal views with you, but I think I need to hint at the fact that this tenet seems to be quite dubious from the perspective of the precautionary principle. The bioinitiative group does recognize non-thermal effects, and therefore they have proposed a safety threshold that refers to the lower values associated with non-thermal effects that have been reported in literature. We cannot forget that non-thermal effects considered by bioinitiative have poor evidence to back them in science. There is conclusive evidence as to the adverse and pernicious consequences of the thermal effect. In terms of non-thermal effects, they have been reported on by isolated individual scientists or groups, so there is no sound and reliable experimental evidence to back the existence of non-thermal effects. We don't have much more time, so let me just say that the current Polish regulations are based on the guidelines prepared by ICNIRP. Thank you very much. That's all from me.
And we're back to the studio, and we have just listened to Professor Zmyślony, who spoke about changes introduced in Poland. 2 years ago, we used to apply norms from the 1980s in Poland in the past, but now we follow ICNIRP recommendations, that is 10 watts per square meter. And the professor said,
Właściwie zarysował bardzo ciekawą płaszczyznę różnic, to znaczy mamy potężny kraj, także bardzo zasobny w naukowców i
So we referred to both US and USSR views. So you had this conflict 10 watts per square meter and 0.1 watts per square meter. So USSR and Russia is now standing by that view, and I think that next year we should invite Professor Grigoriev, the head of the Russian Committee for the Protection Against Non-Ionizing Radiation. We should invite him to share with us his expertise and information about the regulations valid in Russia, because I think it's some a sort of blank spot for us. It's a gap in our knowledge, something that we do not recognize enough in the global debate. And I think it would be worthwhile to know the rationale underpinning the standard that is now valid in Russia. And so let us move on to the next speaker.
I would like to invite Dr. Emilie van Deventer, who is responsible for the Unit on Radiation and Health at the WHO. Dr. Deventer?
And the slides, will I show the slides or will you show the slides? You will. Good evening. Thanks for the organizers to give us the opportunity to address you today in this virtual forum. Then I tell you to change the slide or... on the green button? Okay, excellent, great. So in this presentation, I would like to introduce to you the work of the World Health Organization and what we do on radio frequency fields and health. And first of all, with regard to the World Health Organization, you will know that it is the United Nations body that is involved in coordinating the public health and health of the entire globe. And so our objective is the attainment by all peoples of the highest possible level of health. In this context, we have a definition of health that was set up when WHO was introduced in 1948. And health is defined as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not just the absence of disease or infirmity. So how does that relate to electromagnetic fields and to radio frequency fields? In that even if we do not find some important health effects, even the concern of the population is important to address from a health perspective. Now, the WHO is structured with its headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland, and 6 regional offices. So Poland, for example, is part of the European region, which has its office in Copenhagen, Denmark. We also have 150 WHO country offices, and we have a specialized institute, the Agency on Research for Cancer, that is based in Lyon, which I will mention in this presentation. So the core functions of WHO are shown here in this slide. And these are the main activities that we do. First of all is to articulate ethical and evidence-based policy positions, setting norms and standards. But as I will mention to you today, we do not set norms and standards when it comes to electromagnetic fields at the moment. We also have for function to shape the research agenda, that is to try to stimulate research in particular areas of public health. We also provide technical support to our member states, our 194 member states, and monitor the health situations around the globe. And finally, we provide leadership on matters that are important to health, and we very much engage in partnerships with different actors. So when it comes to radiation in WHO, our work is included in the environmental program. And this is because we think of radiation in terms of the broader question of the impact of different environmental factors on our health. And here it is important to note that about 23% of global death and 26% of death among children less than age 5 are due to modifiable environmental factors. So when we talk about radiation, we talk about the non-ionizing part of the spectrum and the ionizing part of the spectrum. And electromagnetic fields are part of the non-ionizing area of the radiation spectrum. And unlike ionizing radiation, such as X-rays or gamma rays, in the non-ionizing part of the spectrum, the fields can neither break chemical bonds nor cause ionization in the human body. In ionizing radiation, we have several applications, which I'm sure you are all familiar with in the context of medical field, such as X-ray or CT scans or radiotherapy, but also other types of applications in general with respect to nuclear energy production and accidents such as Chernobyl or Fukushima. And these are all topics that are relevant to our program. In terms of electromagnetic fields, we have a project called the WHO International EMF Project, which was established in 1996. And that was very much because of the concern about potential effects on health from electromagnetic fields, both from the public and governments. And the idea here, or the goal, is to investigate the health effects of electromagnetic fields, as well as advising the national authorities on radiation protection from EMF. So next, what I would like to briefly mention, and here you have already heard from about these applications from previous speakers, but so I will go pretty quickly there, but you are all familiar with the different applications using radio frequency fields, which we define between 100 kilohertz and 300 gigahertz. And you can see that in terms of public utility, TV, radio broadcasting, radar, commercial applications, such as wireless networks that have evolved quite a bit over the past 30 years, and home use in terms of induction stove, microwave oven, baby monitor, Wi-Fi. And now we are seeing the deployment of a new generation of wireless networks. And here you will be very familiar with the different technologies that have appeared over the past 3 decades. And we are now, of course, deploying the 5th generation of wireless technology. This new generation, I don't know if it's already deployed in Poland, but this is expected to enable a wide range of new applications, and especially when it comes to health, strengthening e-health in terms of telemedicine, remote surveillance, and telesurgery. So in terms of the frequency part of the spectrum that this 5G technology will include, we will, well, at present we are using the lower part of the frequency spectrum up to 3.5 gigahertz, but then we are expected to also be using a few tens of gigahertz in the millimeter wave band. So this was for the applications that we have on this topic. When it comes to assessing the risk to health from these electromagnetic fields, I just wanted to mention where we are at present. And here we have, over time, developed a very large number of research studies that have been performed over the last 3 decades to assess whether different technologies using RF pose a potential health risks. And the evidence to date comes from this huge, large database. We have known mechanisms that are well understood. For example, for low frequency fields, induction of electrical currents, and for RF fields, heating. But other less established biological effects have also been reported. We have to say that there is no convincing study at present that has shown adverse health effects at exposure levels that are below the international guideline limits, but there is still scientific uncertainty due to the fact that these are often rather recent technologies, especially when it comes to radio frequency fields. So what do we know? It's very clear that at low frequency fields, we have very different mechanisms of interactions than at radio frequency fields. And so, as just mentioned, at low frequencies, we have induced electric currents that can stimulate nerves and muscles if the fields are high enough. And at radio frequency fields, heating is observed, again, if the fields are high enough in terms of their strength. And between 100 kilohertz and 10 gigahertz, these mechanisms coexist with a relative importance which varies with frequencies. So existing exposure guidelines, as were mentioned in the previous talk, are based on these established effects. But since heating is quite small, even if not negligible in wireless communications, the research over the past couple of decades has really been focused on possible non-thermal effects. So the way we evaluate the health risks from electromagnetic fields is by reviewing the research that has been done by many different groups all over the world. And there are two main types of scientific studies relating to environmental health that are usually based on either studies in the laboratory setting, so studies related to experimental environment, on humans, on human volunteers, of course, on animals or on cells. And then we have another type of studies that is performed on populations, which we call epidemiological studies or observational studies, where we're looking at associations between an exposure to a specific agent, in this case, radio frequency field, and a specific health outcome. And all of these studies provide valuable information, but there's not one single study or one type of studies that can give a definite answer. So we have to look at the research in its entirety. And this is what we are doing at the World Health Organization. So under our umbrella, we are actually having our International Agency for Research on Cancer look specifically at that outcome, the outcome of cancer. And in 2011, they classified this radio frequency field as possibly carcinogenic to humans. And now in WHO at the global level, we are looking at all studied health outcomes, not just cancer, but also fertility, neurodegenerative diseases, symptoms, cognitive impairment, and looking to come up with a review by the end of next year. So now I would like to mention what we do in terms of risk management. And this is also very important, especially for member states, for the countries, because they are the ones who, at the end of the day, will develop their own regulations. So here I would first like to clarify some notions with respect to standards and guidelines when it comes to electromagnetic fields. We have emission standards, that specify limits to devices, and exposure standards that provide specification to limit EMF exposure to people. So from a public health perspective, what we are interested in is the exposure standards, and that's what we have heard about from the previous speakers this morning. And so there are different bodies that are developing emission standards and exposure standards. So when it comes to exposure standards, we've heard about ICNIRP guidelines and also IEEE ISIS guidelines. And the previous speakers also mentioned this bio initiative. This is when it comes to international standards. I would like to clarify that the World Health Organization up to now has not developed EMF exposure guidelines and does not endorse guidelines developed by external entities. But we recognize the fact that these are needed and that there are and should be at the national levels regulations with respect to the general public and to workers. A third aspect that I think is very important in this topic is risk communication and understanding the perception of the risk from the population. And I think this is something that you will be maybe discussing later today or tomorrow, I noticed on your agenda. And we have seen over the past 20 or 30 years that with each generation of wireless network, there has been concern from the citizens and the population. So 20 years ago was about the mobile phones, and then the worry was about Wi-Fi, then about smart meters. Right now, it's about 5G fears. And over time, we saw from a radiation perspective that in terms of the burden of disease or in terms of public health, we have some real worries when it comes to exposure to ultraviolet radiation and the number of people dying from skin cancer. In terms of radon, this radioactive gas, which promote lung cancer. But from the perspective of public health, at this point in time, we do not really see major morbidity or burden of disease from electromagnetic fields. However, from a public concern point of view, we see the exact opposite image in that there is a lot of concern from EMF, but very little from ultraviolet radiation. And so we have to actually use different communication strategies whereby if we discuss UV radiation or EMF radiation. And so we have developed a document called Establishing a Dialogue on the Risks from Electromagnetic Fields, where we describe how to communicate with whom, when, and what. And this document was translated into Polish a few years ago, and you can find it on our website. And finally, I would like to finish this presentation by mentioning that this has always been a topic and is still a topic that is a challenge to governments, partly because we have very rapidly evolving technologies coming up on the market, and they are launched before we can do any health evaluations. And also, as you heard from the previous speakers, we have very different regulations around the world. We have the international regulations from ICNIRP, from IEEE. We have national regulations in China or in Russia that are different from in Peru, for example. And so the public gets concerned by this lack of harmonization. We also have to balance the potential risks with the major benefits from the technologies, for example, for health. And so this also, from a government perspective, has to be put in the balance. So what we actually promote is for member states, for governments to have clear roles and responsibilities in their agencies, to adopt and comply with health-based standards, and to have a program of information and dialogue with the stakeholders, including the public, and if possible, and if they have experts in their country, to promote research in this area. And finally, I will finish my talk by mentioning the big elephant in the room, and this is now, in terms of communication, the social fake news that you see in social media. And this past year, with the COVID pandemic, we noted that there was quite a bit of fake news, even on the topic of electromagnetic fields and RF and 5G and the spread of COVID-19. So with this, I would like to finish this presentation and will be available for questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam, for a very interesting presentation. And the main message is WHO is working on their own recommendations in the future for the EFM, and we see that WHO is not relying only on the others, but also is interested in developing their own standards. Yes, it will be very much important to have it developed. So we are looking forward to having a discussion with you, because WHO is a very important authorities, I should say, is one of the most important players on the market, and WHO needs to assuage a significant part of the public opinion with regard to the impact of the EFM on human health. And now I would like to invite the 4 speakers to take part in a discussion panel. We'll have a couple of questions, and also we have a number of questions on the chat. So I do hope that we are going to have an interesting discussion. So many thanks. We still do not see Madam the representative of WHO. Are you still with us? Are you there? Could you please switch on your camera? Oh, there you are. There you are. We see you. Thank you very much. We're all set. Good to go. So, as I have been looking through your presentations, I may say that we have 40 years of the practice of defining the EFM. We have dozens of years of research on the impact of the EFM on the human health. We have done thousands of research publications, but still there is a high degree of uncertainty. We're still not capable of saying whether this impact, non-thermal impact, is it there, is it not there? If it is there, what's the level, how to protect ourselves? So, my question is to all 4 panelists. Shall we have a discussion about the future? Let's talk about the future. And so the first question is, why is it that until now, regardless of thousands, I apologize, I have very strong interferences on the microphone. We still have not seen a certain level of certainty. We still are very much uncertain about this influence. And do you think that within a span of 3, 4, or 5 years, shall we be capable of mitigating significantly this uncertainty? Is it possible that we will be closer to finding an answer? Shall we have greater certainty with regard to the influence of the EFM on a human body? Over to you.
Maybe I can start if you can hear me.
Should I go first?
I think that the uncertainty is not very large. We have already very strong knowledge of mechanisms of interactions between the body and the fields. So the main uncertainty is related to exposures. When we have new technologies coming on, like 5G technology, we don't really know quite yet how much exposure will people have. And so this is what is important to research at present. Over. Technologies coming on, like 5G technology, we don't really know quite yet how much exposure.
A czy w ciągu najbliższych 5 lat jesteśmy jeszcze w stanie bardziej precyzyjnie odpowiedzieć na pytania o ten wpływ pól elektromagnetycznych?
Do you think that research is being conducted that can prove to be groundbreaking in this regard in terms of the impact on the human health?
Well, maybe I can take this one if my colleagues don't take the floor. We have seen over the past few years some research being done on the topic, but the research is not of very high quality. And so unless we really enforce the quality of the research, it will be difficult to be groundbreaking. Some research being done on the topic.
We apologize, but we can now hear the response being repeated.
Enforce the quality of the research, it will be difficult to be groundbreaking. Some research being done on the topic.
Pan Chou się zgłaszał do odpowiedzi.
Mr. Chou wanted to take the floor.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Okay. Before about the question on this so-called all this complicated reporting and its controversial results in this field. I studied this biological effects since 1971, 50 years ago, as a graduate student. And I was, when I was doing all my work in the lab, and I was looking at the old literature from Russia, Soviet Union, and there's so much controversy and all this. The problem is, I can understand and summarize it, is because this biological effect research due to EMF exposure is because we have a very complicated biological complexity, with different animals, different cell cultures and humans. And also very different one is engineering complication. Many of the researchers, they may have a very good biological background, but they don't have very good engineering, the symmetry exposure system, like in the Soviet old studies before. And so we come up all these results that can be very explained later by very interesting interaction between the exposure system and animals, and the artifacts due to electrodes, from metal electrode and all that can cause very different results. So that's why we have such a controversial effect. Let me give you one example. In 1979, the first Bioelectromagnetic Society meeting at the University of Washington, there was a study showing 10 to the minus 12 picowatt per square centimeter cause effects on EEG. And that's definitely is an interference issue, not a biological effect issue. But there are people recording this kind of study like BioInitiative, collecting all the possible effects of reported, but many of them are not repeatable. There's no mechanism, there's no dose-response relationship. That's why we say in IEEE standard, all these kind of reports, they are not proven. They don't have established scientific consensus. It's not suitable for using to develop the exposure limits.
Czy pan profesor Keshvari także chciałby...
Professor Keshvari, would you like to address this topic as well?
Yes, I can do.
W takim razie chętnie usłyszymy odpowiedzi, czy...
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I'm really pleased to see how complementary these comments and discussions and presentations are. One thing which I did not touch up in my discussions was the risk communication. So this is indeed a very complicated issue, multidisciplinary issue. And you have a lot of studies that carried out by, let's say, medical in medical field and medical specialists, where you don't have dosimetry people around you, which may lead to interesting results and interesting research. Which is why, as I pointed out in my presentation, we look at the various aspects of the papers and publications. And with regards to the risk communication, this is because of its complexity, it needs a really deep and careful attention when we do communicate this with the public. And that is one thing which I guess maybe we should have paid more attention. And in one of our studies or ITU studies that I did also support, we came up with one of the conclusions that maybe industry could play a more active role in early stages of introducing new technologies to communicate about the technology and in a very clear way and clear language with the public. That may have a positive impact about how to cope or how to understand the new technologies. But regards to the question that you posed about groundbreaking study, it is both for, I guess, IGNIRP as well. At IEEE, we are always, as I pointed out, we are following all the new publications and emerging data. For example, with regards to millimeter wave, we would have wished to see even more experimental data, which is also discussed at WHO meetings as well. But always new data are welcome. But as a groundbreaking, I think that term may not be used because that is a complicated topic, and we need just to clarify more our existing understanding. And please do note that in these evaluations, we use the term weight of evidence, because we have a lot of studies which are statistically carried out, where we may have positive or negative wrong results or wrong reportings. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Czy pan profesor Zmyślony, który miał
Thank you very much. Professor Zmyślony, can you address this question as well? Yes, I've heard two replies. President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention to one important aspect. There is a gap between the standards and actual exposure to EMF. I don't know if there are any talks prepared about that, but I can remember 2 or 3 years ago when I participated in this conference, a lot was said about the difference between the standards and the actual exposure. There is no relationship there. So it's not the case where if you have 60 volts per meter in one country and then 7 volts per meter in a different country, then that means that people from the country with the more stringent regulations are less exposed than the people living in the country that has adopted less stringent regulations. I am a specialist in biophysics and I deal with health effects. That's my field of specialty. So I'm not that much concerned about the increase of the allowed levels in the standards, but I am concerned about one important thing, which is whether the actual level of EMF in our environment is going to grow significantly. So I believe that before or until we harmonize the regulations and come up with a global standards, I think that our community, especially its more technical part, should focus on initiatives and projects aimed to limit the emitted EMFs. It is difficult, it is costly, and it requires a lot of intellectual effort on the part of engineers, but it is feasible. And so that's what I'm saying. So before this dilemma is resolved, this dilemma about the thermal and non-thermal effect, whether they are harmful or not, we should be as cautious as possible, and we should really try to make sure that the electromagnetic fields present in the environment, and telecommunication plays an important part here. So we need to make sure they are at as low a level as possible. So we need institutional projects, maybe regulations or guidelines being adopted, good practices maybe being adopted as well. That's what we call it, the good laboratory practice, for example. So maybe we would need some good engineering practice to be developed and implemented. Thank you. Thank you for this reply. I have a question again to all of you. I will refer to your everyday experience. That's what I am asking about. For the general public, if the general public hears that something is uncertain, then they understand that something can be harmful or it can be completely safe. But in general, people tend to think that if something is uncertain, it must be dangerous. But let's take one step further. We are discussing here the impact of EMF on human health, but I think we should also adopt a more general look. We should consider the entire balance sheet, both the negative and positive sides of implementing and deploying new technologies. You are experts in terms of the impact of EMF on human health, and the general public does not have sufficient knowledge because this topic is very complex, interdisciplinary, and so on. But I think that it would be nice if every single one of you offered your point of view. You know how EMF impacts human health, and you are aware of all the aspects related to uncertainty, and you also know that there are certain advantages to everyday mobile services and their use. So could you tell me what your opinion is? What is the entire balance sheet? If you consider the health impact, the economic impact, the social impact of the deployment of mobile network, would you say it's negative, neutral, positive? Would you be able to offer an overall rating, so to speak? So I will try to start with Dr. Emilie van Deventer. Can you be the first one to answer?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I will assume that you can hear me. This is very much what I discussed in my presentation today, that it's at the governmental level that one has to look very much at the benefits of using these technologies. And I think with the newer technologies that we see, there is, as I mentioned, quite a number of applications related to e-health and m-health and artificial intelligence. and the potential risks, which at present we don't see really if we keep below the international guideline limits. But I think that it is also very important to look at a broader point of view, and health is really one of the factors when we're thinking societally. We also have to think about the social dimension of these technologies to see, have we had a civil society debate on this topic? The questions of information, the question of privacy is sometimes brought up. The question relating to the environment and sustainable development and e-waste, and also the questions around the economy and the finance related to this. So I think it is a very large question, and health is one of the aspects. It's a very important aspect, especially for the World Health Organization. But I think that societally, for a government, they have to look at all these other aspects as well. Thank you.
Czy teraz mógłbym prosić o odpowiedź profesora Keshvariego?
Professor Keshvari, over to you.
Thank you very much. I think I clearly emphasized in my talk, in my discussion, about how IEEE says we are developing our standards. So socio-economical factors does not play any role. And the reason is very obvious. We claim, we are telling that our limits are science-based, and the only comment and only reason that we may change or we may modify our regulations of limits, standards, they're all related if there is an input which is replicated, which is consistent, and to come and tell that, yes, this is the new data and we can take that into account. Like in the governance of a country, you have different independent institutions. For this field, I'm happy to see that, okay, ICNIRP and IEEE, they are independently focusing only addressing the science-based items, issues, and the only factor that impacts is science, which is a good thing, because then, like other organizations like WHO, which takes into account socio-economical factors, maybe other factors that we do not focus, then they complement each other. But with regards to the limits, it should be solid. It should be very clearly backed and based on science, which at the moment, I guess, our standards both at IEEE and ICNIRP are.
Hello?
Słyszymy.
Can I comment?
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes. This EMF, the safety concerns, is not a new subject. It's been around since World War II. So we have all kinds of research, thousands of papers are published. Of course, I said earlier, due to the complexity of biological engineering disciplines, so there are all kinds of strange papers. So there are papers, very established and proven. They are the paper in the A category is the fact papers. No matter how you change it, it's always true. This is all called facts. The other B, C, D, E, F papers, they are ones having problems, not really proven. There are too many papers like that. So depending on which category you're looking at, you can come up very different results, such as bioinitiative report. They already corrected all these possible biological effect papers and showing, oh yeah, they're all effects. Well, are they all true? That's the question. And we as IEEE or ICNIRP, we consider all the papers together, looking at the possible thermal effect, non-thermal effect. And so we currently, all confirm, we only say this thermal effect for the higher frequency, lower frequency electrostimulation, they definitely can cause adverse health effects. We know that. So we have to protect against that. And the other ones, they so-called non-thermal or low-level, we set in IEEE standard. Jafar also showed in his slide, and we said these are still speculative, not proven, and also many of them are not repeatable and no mechanism, no dose-response relationship. How can we base on something is not proven? So that's the reason we have this limit. Okay, now we have a limit from 1966 for IEEE standard. Now we have all the new standards, 2019 and the IEEE 2020. All these exposure limits have large safety factors in there. And the fact is, the bottom line is, over so many years, so many decades, and many expert groups and many health agencies around the world have reviews to say similar conclusions. Below the current international limit, either IEEE or IEEE, they are about the same. There's no proven health effects. That's the fact. So we do have these limits. They are protective. At least we can show from all the records for so many years, they are protective and they are implementable. If we try to have to go to bioinitiative, follow their 0.3 nanowatt per square centimeter as a precautionary limit, we have to shut down every modern technology, especially wireless communication. You cannot use it anymore because the level they present by the two authors of that report, only that two people, without consent, discussing with other writers of the bioinitiative report, they come up that limit. That's impossible to implement. So that's definitely is a conflict between the two different groups. One is based on established health effect. The other one is possible biological effect. Similarly, in Soviet Union, they were using the possible biological effects. They want to protect against that. That's why the limit is so low. This was described in the paper in 2012 by Electromagnetics, written by jointly by Dr. Rubiccioli and also Dr. Gurgiev from Russia.
Thank you very much for this contribution. We are very pressed for time, so can I please ask you, Professor, for a short contribution at this point? I have to tell you that not only thermal effects are important because they have been proven in science, because this is something that is not confirmed by the precautionary principle. Let me refer, for example, to asbestos. For many years, asbestos was believed to be the perfect construction material that was perfectly neutral to human health. And now we all know what has happened in terms of asbestos, and we know what its effects on human health are. So I personally wouldn't like to live in a world where the same happens to EMF emissions. And the precautionary principle tells us that if there is no sound proof of the harmful effects of a particular agent, you should be very cautious about implementing such solutions or technologies. And so the question posed by the president was very much to the point. So if you really compare the positive and negative results of the implementation of the technologies, sometimes the negative effects have not been entirely proven. If you compare them to the benefits that can be drawn from the rollout of new technologies, then we need to consider which of them is most important. I think right now we can clearly see that the benefits are actually much more important than the possible drawbacks.
Also, we need to do more research, of course, on possible harmful effect. However, certain data is already there, available, and we know that non-thermal field may actually be harmful. So we need to be really cautious, and nonetheless, we need to remember that the electromagnetic field should be as small as possible. I was not in favor of liberalization of Polish regulations. I'm still against liberalization, and I still think that the old norms may have been in service for many years to go. But still, undoubtedly, if we want to exercise the precautionary principle, we may not say that only and exclusively thermal effect is harmful. Thank you. I would like to thank all the speakers. I do regret that we have little time because I see that this discussion could go on and it's very fruitful. But ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a break until 12, but because we are late, so perhaps we shall begin the next session a little bit later. So stay with us, grab a cup of coffee, and see you soon.
Sprawdzanie poziomów pól elektromagnetycznych w Twoim otoczeniu to nie wyprawa w kosmos. C2PEM. Tylko wiarygodne dane.
Working together to connect. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields are all around us. These invisible waves send information between base stations and devices, connecting us without the use of wires. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields, or RF EMF, transmit information wirelessly to our cell phones and Wi-Fi enabled devices. In 2019, there were 8.3 billion mobile phone subscribers globally. If roughly every 1,000 subscribers need one cellular mast, that would mean that there are more than 8 million base stations around the world. With the growing number of cellular stations, wireless technologies and devices, are there health effects associated with RF EMF? This public concern surrounding RF EMF exposure limits creates a challenging health issue for regulators, service providers, and wireless equipment suppliers. RF EMF exposure levels, which are monitored around the world, consistently show low levels of exposure relative to international RF EMF levels. There is no evidence that RF EMF exposure below the international limits has adverse health effects. More and more countries refer to international RF EMF exposure limits. However, many governments face pressure to do more to address public concerns. ITU members have co-created a report on human exposure to RF EMF. The report focuses on science-based policies, guidelines, regulations, and assessments. It provides guidance to policymakers to avoid unnecessary restrictive regulations, which could negatively impact information and communication services. The best practice for administrations is to limit the exposure levels to the threshold specified in the IEEE, International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, Guidelines 2020. WHO advises against introducing new limits in addition to the existing science-based limits, as it undermines the credibility of the science and exposure limits. And IEEE Guidelines 2020 say additional measures won't benefit people's health. The report recommends raising community awareness to reduce unnecessary public concerns and provides best practices from many countries. There is more work to be done to ensure that people can connect to essential digital services, knowing that they're protected and informed. Working together to connect. www.itu.int.
Witam po przerwie.
Hello, after the break has been somewhat longer because we wanted to give some rest to interpreters, the sign language interpreters and simultaneous interpreters. Those people are working really hard indeed. And now let me move on to the next presentation. So I'd like to invite Mr. Jakub Kwiecień from the National Communications Institute. Hello, my name is Jakub Kwiecień from the National Telecommunications Institute. I would like to talk about the institutions that exercise EFM supervision in Poland. I'd like to talk about several countries. I'm going to talk about the EFM monitoring systems and what organs are involved. And then I will talk about the legal basis for EFM control in Poland, and I'm going to talk about the institutions that deal with EFM. The analysis carried out by the National Institute of Telecommunications shows that the EFM legislation in Europe is governed by three main types of institutions, and the supervisory and control bodies in the field of EFM research are health institutions, environmental institutions, infrastructural institutions, or several bodies at the same time exercise such control. And on the slide, I present a table with a list of institutions related to EFM in European countries. As can easily be seen, the number of actors varies considerably from one country to another, and it should be noted that the general trends are consistent with the types of actors identified on the previous slide. And in the following slides, I will present selected authorities and elements of EFM protection in Germany, Portugal, Ireland, and Slovenia. In Germany, the institution overseeing compliance with the specified EFM limits is the Federal Network Agency. The Federal Network Agency's task is, on the one hand, to manage radio frequencies to ensure the correct operation of wireless systems, and on the other hand, the Federal Networks Agency checks whether radio systems comply with the limits for human protection in electromagnetic fields. The Federal Network Agency is the implementing authority of the regulation and deals with the verification procedure for the limitation of electromagnetic fields. And according to this agency's regulations, fixed radio systems with an equivalent isotropic radiated power of 10 watts or more require a location certificate issued by the Federal Network Agency, and the location certificate is issued for the requested mode of operation. And so if the reported mode of operation changes significantly due to technical changes to the system, the reconfirmation of compliance with the personal protection requirements is necessary for further operation. To this end, the operator must apply for a location certificate from the Federal Network Agency prior to a technical change. So one can say that a valid location certificate therefore always takes into account the current technical configuration of the radio system location, that is, of the base station. So both the certificates of location issued by the Federal Networks Agency and the series of electromagnetic field measurements carried out relate to all relevant emissions. And with this approach, the Federal Network Agency ensures nationwide that the statutory personal protection limits are complied with comprehensively and not only for individual 5G base stations. So the basic tasks of the federal networks agencies are computational and metrological issuing of location certificates. So such certificates may be issued only on the basis of not only measurements, but also on the basis of simulations. Also reviewing the location of radio systems requiring a location certificate and performing regular series of measurements in order to validate the correctness of simulations. And another task of the agency is to hand over location certificates and related application documents to the competent authorities. And it should be noted that if the EFM simulations indicate excess emissions, those may be verified by measurements under the provisional operating license. And this could be done on the basis of a provisional operating license. And in addition to the Federal Network Agency, the Federal Office for Radiation Protection also plays an important role in Germany, and it deals with both ionizing and non-ionizing radiation. And this Federal Office for Radiation is actually a scientific institution under the Ministry of Environment. It acts as an advisory body to local authorities and the government. And with regard to non-ionizing EMF, the competencies of these institutions are to assess and identify EFM effects. Also, they carry out simulations and assess the exposure to EFM. They also communicate on EFM-related risks. They're also responsible for developing systems for the protection and monitoring of EFM. And it's an interesting fact that within this Federal Office for Radiation Protection since 2018, they run the operations of a competence center for electromagnetic fields, and in addition to building up BFS's expertise in EFM, BFS aims to intensify relevant research and communication activities. It develops materials that provide neutral and reliable information to the general public. They also do training on how to communicate information to the general public. Another interesting initiative run by this office is the round table on electromagnetic fields, which has been organized since 2004, where representatives of various circles meet. That is, representatives of the government, representatives of telecom companies, manufacturers, citizens, and they can discuss issues related to EFM and health, extension of networks, and other areas where EFM is important. Another example is Portugal. Portugal is a country where several institutions are involved in EFM monitoring. One of those is ANACOM, that is the National Communications Authority. And in Portugal, a major role is played by a telecommunications company. It is an operator defined as that is required to prepare annual EFM monitoring and measurement plans from its own installation. So that operator is obliged by November each year to prepare a measurement plan for the following year and submit it to ANACOM. Then the authority shall within 30 days either accept or comment on this plan. And the results of the EFM measurements, EMF measurements, are reported to on a quarterly basis to ANACOM. And where there is more than one station operated by different operators, the results may be provided by only one of those operators, and this circumstance must be clearly stated in the report. So how about Ireland? The main body that legislates on protection from electromagnetic field is the Department of the Environment, Climate and Communications, responsible for policy on the impact of electromagnetic fields on human health, and DCCAE is also responsible for preparing the legal environment for the development of communication systems in Ireland. The regulatory body overseeing electromagnetic fields emissions is the Communication Regulation Commission, that is COMRAC. It issues licenses and authorizations for the use of the radio spectrum, and a mandatory element of such a license is meeting the emission requirements. In 2020, Comrac adopted a new updated IRCNIP guidelines for public exposure, and it has become a mandatory requirement. Comrac monitors the level of EMF around the infrastructure that is subject to licensing in order to check whether those levels are permissible and in compliance with ICNIRP. And the results of such monitoring are published on the Comrac webpage. And every year, Comrac conducts annual surveys at a minimum of 80 locations across Ireland. And to date, they have done 1,400 measurements, and there are no emission levels have been exceeded, and mostly results several orders of magnitude below ICNIRP thresholds. The advisory body on EMF is the EPA, that is the Environmental Protection Agency, and since May 2019, the agency has expanded its functions with regard to examining public exposure to the electromagnetic field, and they also provide advice to the public and government on public exposure to the EMF. They also monitor scientific and technological developments that may affect public exposure to the EFM. They also conduct independent monitoring of public exposure to electromagnetic fields. And it is important that the difference in EMF monitoring by Comrac and the EPA means that Comrac basically is dealing with the neighborhood or with the area in the vicinity of an installation, and the EPA deals with areas where there is a large number of people, and undoubtedly this could actually be one and the same location, or this could be an area between the base stations. But in Slovenia, the Ministry of Environment and Spatial Planning is the main entity that deals with the EMF, and this ministry monitors installations during both planning and operational phases. Such measurements are taken by accredited laboratories on behalf of the operator and verified by regional offices that operate under the ministry. And the first measurements are carried out during the trial operation of the installation, and after the final configuration of the station between 3 and 9 months after commissioning, and every 3 years thereafter. And the Slovenian regulation contains requirements on how the results are to be communicated, including data requirements in the report and a timeline for or reporting period and to the ministry, and this is 30 days. In Slovenia, compliance with the EMF requirements may also be assessed computationally, and in this case, the maximum possible operating power of the station must be taken into account. Additional requirements result from zoning. In Zone 1, there's hospitals, tourist facilities, nursing homes, educational facilities, and the permissible EFM level is 30% of the threshold value for Zone 2. Now, Zone 2 are all other areas, and in this case, here the limits are in compliance with the recommendation of the EC. But when analyzing environmental authorities, it's also worth looking at the map that shows European countries by EMF limits, with the reference level is recommendation 1999 518. And in the first group that you see here, that's the purple color, it includes EU member states that have directly transposed the EU recommendations into existing legislation, which means that the values laid down in recommendation are applied both in terms of basic restrictions and reference levels. And in these countries include Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Finland, France, Hungary, Ireland, Malta, Portugal, Romania, Spain, Germany, Slovakia, and as of 2020, Poland. Another group shown in pink color is made up of member states whose limit values for electromagnetic radiation are regulated by national legislation. They're less stringent than the reference levels in the recommendation. And within that group, we have Austria, Denmark, the Netherlands, Latvia, Sweden, and the United Kingdom. And the third group is made up of countries whose regulations impose stricter limits on the maximum values of electromagnetic radiation than those laid down in the recommendation, and those are Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Greece, Italy, Lithuania, and Luxembourg. So this approach is actually justified differently by legislators in those countries, and for instance, they claim that it's about individual interpretation of the precautionary principle or growing social concern resulting from lack of education or some other factors. And now let us move on to the brief summary of this part that refers to the EU. So most countries have internal legislation on EMF issues. Also, most countries have adopted limit values for EMF in line with recommendation 1999/519. Another conclusion is that there is a diversity of institutions involved in the supervision of the EMF. Also, one can see that in many countries, one of the authorities in the system of protection against EFM, the authorities that manage the frequency spectrum, and EMF measurements are carried out in most countries at the start of new installations and major change, and also the time of introducing major changes to installations. Such changes that mean that the values may change significantly, but there are also countries where measurements are not mandatory if a simulation analysis confirms that the defined level shall not be exceeded. And the last conclusion in this review is that in most countries with EMF monitoring, there are different variants of exercising this monitoring. But let's talk about Poland. How's it in Poland? So in the next part, I would like to talk about the supervision in Poland. So electromagnetic waves affect the environment in which they move. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure adequate environmental protection against electromagnetic fields. And this protection applies to all citizens who may be in the so-called places accessible to the public spaces, and is established at the level of legal regulations through the provisions of the Act on Environmental Protection Law. Chapter 6 of this law is devoted entirely to the EMF issues. So how do we enforce such protection? Well, the answer to that question is contained in Article 121 of this Act, which clearly states that the protection against electromagnetic fields consists in ensuring the best possible state of the environment, which in turn is to be guaranteed by maintaining electromagnetic fields in the environment at such levels that they do not exceed permissible levels. So, what do we have apart from this law? EMF is also covered by the Act on Environmental Protection. Also, we have a law on providing information about the environment and its protection. We have public participation in environmental protection. And we also have an environmental impact assessment, and we have an Act on supporting telecommunication services and networks. So as you can see, we have many laws and we have many executive acts that specify certain actions. And so we have quite a number of regulations that have been issued, and most important of them is the regulation on permissible levels of electromagnetic fields issued by the Minister of Health. Also, we have a regulation of the Minister of Climate on the ways of verification of compliance with the permissible levels of electromagnetic fields. Also, we have the regulation of the Minister of Climate and Environment on the scope and manner of periodic tests of EMF. And also we have the regulation of the Minister of the Environment. But the question is, who is responsible for setting the EMF limit values in Poland. And prior to the change in 2019, both the limit values and the method of checking compliance with them were the responsibility of the Ministry responsible for the environment in consultation with the health minister. But after the changes of the law in 2019, this responsibility has been changed, and now we have a split of competencies. And so different ministries are responsible for different aspects. For instance, the Minister of Health, in agreement with the Minister for Information Technology, has been delegated with the preparation of the regulation on the limit values. But the Minister for Climate Affairs, in consultation with the Minister for Information Technology, is responsible for the preparation of the regulation on the methods for verifying compliance with the limit values. And of course, we speak about the scope of radio frequencies. As far as other frequencies are concerned, that is handled by the Ministry of Energy in cooperation with the Ministry of Information Technology. So what are the limits? Those permissible values of the electromagnetic fields, and those are certain physical parameters that describe the levels of the EMF in the environment, and they must be complied with invariably. So here we can see those limits, and for some frequencies they depend on different values. So here we can see the limits on the right-hand side of this slide, which shows the chart that shows us the fixed values and also frequency-related values. And as for frequencies used for mobile telephony, we see a different set of values here on the slide. And the EMF levels are in compliance with the recommendations of the Regulation 1999-519. And when measurements are necessary, the measurements of electromagnetic fields must be made directly prior to the commencement of the use of such an installation, or whenever the operating conditions of the installations change, which may lead to changes in the level of an electromagnetic field of that installation. But also such measurements are to be taken each time where there is a change to the existing planning and development of the property, and especially if it changes the layout of spaces available, accessible to the general public, and that is done by the manager of that particular property. And also, it is worth pointing out that prior to the changes in 2019, this provision was not requiring the operator to take measurements before commissioning the station. So the main practical change resulting from the modification of Article 122 is the obligation to perform measurements of electromagnetic field levels before the commissioning of the station, and not, as was the case before the 2018 amendment, after the commissioning of the installation. And in addition, in the case of a change in the state of development of an area where the station is located, if there are new places accessible to the general public, then the entity is obliged to take measurements, and the monitoring is exercised by the Environmental Protection Agency under the State Environmental Monitoring. And this monitoring is done by taking measurements in a uniform way over the territory of the entire country. And monitoring measurements of electromagnetic fields is currently carried out by the Central Research Laboratory operating at the Chief Inspectorate for Environmental Protection. It is divided into 16 departments on the regional level. And The measurement points in the permanent monitoring network are designated by regions for a 2-year measurement cycle on the territory of each city, in compliance with these criteria, as you can see. So if this is a population of less than 20,000 inhabitants, then it's 1 measuring point. If it's between 20,000 and 50,000 inhabitants, then it's 2 measuring points. If it's a place from 50,000 up to 100,000 population, it's 3 sampling points. From 100,000 to 200,000 inhabitants, 4 sampling points, and if it is above 200,000 inhabitants, 4 sampling points, and 3 measurement points for every additional 100,000 inhabitants. So measurement points for research monitoring are designated for each region for a 4-year measurement cycle on the territory of all rural communities, and this is 1 measurement point in each rural municipality. And the results of electromagnetic field measurements are carried out in connection with Article 122 of the regulation. And this information is communicated to the regional inspectors for environmental protection and the state regional sanitary inspectors. And together with such information or notification, they also post information on the web page. That is the web page that services specified environmental authorities in the public information bulletin that provide information on the web page, and the results of measurements carried out in connection within the framework of the monitoring are made available on a cyclical basis. And they are made available on the website of the Chief Inspector for Environmental Protection. And the results of electromagnetic field measurements performed both in connection with Article 122 on monitoring and are also available and visualized on a map in the form of geolocalized measurement points in the information system of the electromagnetic radiation generating installation. So any citizen has a possibility of checking the value of the electromagnetic field in a given area. So citizens do have access to this information. Now let us move on to the conclusions. So the changes introduced in 2019 in our law on the environment include delegation to other entities to issue implementing acts separately on how to carry out EMF measurements and separately to set EMF limit values. So it actually shows that now we have a more tailor-made approach. This should increase the level of safety and protection against the EMF. And it also shows the significance of the EMF surveillance component also. We have introduced changes that impose a duty of taking measurements prior to the commissioning of an installation, not after it's been set into operation. And also many countries' EMF surveillance system involves spectrum management institutions and many times it's subject to issuing a license for using radio frequencies, and in many countries we see the development of EMF monitoring systems. And for instance, in Germany we have several authorities. It is both the Spectrum Management Authority and also another institution which is basically a scientific and advisory unit. Also there is a possibility of commissioning installation on the basis of calculations of EMF levels. And to that end, we need detailed data and computational models, and those are the competencies related to the spectrum engineering, and those in turn are concentrated in borders related to frequency spectrum management. And finally, one can say that regardless of all other conclusions, each of the institutions states that there is a need for very good communication with the general public, and there is a need for information about the phenomenon of EMF and how it is being supervised. And this can be done with the use of websites and platforms that provides information on EMF installations and levels. And also local authorities publish this information. This is one of the ways to handle it. However, it is noticeable that there is a large variation. There are difficulties with communicating this type of information, and many times we do not have up-to-date information on the EMF. That's all. Thank you very much.
Szanowni Państwo, poprzedni blok...
So, as far as the previous panel discussion is concerned, we spoke about how we specify EMF limits. And those of you who were following the first panel discussion, you see that, in fact, those analyses are multifaceted and highly complex, but now this panel discussion that we are enjoying shall be devoted to the following. Okay, we have the limits, so how we, as the countries or the governments, are we going to enforce those limits? And please see that many different countries, even within the EU, and we see that many things need to be standardized, but we see that in the EU member states we have many different methodologies and we have different regulatory environments. So the process of defining such levels is complicated in its own right. But on top of that, we have a very diverse landscape, or institutional landscape, for the enforcement of such limits. And now the next speaker.
The next speaker is Dr. Peter Unger of Deutsche Telekom. He is the head of the EMF environment team.
Dobrze. Thank you very much for having me today. I'm representing Deutsche Telekom. I'm responsible for the German market in terms of EMF and also in all the cooperation with the municipalities where the rollout is taking place. I would like to show you or describe you the German way of EMF protection and also what is our procedure. What you can see here on the first slide is an installation of an 5G intelligent antenna, 3.6 gigahertz, which is currently in the rollout in Germany, and I will give you some more details on that. So where are we, especially with 5G in Germany, on our perspective? What is the regulation framework on EMF? What is the assessment procedure? The speaker before also already mentioned some parts, and I would like to give you some further links for further information. Where are we with 5G especially? Maybe at the beginning, we switched off the 3G UMTS in August this year. We're still deploying LTE, but the focus obviously is on the new technology 5G. We started in August last year to deploy our 5G network, and we started in two ways. The first way is to deploy a nationwide network on the UMTS spectrum, 2.1 gigahertz, and we already covered 89% of the popularity of the population in Germany, and until end of the year, we will have covered 90%. The second rollout stream is focusing on the larger cities. We started with 5 large cities in Hamburg, Munich, Berlin, Cologne, and so on, to deploy 5G at the 3.6 gigahertz. We received or we got the license for this frequency in 2019, and we already deployed 1,000 sites, which each has 3 antennas. For the 5G on 2.1 gigahertz, we already have 20,000 sites equipped with this technology, and we have in total 30,000 sites in our network. So that's a view how 5G is reality in Germany. And the question is, what do we face in the network rollout? And I assume it's also a topic in other countries as well, that on the one hand, we have high expectations from the politics, from the customers, and for the digitalization, which is a huge change in our society. So we have high expectations, we have demands, and together with the license, we have obligations how to roll out, how fast to roll out our network in Germany. And we have in Germany 140 million users in our networks, more than inhabitants in Germany. So all the machine-to-machine communication as well. So this is clearly a mass market phenomena, and well established in our society. On the other hand, we have the critical discussions, questions on the acceptance. We have, in some parts of Germany, we have problems to find places where to put antennas. We have complaints. We have lawsuits against mobile sites. And there are often the discussion on health and safety, the scientific part. And I assume you had this part in this morning. But also if we construct infrastructure for our antennas, then this is, the people can see this, and in some cases, especially in the south parts of Germany, we have issues here. And together with the situation where we are right now, Corona and conspiracy myth and the climate change discussion and digitalization discussion and surveillance issues and questions, we have a kind of skeptical view on all the developments. And 5G is a synonym for critical people for all the parts they are discussing. So, but let's move to the protection framework, because this framework in Germany gives us a very solid basis to face all these discussions. And on the next page, you can clearly see what is the way to how we house the EMF limits in the framework derived and based on a scientific basis. First of all, in Germany, it is we have applied the IEEE limits, which we also have shown the presentation before, and this is well established since many years. I don't have to go too much into detail on the first two parts, because this is scientific work, and then we have the expert societies and expert committees who recommend these EMF limits. Next to IEEE and WHO, we have in Germany the German Radiation Protection Commission, SSK, which consults the government and recommend itself the limits. And they are recommending the IEEE limits, of course. And in the third part, we have the legislation body. It's the government and the parliament and also the Federal Council who issues laws. And we have the 26th Ordinance of Emission Protection Law, which includes the limits, the EMF limits in this case. On the fourth part, we have the network agency, which is responsible to have the which is responsible for EMF protection at the end of the day. And we have also an ordinance here. It's the ordinance of verification procedure on EMF, and this is mainly based on a calculation basis, which I will show on the next page. The network agency is responsible for the site licensing before activating a site, and also to control and monitor and verify the EMF. How is this site licensing procedure is working in Germany? First of all, at the beginning, I said I mentioned that we have quite some discussions on mobile communication, and what really helps in most of the cases in the discussion is the so-called site license Standortbescheinigung in German, which you can see at the upper left part. And you have here the sign of the German Federal Eagle, and this is a very strong sign and a very strong paper and license what we have in our discussion, because this is our license from the EMF point of view, next to other licenses, but this is the EMF part. So again, Federal Network Agency, Bundesnetzagentur, has the role to and has the job to specify the assessment methods, to issue the license, to execute our as a network operator our applications. They inspect our sites, and it's about 20% of the sites each year, which will be inspected by the network agency. And also they perform public EMF measurements, which I will show later as well. As a network operator, the responsibility is to set an application, and we are responsible for all the parameters which we apply for: power, antenna height, position, frequency band, of course, and we are responsible for these values. So if there's some issue, we have the problem with the network agency. So, and then again, we have by law the obligation to specify the activation and deactivation of our sites. And this information will also be used as an information for the municipalities, which is provided by the network agency, so that the municipality is able to see when a site is going to be active. Looking a little bit more into detail on the assessment methods as such, the speaker before mentioned that we have the possibility to calculate. We also have the possibility to have a measurement-based assessment, but as you can see with point 4, this is the last option we use, because this is very, very complex and very time-consuming and very costly to perform measurement-based assessments. We have mainly two different possibilities for calculation. On the one hand, it's a simple method. It's a simple calculation method which is in place since 10 years now. And we have an enhanced calculation method which is in place since 2 years, 1.5, 2 years. The simple method is we use, it is simple for us also to pre-check. And it's for masts and for sites, also rooftops, which have not a high EMF exposure. And this is used now nowadays 90% of the time. What you can see here in this picture, in this small picture, you see there's a cylinder around the antennas, and this is the safety distance and safety space which is calculated here. It's a cylinder in vertical and horizontal safety distance. More and more we have sites which have more and more antennas, also more and more operators, 2 or 3 operators on one rooftop, and then the safety distances would be larger and also would go to another building, and this is not allowed. So we have a second method now implemented, and this is it's a far field, near field simulation. You can very specific simulate the site, and you need more antenna data, antenna information. You need near field information from our vendors. So it's a highly complex system, and that's why in the moment we use it by about 8-9% of the cases. But it will increase because we need a more sophisticated, more realistic simulation of our sites. And point 3 is a very important step, what we reached 2 years ago, that we can use and able to consider roof attenuation. That means the ceiling, the metal shields, and so on. We can include in our application, let's say 10 dB attenuation by the rooftop or by a wall. We have to check it by ourselves, so this is our responsibility again for this parameter, and it's a very complex procedure how to assess these attenuation values, but it helps us very, very much because we have a simple calculation method together with a rooftop attenuation brings us a lot of flexibility also for 5G and 3.6 gigahertz and intelligent beamforming antenna. This is really a challenge for this simplified method. So, and as I said before, measurement-based assessment for a license, this is a very complex procedure. We have to organize a date with all the operators in one date, the network agency. has a lot of effort. So this is really the last resort and very complex or specific sites what we use here. That was the procedure. What about the public information? And since almost 20 years, we have a self-commitment in place from all the operators to the government, meaning that we are transparent on our sites. And all our mobile sites are, and all the information behind, some information behind, are publicly available. And you can see here screenshots from the web page, from the database, which is issued and offered and provided by the network agency. And you can see all the sites in yellow dots here in this example. And if you click on the site, you can see information on what kind of technology it is, not a technology as such, but a mobile communication, or is it TV, or is it policy antennas and so on. And you can see the height, you can see the antenna directions, and also the safety distances in vertical and horizontal direction. And furthermore, the network agency is performing measurements for transparency, measurements to show compliance, of course, but the emission or the exposure in public areas. So as a mayor or as a public person, journal person, you can ask the network agency to make a measurement, and they will do a measurement in your place where you decide what do you want to have it. For example, next to a kindergarten, and then they publish the values at the web page. These are momentaneous measurements, not worst case measurements. The license has to be done by worst case conditions, so maximum power, maximum positive power. This is a momentaneous measurement. So what is real in place? What is realistic? And what you can see here, it's a very, very low exposure. It's below 1%, and this is a typical value what you have in reality. So this is public to everyone. Municipalities have a special login, and they can find some more information on the activation date, what kind of technology, which is the operator, and so on. Though they have some more information, they need it for people complaints, for example. But next to the network agency, the measurements here for the public, for transparency, for acceptance questions, there are also more measurement campaigns, not about the compliance, because compliance is obvious by the license, but for more information to the public, to show that the EMF exposure is very much below the limits, and all the measurements show first confirm the compliance, but also to show that the exposure limits in Germany, exposure rates in Germany are very, very low, 1%, 2%. In some rare cases we have 10%, but that's it in this case. We have different campaigns. The government, so the federal agency, Federal Bureau of Emission Protection, Bundesamt für Strahlenschutz, for example, makes own measurements. They have a competence center since this year, located in Cottbus, close to Poland, and very much resources on this. But also the federal states like North Rhine-Westphalia or Bavaria, they have special programs. They make regular measurement campaigns. In Bavaria, we have a program where any municipality can ask for measurements, and this will be funded by the federal state of Bavaria and together with the network operators. This is in place since many, many years and very successful, and helps us a lot in the critical discussion. We as network operators also perform EMF measurements, mainly to show compliance. In this case, what I show here in this picture is a small cell deployment. We use our telephone booths for small cells, antennas on top of the cabinet in this magenta head. and then there's 2 meters 50 high, and we make performance and EMF measurements in this case and show compliance, but also show what small cells add to the exposure in total, and also how the network, the network and the mobile device, if this is connected to the small cell, what benefit the mobile device has, because it can reduce its transmitting power extremely. So these are just some examples. There are many more measurement campaigns you can find in the internet, and of course 5G now is really the hot topic to make measurements. And in North Rhine-Westphalia, this is still ongoing right now. To conclude or to close my talk, I would like to give you an overview and some more information, and most of these are also in English, where you can find more information. This is, first of all, the Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure. They have a known activity and campaign on 5G for acceptance reasons. Deutschland spricht über 5G. That's a campaign of the government, all the government. Then we have information on the Federal Office of Radiation Protection, of course, from the Environment Ministry, and also at the lower point, the Federal Network Agency. And the last link, you can see EMF, Bundesnetzagentur. This is the map where you can find all the sites, where you can find the EMF measurements and so on. So very sophisticated framework, helps us a lot, but it's also highly complex. Thank you very much.
Yet another thought-provoking presentation, ladies and gentlemen, showing us how strictly mobile networks can be controlled and how compliance can be checked in terms of the EMF levels that have been defined in law. In this presentation, you said that you deactivated the 3G network, so those who protested against the 3G networks 20 years ago finally succeeded in having the 3G networks deactivated. The next speaker will be delivered by Patricia Martigne.
And she's responsible for environmental and social issues at Orange. Over to you.
Good morning or good afternoon to all of you. I'm Patricia Martigne. I'm working as a responsible for EMF, electromagnetic field and health aspects in Orange, France. And I have the pleasure today to present you something about the 5G deployment case in France. So this is a view from ourselves, as an operator in France, and I provide you with a particular case of the deployment in Paris. In my presentation, I distinguish 3 successive steps in this 5G deployment. And so step 1, first step, is about the preparation of the regulatory framework. And it's all about these 5G experimentations and reports from the national agencies to get prepared for the 5G deployment. So first of all, I would like to detail you a bit more who are the major national agencies to which operators refer in France for mobile networks deployment. So we already have the ANFR, Agence Nationale des Fréquences, which is the French agency for frequencies. And here, as an example of their key role in 5G deployment, there is the spectrum monitoring. Of course, this is not the only activities they provide around 5G deployment, but this is one major activity. We then have the ANSES, which is the French Agency for Food, Environmental and Occupational Health and Safety. And so here it's about the scientific review on the latest studies about waves interactions with human body and environment. And then we have this third national agency, which is the ARCEP, the Electronic Communications, Postal and Print Media Distribution Regulatory French Authority. And here the main role in 5G deployment among all other important roles is about the spectrum auctions for the allocation of frequencies to the operators. So now we can detail the roadmap in France in terms of 5G deployment. And so it has been launched after several key national milestones here described. So I identify the beginning of these key milestones in beginning of 2019. Of course, there were previous studies before that date, but at least in January 2019, there was this referral issued by the government, French government, on the question of the EMF exposure due to the 5G deployment and its related health effects. And so this resulted in several reports. So I won't detail all of these steps here, but you can see that you have mainly ANFR reports, one published in July 2019, and the second one in April 2020. Whereas the ANSES authority published an interim report on 5G health aspects in January 2020, so from ANSES, and the final report on 5G was submitted this year in April. And so all these reports were had the objective to answer to the government referral. And also there was an important milestone here in October 2020, which was the spectrum auction for the 5G frequencies, new frequencies for mobile networks. I am speaking about the core band, which is the 3.5 gigahertz band. And so the auctions were organized in October 2020 by the ARCEP. So everything was prepared, and so we were ready to go to the step 2, which is about the 5G early deployment. And here, what is important to know is that it was not a new deployment for operators in terms of having the use of mobile networks deployments. Here it's just supplementary technology in terms of mobile networks to be deployed. So there is nothing really new in terms of allocated frequencies for 5G up to 3.5 gigahertz band. It's not so far from the 4G frequency bands. So in terms of biological interactions, at least there are no news, no different aspects. At least this is the main conclusion we can find in the ANSES report. And so this is the reason why the regulatory framework from France decided to keep this ICNIP limits we already used for a previous generation of mobile networks. So everywhere in France, we still have these ICNIP limits, which are the regulatory reference for the 5G deployment. In terms of process, it's important to provide you with a summary of the process in France when the operator wants to deploy a mobile network. You first need to have these frequencies allocated to you by the Asstel. Then an important major step here is to provide sufficient descriptions of our network, mobile network, to be deployed to the INFR. And so INFR is the national authority which will allow the operator to deploy or not the mobile network. So this is a well-defined process, and it's used. It has been used since the 2G generation. There is also a part of the process which is important and which was introduced not so far from now, so several years ago, and it was to provide the towns and more particularly the mayors of the towns with relevant information about the mobile network to be deployed. And it was felt very important because it's okay to have all these regulatory step authorizations. Nevertheless, it was felt mainly during 3G or 4G deployments that the population needed also to better know what it was about when they saw a new antenna near their building, near their house, etc. So it is a reason why in the process we have, as operators, we have to send this information to the mayor. So this is what we call in France the DIM, Dossier d'information mairie. So, as just explained, in France we have a clear regulatory framework based on ICNIRP limits. We have a well-defined process in terms of getting authorizations by national authorities and agencies. But what is very new with the 5G deployment is the very particular context in France for this 2020 year. This was the year at which it was scheduled to launch the first 5G networks, end of the 2020 year. But this year began very in a rough way with this COVID pandemic. So there were many scientific and political debates on this COVID, both about causes of the COVID, solutions to resolve, to solve this pandemic, etc. And all these debates caused some a kind of a lack of trust in scientific experts, because there were experts debating in front of the population, etc. So it was new debates and new way of showing that sometimes scientific had no direct answers. So this was a first societal aspect here in 2020. Then there was also a very unprecedented aspect here, was the election for mayors for the new mandate from year 2020 to 2026. And these elections made a surprise in terms of mainly major French cities got elected ecological mayors. So this was a kind of revolution in terms of taking more account of all these ecological and environmental aspects. And here again, it was illustrating the societal aspects, societal context of France. And with these new mayors, they were not embarked at the very beginning of the preparation of 5G because they were not mayors at that time. I am speaking about 2017, 2018, when the ARCEP launched many preparation, many questionnaires about 5G. And so these new mayors were not mayors at that time, and so did not take part directly in all this preparation. So this may explain also a need for them to better understand things around 5G. And also they launch conferences and consultations around their citizens, their inhabitants. And so it was also some important materials to take into account. But at the same time, we had these auctions for frequencies allocation to the operators in October 2020. And here, operators are obliged to meet a certain amount of requirements to gain these frequencies. And among requirements, there is a tight schedule to deploy 5G networks. So you can see here that the operators have to find the best trade-off between this tight schedule to deploy things and also to take into account in this trade-off the strong opposition of these new mayors in the main cities, in major cities of France. And so we are coming to the last step I identified here as the first step, which is really the consultation with the cities and the importance of this consultation. And so clearly it was a very important message delivered by our Orange CEO, Stéphane Richard. He decided that it was really needed to listen carefully to all these cities, to their new mayors, and he advocated a dialogue approach. And so in Orange, we organized ourselves through several teams, and we coordinated in order to make sure that through these dialogues with the cities, we were able to provide good information and answers to the questions that were raised by the mayors and the citizens. And so here you can see that we are considering all elements we found very crucial to this kind of dialogues, and you can find the considerations of political aspects, but also operational deployments considerations, all local history. And so local teams who are used to deploy mobile networks, they are also very important in these dialogues because they know the specificities of the territory, the specificities and the constraints. So it's very important to embark them in the dialogues, but we also need a kind of global steering in order to make sure that we have coherence in the kind of messages and information we provide to the different cities. So I can focus a bit more on this chart, what we call chart. This is an agreement we first made with Paris. So we began discussions end 2020, end of year 2020. And so this agreement is due to the particular configuration of Paris with the dense population, with many buildings, etc. And it really aims at reinsisting on the importance of these dialogues and not considering only the launch of the deployment, but all the life cycle of these mobile networks. So including the 5G networks, taking into account the citizens' consultation. There was a big work performed by the town here around this consultation. So there are very interesting outcomes from this consultation. So they are put into light through this agreement. Also, it aims at facilitating access to the town's infrastructure for deploying antennas, with respect to the regulatory requirements, of course, and also pay a particular attention to the measurement results. So we have regular measurements, and they shall be carefully understood and followed. And so this is where we have a particular attention on a threshold which is codified. So it's my slide just after. Where I'm detailing these particular points of attention, they do not supersede ICNIRP limits regulatory, which is used in France, but this is really where we want to pay attention with the town. So it's codified. This is a threshold codified with the town, and it's due to the specific density of the urban configuration of Paris. And so each time you have a measurement which would be above this local threshold value, then it's the opportunity to discuss between operators and the city, and through a consultation committee which is created by the town with dedicated resources. We check that the actions, the best efforts actions of operators to reduce the exposure for these very particular points, they are relevant actions, and it shall be done keeping in mind that there is a big need also for quality of service. So these actions are a trade-off between good quality of service and reducing the exposure. So as a conclusion, in France, we are still using the regulatory limits coming from the ICNIRP guidelines. And so here, to make it clear, it's so you have all these values remembered here on this slide. And this regulatory limits, that's a thing, but we think as a responsible operator that at the same time it's very important to provide the citizens with the appropriate information through dialogues with towns, with the mayors of the towns, with the teams of the mayors. And it's really essential to provide a better global understanding on this EMF subject. So you can see that we have regulatory aspects, we have national authorities which provide useful guidance and authorizations and visibility of the measures. For example, the cartoradio.fr for the measurement provided and performed by INFR. And Orange, as a responsible operator, we carefully watch the scientific publications on all these aspects, and you can find this kind of information on our website, radiowaves.orange.com, here mentioned. Thank you very much for your attention, and no problem to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
So we have just watched a presentation of an operator who says that it is very important to provide for the adequate level of social corporate responsibility and to run dialogue with the municipal authorities and with the population. I like it. And another point that I have taken note of is the mention of the fact that in 2020 the situation was somewhat difficult with the scientists because the scientists could not clearly give answers to the questions asked by the population. And that is the problem that we are facing. During the previous session, we were saying that we had some level of uncertainty. We didn't have 100% certainty that EMF does not give rise to any other effects apart from the thermal effects, and most scientists got it that way. But my personal observation is, if you tell society that we are not sure, that we're not certain of any fact, then that immediately means it's presumed to be harmful. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, and now over to the last speaker in this panel discussion. And we're going to talk about measurement methodologies, and it's over to a representative of the Italian chamber that's responsible for regular matters.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for your invitation. I was just saying that I'm from the Business Association for the Telecommunications sector, and we have had this role by our associates of dealing with all the issues regarding electromagnetic fields for 5G deployment. But I'm going to tell you about our whole regulatory environment, of course, with a special look to those regarding 5G deployment and electromagnetic fields issues, the exposure to electromagnetic fields. I hope my presentation can be run. I don't see it. But anyway, okay, but I can go on talking while you look for it. And I just, as I said, I want you to have a wider look to our regulatory environment. That the main act is our Italian Electronic Communication Code, because, of course, our main reference is European regulation, the European regulatory framework. The European regulatory framework is, of course, a standing point since the beginning, since late 90s and the beginning of the year 2000. But since 2003, we transposed all the regulatory package in one code. That is something that the European Commission has done only lately with the 2009 directive for European Electronic Communication Code. So we have this Italian Electronic Communication Code, and the code sets the rules to authorize and regulate all operators' activities. So this runs both fixed network and mobile network, and gives the rules to deploy all the networks and to exercise all the networks as well. The Electronic Communication Code is a special law, so it prevails on all the other kind of laws unless they are recalled for in the text of the Electronic Communication Code. And this is the case for Law 36 of 2001. That's exactly on EMF exposure limits. So these are the main references in the law. And the code explicitly set the authorization request to local authority for build and operate telecommunication networks. And there is a bulk of required information set by the law that are the same for fixed and mobile. And then for fixed, of course, you have many other advices from different various authorities that are concerning landscape issues, seismic authorization, traffic ordinance, and whatever. While for the mobile network, what's particularly relevant is the advice that the regional environmental agency have to issue, and this advice has to be shown to the local authority to get authorized to build the network, to install the antennas. These administrative authorization procedures that are quite complex for the rollout of fixed and mobile networks have accounted for a significant amount of delay in building telecommunication infrastructure, because we at Asstel, my association, we have done a study along last year about the average authorization time for both fixed and mobile network, and notwithstanding the question should come in 90 days, 60 days sometimes, we have found an average time until 250 days also for the fixed network, and 210 days for mobile networks. So we raised an issue about a strong need for simplification of procedures and rules to deploy the network, both fixed and mobile network. And indeed, we have had this simplification because we have had these are the table summarizing the study I was mentioning before. And there you can see, of course, I'm sorry, the tables are in Italian, but mainly they say that you need the traffic ordinance, the local authorities, and the archaeological advice, the landscape issues settled, and whatever. And as well for mobile network, there are many authorization passages, and we had to sum up all these to be authorized to build a network. Now, as I was saying, we have new rules on authorization because the recent simplification law in Article 40 simplifies and changes the approach. So it's not the operator anymore that has to build up all the different advices and have all the different authorization, but the local authority that is asked by the operator start a procedure that's called Conferenza dei Servizi, a procedure with all the relevant public actors, and this procedure must start in 5 days. And after these 5 days, they have 90 days to develop all the issues, or otherwise, if there is no answer, the answer is given for free, it's given by default, what we call a silenzio assenso. If you don't say anything, it's fine, you can go and build. Of course, also in this new approach to authorization issues, the crucial role for mobile network deployment is regional environmental agency advice on electromagnetic field exposure compliance. So this is absolutely a crucial point. I will devote now to give you a focus on mobile network rollout. And of course, I heard the previous presentation, and the French colleague stressed out how we have a roadmap to deploy 5G, and there are a special obligation to the operators that won the auction for the frequencies, and we have them as well in Italy. They have strong obligation to develop the network. Although, as I was saying, these obligations are hampered somehow. I mean, the time to develop the network is hampered, and the situation is complicated by this administrative procedure. And I would add also that some local authorities' approach to 5G deployment has been a problem too, because especially during last year and a half, we have had a strong movement from, I would say, from the base of local communities. And we have had some local communities, especially in small towns and villages, but also some medium town, asking for a stop to this deployment. So this has been something that we have had to deal with, and we have dealt with it, both dealing with these local authorities and especially with a strong information campaign towards the majors and even towards the citizens of these towns, and we participated to many webinars on this issue, because we really feel that a good information is something that can help all those who are in doubts to believe that we are running, I mean, in a safe environment, all these activities, because we have done also a big study on all the literature on electromagnetic fields, and so we have run deep into the ICNIRP guidelines, and especially the review of the guidelines that ICNIRP published in 2020 explicitly takes into account all the various effects that are reported in literature. So not only thermal effects, but all those effects that the scientific community thinks are relevant. And what the recent ICNIRP guidelines tell us is that under the limits that ICNIRP set, the usage of radio frequencies is safe for population. So this is the main core of our information towards all the stakeholders, the relevant stakeholders. This especially because in Italy there is a strong sensitiveness on this issue, and it's somehow strange considering that our limits are far below internationally recommended levels. Here you see the limits that are set for the frequencies mainly used for 5G deployment. So we have a fixed limit of 6 volts per meter, while the international recommendation and the European recommendation are between 41 and 61, depends upon the frequency you're considering. So this is a real problem for the fast and effective rollout of our mobile networks, especially now for 5G, even regarding some specific technological features of this new technology. One other thing that's worth noticing is that the emission, the electromagnetic field exposure is considered as an emission in the atmosphere. So just like any kind of gas or whatever, and anything concerning rules on this issue or even reviewing of these rules is under the Ministry of Environment. Of course, the Ministry of Environment must be in strong cooperation with the Minister of Earth and Economic Development, but all this raises once again a problem of complexity in dealing with this issue, even to have a review of the regulation. The environmental, the environmental aspect, let's say, it's relevant because, as I said before, regional environmental agencies are in charge to verify the compliance on EMF exposure limits, and this verification, they can do that, they must do that both ex ante and ex post development of mobile network, the installation of the antennas. Ex ante, I already referred to the advice that this ARPA is what the agencies are called. ARPA is required, the advice is mandatory. You cannot do anything about a radio base station without the advice from ARPA. And ARPA also verifies the situation ex post, once the antennas are working, once the mobile network is on. And regarding these other step of the ex post verification of compliance with limits, the ARPA are free to choose how they do it. So some of them have a measurement campaign, some of them also accept citizens' requests to verify the situation in specific premises or other programs and other approaches. So the situation is strictly monitored, although sometimes it's not completely clear to all the audience. And indeed, sometimes we have a request from local authorities also in order that they want to do their own measurements. But this is a problem. I mean, it's not exactly the correct way to proceed, both from a juridical point of view, because as I said, ARPAs are in charge of this, and also from a technical point of view, because measurements of EMF exposure is not so easy to do, and ARPA has all the skills that are needed to do these kind of measurements. About measurements, there is a specific detail that I wanted to refer to you, to enlighten to you, that until 2012, we just adhere to the measurements and the recommended, the technicalities for measure recommended by the ICNIRP, the international body. That mainly the issue is that they were checked on a time basis of 6 minutes, while since 2012, measurements of exposures are averaged on a time basis of 24 hours. This is due exactly to the peculiarity of our regulation that I said before, the limits that are so far below the recommended, internationally recommended ones. And why is it so? Because the limits are so low, in accordance to principle of precaution and to foresee, to stop long-term average effects. And since the reference is long-term, then also measurements are set on a long-term average, and so it's not 6 minutes, but it's 24 hours. Of course, in case the international regulation were adopted in full, it would cover as well the measurement techniques. One other thing to stress about measurement techniques is that for 5G network, we already have in the ARPA system that's called SNPA, we already have developed special guidelines to measure 5G exposure. This is because this was needed because 5G antennas are absolutely different from previous technology. Here I show you a graph we use often to express this concept, because those are adaptive antennas, and so it's just like when you switch on or switch off a big light or a dedicated light to exactly to what you want to see. In this case is who you want to talk to, who you want to connect. And so the measurement techniques varies a lot from those used previously, even for 4G network. And this has come the SNPA to issue a decree, that's the 59 of 2019, that's based on a precautionary approach and based on guidelines from the International Electrotechnical Committee and from the Italian Electrotechnical Committee. And so all the ARPAs are absolutely able to verify compliance also for 5G networks with electromagnetic field exposure limits. So this is not an issue, I would say, to stop the rollout of the network. So in synthesis, this is the regulatory environment in Italy. And I showed you that we have had some good improvement on simplification of administrative procedure, but we still have problems. Both for, especially I would say for 5G deployment, the main one is these limits that are so below the international levels, but also the effectiveness of this new rule on simplification for the administrative authorization is under control. I mean, we are just experimenting that and we are verifying that they work, and it seems that they are working. And we still have administrative procedures quite jeopardized among local authorities, and this is something that we are working on also. So I would say that we are not yet fine with our rules, but everything is improving at different pace, at different speed. And I would say that on the whole, this represents our regulatory environment quite completely. And of course, I'm with you if there are any questions or whatever, and you can contact me by email, and this is my email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. Hopefully you will see that we are a little bit back to normal, because one of our panel members is actually with us here in the studio. After 2 years of being on constant lockdowns and maintaining social distancing, that is a key development. Hopefully next year we'll all be able to meet here on site and discuss things in person. In this panel, I have several questions that will be directed and addressed at very particular specific speakers.
And also, as far as IRCNIP recommendations are concerned, I do hope that in Italy you will be capable of adopting those, that in Italy you would be able to work on the same level as in other countries. And I have a question to you. As far as Italy is concerned, how do you think when you would be capable to harmonize the levels of fields with IRCNIP recommendations? And also you mentioned in your presentation that in Italy there is a lot of talk about social education. But who in Italy is responsible for this type of communication? Who is talking about 5G? Who is talking about technical matters and health issues? Is it the administration who is doing that? Or is it the task of private operators? Or maybe this educational role has been split between the administration and operators. So who's educating?
For your first question, who knows? I mean, we hope that this harmonization comes early, but it depends a lot on many factors, many variables and issues and people also. So it's very difficult to say when it will happen. This really, I don't know. I think that no one knows. We are, of course, hoping that it happens the sooner the better. About the educational role, I would say that some operators can have a really small role. And that's why also they refer to us as their association, because somehow it puts a small distance from them and this issue, because of course they have a conflict of interest on this issue, because one effect of raising the limits or harmonizing these limits would be that networks are much easier to roll out. And this is, of course, something beneficial for the operators. So those that are against the usage of electromagnetic field in telecommunication, because this is something that really goes far away in the past. Those people and even some scientists that are working on that against the usage of radio frequencies wrote something even 30 or 20 years ago. So it's something that has big roots in a very small part of the population. And of course, those who are against this usage of radio frequencies for telecommunication say that the question to raise, to harmonize these limits is just in the interest of the telecommunication sector and telecommunication operators. And this, of course, we reject as an issue, as an argument, because it's not true. I mean, having a good, effective, well-performing network, electronic communication network, mobile and 5G network is a plus for the whole country, because this is a platform that really habilitates, makes the country able to do many services, to do many things, to optimize a lot of processes. And so the operators have a difficult role to do this kind of educational, to play this kind of educational role. We are trying to do that as an association. And of course, there are some administration. And here you have central administration that are working, sometimes are working on that, but they have some constraints as well, because anyway, the administration is not exactly someone who does communication as the main role, as a core business. And there is a particular role also for local authorities, because in our experience, what we have seen is that some local authorities have been, I would say, captured by those against this development of networks. But there are many local authorities that just wanted to know more, to go further in deep of knowledge of the techniques, of technology, of the effects, and they went in depth with knowledge, also with scientists, and of course also with information from the industrial point of view. So it's a complex situation also from this point of view, but many things are, many stakeholders are working on that.
Thank you very much. I may only say that in Poland, we have seen exactly the same situation 2 years ago. So you may get in touch with our commercial chambers and trade chambers in Poland, and they will be happy to share their Polish experience with you on that matter. Now, a question to Mr. Unger from Deutsche Telekom. In your presentation, you say that most of the stations are being verified, are being monitored. by means of estimation of the distribution of the EMF, and only a small number of stations are measured. That is, the emission, the real emission, is not always measured. So what is the percentage of those stations where you actually measure the emissions level? And when did it happen that the regulatory environment in Germany changed? And when you were allowed to run estimations? To the best of my memory, 10 or 15 years ago, you were all obliged to do measurements and not estimations, but now you can use the estimates. So since when are you allowed to use estimates and not measurements?
Thank you. That's really, really a very good question. We are happy that we can have estimations and calculations because last year, at least our company issued around 5,000 site licenses because of change of our network and new stations, 2,000 new stations each year. So 5,000, 6,000 site licenses. You would not be able to measure this amount. And we are just one operator. We have 3 up there and now 4 operators. So even the network agency would not be able to perform it. That's why it's crucial to have an estimation, a calculation, a conservative calculation method. Since when do we use a calculation? You said 15 years. Since 10 years we have a simplified methods. 5 years before we had another very rough estimation. So 15 years it's a good figure. And then you ask, how much measurements do we do the network agency do? So just for licensing, it's less than 1%, much less than 1%, because we have, I think, 300 measurements this year for 5,000 applications. So you can see the figures. But in total, it's very low. When the network agency is doing this, if the site, the rooftop is, when there are many antennas, when they're high power, when the limits or the space around the antenna is very close and we have not much option. And if you not would get the license with the calculation method because it's overestimating the emissions, then you as an operator, you can ask for this kind of measurements. And the network operator also contacts us and say, okay, it's not possible to do a calculation, so we would like to do a measurement in this case. Or you change parameters, you rebuild the site, or you reduce power and so on. So we try to avoid measurements as much as possible because of the effort we have to take. But there are also other measurements which has been done next to the licensing in the control and monitoring phase. So 20% of the sites are monitored by the network agency, and they also perform measurements here, so to control it.
Great, and just one more question, and please a brief answer to that. In the Italian presentation, there was information that building a base station takes 200 days. So how many days do you need to build a base station in Germany, given all the administrative duties that you have to abide by?
That's a very good and also a political question, which we discuss in Germany very well, very much. It's between 1 year and 18 months, generally, that we from planning till activation, with all the permits we have to achieve. So sometimes more than 2 years. If we would be alone in this world, it would take 6 months to build, but 12 months to 18 months, that's the reality.
Right, and now a question to our guest from French Orange. You spoke a lot about the significance of talking to the cities. You spoke about the significance of the dialogue. You're trying to see their expectations, and also the cities give their premises for your base stations. but what is the legal basis for all of that? So my question is, and my question is going to be quite a narrow question, but I simply want to understand the mechanisms in France better. So if now, today, for instance, in Paris, say you want to build a base station in Paris, and what if it goes against this agreement with Paris? In some scope, it will be against the agreement with Paris. Will you be legally allowed to do it? Is it going to be just the violation of the gentleman's agreement with the city? But would you be able to build anything that is not compliant with the agreement with the city of Paris?
Yes, so thank you for the question. I hope you can hear me. About legally aspects, it's very clear. We have the license for frequency granted the Asstel, and then we have detailed file to be completed and submitted to IEEE. So these are the two national bodies that legally have the right to stop or to accept the deployment of the network. So town can just say, "Oh, I don't like antennas, so you are not allowed to deploy this in our town." Now, it's very important that we are not doing something that people don't want. And usually, when you have want to block such a project, usually it's not the majority, because we have many people waiting for services better to get a better. You can see that problem of point of view, and so it cannot be taken into account legally. Now, the legal role of a mayor can be on the urban delivery authorization. So that's another aspect, because in terms of urban infrastructure, you have to meet for urban laws, and so these are about security aspects, etc. As an operator in France has the authorization from the Asstel, from the ANFR, then we authorized to antennas in the. As I did in my point, it's we think a matter of responsible operators to inform the mayor and the citizens, and so even if legally they cannot block the project, it's very important to inform them and to exchange information about why they would have blocking the proposed blocking situation, or legally they don't have such power, I would say, at least in this domain.
Unfortunately, we have had some problems with interpretation, and due to the quality of sound, and we could not handle some technical matters. And now the question to my Polish colleague in the studio. So, how much time do you need in Poland to build a base station? And, for instance, we've heard a German example, and they use estimates. How about you in Poland? Or does it look entirely different here in Poland? Well, in Poland, this investment process of a large base station takes up to 2 years. So the pre-investment stage, investment stage, and later on, even during the supervision phase of the EMF, we cannot actually do simulations now instead of measurements. Measurements are obligatory. It's a good solution in Germany. It's quite interesting what they do, Germany. And as our colleague says, 1% of their base stations has certificates issued on the basis of measurements. Yes, on the basis of measurements. But in Poland, it's 100%. 100% of installations must have measurements taken prior to the commissioning. So any installation with electromagnetic field must be measured. And in Germany, they have a different approach. They say it's expensive, they say it's complex, but it's a good one. So Poland is... We do mission impossible. Yes, we do things that are impossible, but we still do that. But look at Germany. In the future, we're going to have many more base stations. We're going to move into higher frequencies. There's going to be more of that. They're going to emit at different power levels. So maybe then the measurements approach will be no longer doable, and we will have to use theoretical calculations instead. So we have to use German experience now. As far as measurements are concerned, yes, I think it's a good idea, but think of it. In Germany, they have a body responsible for that. They have an institution that is responsible for frequencies management. It's just like the UKE in Poland. It's more or less that type of an authority, but it calls for highly complex models. A lot depends on the load, and those are units that are not emitting with the same power output. So it's not that simple. It's not that easy to do such calculations. And statistically speaking, it's also highly variable. And it all depends on the traffic as well. So you say that the EMF issue is a very complex issue. People say harmful, not harmful, do, not do. And here, once we move into this issue, it seems to be very complex. So, dear guests, thank you very much for your kind participation in the discussion. Now, let's take a break. Let's say 15 minutes break. And before that, you had coffee. Well, not coffee this time right now. You won't have time for coffee. You will have time for a cup of tea. See you in 15 minutes. Thanks.
Sprawdzanie poziomów pól elektromagnetycznych w Twoim otoczeniu to nie wyprawa w kosmos. C2PEM. Tylko wiarygodne dane.
Working together to connect. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields are all around us. These invisible waves send information between base stations and devices, connecting us without the use of wires. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields, or RF EMF, transmit information wirelessly to our cell phones and Wi-Fi enabled devices. In 2019, there were 8.3 billion mobile phone subscribers globally. If roughly every 1,000 subscribers need one cellular mast, that would mean that there are more than 8 million base stations around the world. With the growing number of cellular stations, wireless technologies and devices, are there health effects associated with RF EMF? This public concern surrounding RF EMF exposure limits creates a challenging health issue for regulators, service providers, and wireless equipment suppliers. RF EMF exposure levels, which are monitored around the world, consistently show low levels of exposure relative to international RF EMF levels. There is no evidence that RF EMF exposure below the international limits has adverse health effects. More and more countries refer to international RF EMF exposure limits. However, many governments face pressure to do more to address public concerns. ITU members have co-created a report on human exposure to RF EMF. The report focuses on science-based policies, guidelines, regulations, and assessments. It provides guidance to policymakers to avoid unnecessary restrictive regulations, which could negatively impact information and communication services. The best practice for administrations is to limit the exposure levels to the threshold specified in the IEEE, International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, Guidelines 2020. WHO advises against introducing new limits in addition to the existing science-based limits, as it undermines the credibility of the science and exposure limits. And IEEE Guidelines 2020 say additional measures won't benefit people's health. The report recommends raising community awareness to reduce unnecessary public concerns and provides best practices from many countries. There is more work to be done to ensure that people can connect to essential digital services, knowing that they're protected and informed. Working together to connect. www.itu.int.
przerwie. Mam nadzieję, że...
Welcome after the break, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are seated and you have a cup of coffee next to you, because we will now be starting yet another very interesting session. The first session was dedicated to discussing the ways in which limits are set. The second session was about compliance verification, and now we will be talking about something else. Our speakers will be talking about the way we should communicate about compliance. Nerad Radosavljevic is our first speaker. He represents the Serbian regulator. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nenad Radosavljevic. I'm coming from RATEL, and I'm team lead for quality of service in Regulatory Agency for Telecommunications, Serbia. At the beginning, I just want to say thank you, and also I would like also to say this is great privilege for us to have opportunity to present in front of EMF International Conference, and also I want to say thank you for National Telecommunication Institute. Today I will speak about our project, continuous monitoring of electromagnetic field in Serbia, and also how this influence on publics. Today we are witnesses of how technologies are changed and how these technologies and new development are accepted by the people. So that was the reason why we start with this also project. What is the current case and what is the case in the last several years is that we have missing the trust between general public, local government, and also operators who need to implement new technologies. That was the reason why we in RATEL in 2017 deploy system, or let's say start with this project, how we can in continuous way measure electromagnetic field in area which are interested for us, or let's say to measure electromagnetic field on location which are sensitive and most interesting for us. That is the reason how we just want to convince our citizens and publics about levels, and also to improve knowledge in this area. So what we have rapid development of wireless technologies in general, but when we speak about telecommunication, of course, we spoke about 5G networks. So what we have, increasing number of the sources for transmitting, let's say 5G base stations, which has influence on as a result public concern about electromagnetic field which come from new technology. As I mentioned, that was the reason why we start with the project. Here on this slide, you can see on the right side how look like our current map. This is long-term project, EMF RATEL, which we start in 2017. In 2017, at the end of the year, in December of 2017, we have installed 9 sensors, and current in November 2021, we have 88 sensors in 39 cities around Serbia. What is important to mention is that number of these pictures just represent how many sensors are in each of these cities. We use best product from the manufacturer in this area, NARDA and Wave Control. And this project is also open because we are always involved another institutions, companies who also is interested in this area to bring a sensor and also to be publicly available. What is the idea of project? When we start is to install 100 sensors in Serbia. How process and how project goes, it is divided in several phases. First phase, is to, based on our database for each transmission sources from RF spectrum, and comparing with the location of each potential institution, just to check which institutions are interesting for EMF sensors. After that, we are going to location, perform measurement, preliminary measurement, and if some criteria is satisfied, then we testing and configure equipment, and then this part is finished. After that, another team in Ratel, together with subcontractor, going to the location, complete all necessary activities, what is necessary to be completed just to successfully install sensor. And on the right bottom corner, you can see how look like a final product sensor on some of the institution. What is very important to mention, in Serbia, we just decide which location are important for this project. We are using, let's say, most sensitive location where people spend more time during the day or more. So, for example, our location where we install sensors are schools, kindergartens, hospitals, student dorms, and so on. As I mentioned, we're using the best manufacturer in this area for this topic, and in our network we use this manufacturer. From one side it is Narda and also Wave Control. Both of these sensors cover from 100 to up to 7 gigahertz frequency band, and also they are using for communication to the FTP server 2G, 3G or 4G modem, and also for communication for configuration of the sensor standard Wi-Fi, USB or Ethernet ports. From one side, we have one type of the sensor, but also in our network, we are using band selective sensor, which is also shown on this picture. It is a little bit complex. As name said, it is a band selective sensor, which means that we can easily configure our sensor on weight just to show us which of the technology or bands or mobile operators has the biggest influence on some location. So with this sensor, we cover from 100 to up to 6 gigahertz. And also for communication, it is same to send the data mobile network, and also for configuration Wi-Fi or USB or Ethernet ports. Will be a little bit more about this in the next slides. On this picture, it is shown how look like some of the sensors on our location. On the left side, we can see a sensor in an elementary school in Belgrade. On the right side, we can see sensor on the faculty of technical science in Novi Sad. Both of these sensors use solar panel for power supply. And also, as a backup, we provide on each location electrical supply from electrical grid. All sensors are installed on the pole, and you can see how sensors look like. What is the measure what we want to show to our citizens, and what is the graph which are available on our portal? We can see on the right side of the slide. On the left side, we can see how look like sensor which we install on one of the location in Belgrade. It is location student dorm in Belgrade, and we decide to put sensor here because we have big number of the young population. And on the right side, we can see how sensor measure during the summer period of 2021. On x-axis, we can see period of from June up to September of this year. And you can see this blue line, how goes and what is behavior of the measurements on the sensor during this period. We can notice that when student exams are finished, during the middle of the July, level goes down because students go to the holidays, to their home, student dorm become more and more empty, and that was the reason why levels goes down. Also, on another example, what we measure and how we get results from our sensor, it is shown on this slide, where we can see sensor from Faculty of Technical Science. This is a faculty where we install sensor on one of the balcony. And on the right side, we also can see how sensor measure values for electromagnetic fields. So we can see that we have several blue lines which are higher and 2 lower, which means that we can easily recognize when is a working days and when is a weekend. During the working days, of course, it is a lot of students there, but during the weekends, only some technical staff or security staff are there, so levels are much, much lower. Another type of the sensor, it is band selective sensor, which I mentioned on the slides before. We also have this sensor in on 2 locations in Serbia. Both of them are in Belgrade, and one of them it is elementary school Drinka Pavlović in the city center of the Belgrade. We decided to put this sensor here, especially because according to our database from regarding usage of RF spectrum, we noticed that on this location it is a lot of technology available, and we decide because it is elementary school, let's put sensor just to measure what is the levels in schools where our kids are going. So we notice the results, we get results which are shown also on this slide, but also at the same time you have option to click on the reference values just to compare what is the measure values received from the sensor, and also to make comparison with your values defined by rule book and with referent levels. And for example, if you compare most often used technologies, 2G, 3G, 4G, and also FM radio is available in this location. And when you compare with reference levels, you will notice that values achieved with the sensor, it is 10 times lower than reference level. This is very important key message of what we want to share and what we want to present to our citizens. How big is difference? What is the limit? And what is the real measured on fixed location in our different type of the institutions? After this, let's say part regarding the hardware and how look like sensor on the field. This is how look like EMF Ratel system overview or system architecture. If we are looking from the left to the right side, we have, of course, source of EMF. Then on our schools or kindergartens or hospitals, EMF sensor, which are installed, which collect EMF levels, and using mobile networks, all data are sent to our central database, from where all data and information are then available using internet to our public users, to our end users, and from another side to our technical staff, who is responsible to access to admin part of the portal, just to monitor and to check status of each sensor. What is also very important to show and to inform is that portal is publicly available on the address emf.ratel.rs, of course on Serbian and English language. It is also available to access through any type of devices. So if you have possibility, please check it, and you will see a very intuitive, user-friendly portal. From one side, you can see very easily, and you can easily get results from a location which you are looking for. From left side, you have 2 options: choosing the location from drop-down menu on the left side, or just clicking on a blue circle on the map, which will be directed to the sensor, and you will be also in position to choose period of time for which you are looking for to see the results, and also to see graph with the results, and also how look like sensor at that location, and also panorama view, just in the case to see what is around the sensor, or let's say how far away is some potential base stations. What is also important when we speaking about our project, from one side, it is to make this, let's say, network of the sensors around Serbia, and to install the hardware and to measure. And this is one type of the activity. But another type of activity, it is our participation on a government project related to the open data, which we just want to also emphasize how it is important results from this sensor. Our our project is also part of the Open Data Government project, which means that all results from our sensor are available on address data.gov.rs and in a different type of the format, CSV, XML, or JSON, and with all information which are provided on our portal which sensor measure. So location, sensor type, data and time when measurement performed, levels, field limit, exposure limit, and so on. This is very important part, and this is very important because we just want to show how transparent we are, and we just want to also encourage people to use this data and to try to modify, to make some accommodation and to plug and to provide to user on maybe some different way. That is the reason why we are using open data, and why we want to just also to invite another startup or institutions, universities, just to play with open data, because in these days we already know how data are important. Another activity related to the EMF portal, it is also related to the education. This is one of the way how we can improve social trust regarding EMF. Our portal, emf.ratel.rs, contains a lot of education materials, a lot of paperworks, a lot of information, links to our rule books, to our rules and laws regarding this in this field. And we think this is very important to our citizens. From other side, we also have a lot of activities regarding presentations, workshops, participations on conferences, and similar activities. Also, Ratel is also active on the social media, providing some of the news in this area, and also preparing some video animated movies regarding EMF and provide it to our citizens. As I mentioned before, this is very important project for Ratel, because we are now witnesses how technologies sometimes is very hard to implement, how hard is implement new technologies. That is the reason why information what we provide on our EMF portal is very, very important. We are very happy because, as I said, this is long-term project, and plan is to install 100 sensors. We already have plan for the 2022 year to install more sensors than we installed in 2021. So interest for this project is going up. It is very important to mention that we will continue with this project. From one side, we also involve another parties to participate in our project and to get more sensors on our portal. From another side, we just also need to implement new features on our portal, just for our end user to be more friendly, userly oriented portal. And also we need to implement new features in our admin part, because number of sensors is going become higher and higher. One more time, I'm calling you to check emf.ratel.rs to see our project and to see electromagnetic fields in Serbia on specific location. That's it from my side. Thank you for your patience. If you have any question, please, you can see my email address. Please contact me, and I will be glad to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I know the Ratel system quite well. I've been following it for quite some time. I think the system has been up and running for 5 years now. 1 year was probably dedicated to developing it before the implementation stage. So 7 years ago, Serbia decided to really reach out to the public and start communicating about EMF. So this presentation really emphasized the word trust, and that's a key point. our lives would be so much easier if we had more trust in one another. And I think this is also something that this conference is focusing on. It's focusing on rebuilding trust.
And Helen Unander will make the next presentation. She is the chief engineer at the head engineer at the Department of Technology of the Norwegian Communications Authority. Over to you, Edith Helen Unander.
My name is Edith Helene Unander, and I am from the Norwegian Communications Authority. I will talk to you about how we work on information and give you an insight on how and why we are organizing this work as the way we do in Norway. Finally, I will reflect on why we in Norway don't use widespread EMF information campaigns. Finally, I will reflect on why we in Norway don't, we are strong believers of being transparent and to provide the public with credible and science-based information. The Norwegian Communications Authority is an executive, supervisory and administrative authority for services within postal and electronic communication in Norway. I belong to the Department of Technology, and the section I work in have the measuring experts and the equipment to do different types of measurements. We do not only do EMF measurements, but also interference hunting, coverage, and other types of measurements within the frequency spectrum. All our inspectors are well educated and very dedicated and take pride in their work. Together, we have long experience in doing measurements. We keep ourselves updated and educated by following webinars, tutorials, courses, and in cooperation with other colleagues. And as you can see in the pictures, we have well-equipped cars, and you can also see two of my colleagues discussing over something on the instrument. We have a joint agreement between the two expert bodies Norwegian Communications Authority and the Norwegian Radiation and Nuclear Safety Authority, the DSA. Our responsibility is clearly distributed. ANCOM have the measuring experts and the equipment to do the measurements. We map and document the EMF levels from base stations and other radio equipment. The Radiation Authority handles health-related issues and keep track of the research status. They also recommend the guidelines we follow in Norway, which is the ICNIRP 2020 guidelines. This cooperation has proven to be valuable and given us a better understanding of the topic of EMF. Both authorities can focus on our areas of expertise and at the same time gain from each other. So we cooperate widely with others on the EMF topic. The number one is already mentioned is ANCOM and DSA. We have an annual meeting with both the directors present where we have a mutual update on our activities respectively. This meeting is then followed by a workshop where we discuss ongoing and future projects. Last time we recorded a podcast about 5G that was based on questions that DSA receives from the public. Both ANCOM and DSA receives queries from the public, and we often experience that people contact both of us with the same type of questions. When this happens, it is really very useful to know each other well and to be able to guide the people to the correct authority. Having a joint agreement and knowing each other's area of expertise is a superb starting point for providing the public with good information. And we are always available for the public to contact us. We also cooperate with industry. This is a working group led by ANCOM who meets twice a year. The group have representatives from DSA, the mobile operators, the emergency network, and a representative from the installers. The working group has met twice a year since 2012 and is an important arena for information sharing between the industry and the authorities. In these meetings, we update each other on the number of inquiries and measurements performed by the operators and ourselves, and we discuss whether there are some special areas of interest we need to focus on. We share experience from the measurements we've done. And the working group gives an overview of and good understanding of the public opinion and concerns on EMF-related issues, and it allows us to catch up on things we might not yet be aware of, and it allows us to be proactive. So our experience is that the industry appreciates this meeting arena, and if needed, they help us in granting access to area where we want to do measurements. It is in all our interest to provide the public with the best information to calm concerns. I should also mention that we do not do compliance measurements on new sites in Norway. The operators do not have to fill in forms to establish a base station, but we do unannounced measurements if we believe there is a reason to do so. And if we measure high EMF levels, we send the results to DSA for further analysis. And if the result that might be that the operators are asked to take actions to reduce the EMF levels, but this rarely happens. So the cooperation between DSA and ANCOM have resulted in information leaflets, reports, a poster, and as of late, also a podcast. In this site, you see to the left, there is a leaflet. This leaflet is accessible from our website. You can print it and fold it and give it as a handout. One is aimed for installers and workers who climb in masts and install the antennas. And the other leaflet is for the general public and contains information of EMF in EMF exposure in general, and it also informs about the recommendations, the IEEE guidelines. The report in the middle is a result from a several-year-long cooperation between ANCOM and DSA, where ANCOM, we do the measurements. We have been measuring the EMF levels in a typical Norwegian city 4 times a year since 2013. The measurements are done. We have 16 measuring points where we measure 8 points a day, and we do the measurement the same day of the week at the same time. And this, as I mentioned, have been done for several years. The results are gathered and analyzed by DSA, and together we have published 2 reports. The first one came in 2013, and we had in 2016, and we had an update in 2020. And we are still collecting data. And what's interesting is that the next measurement we're doing in January will catch the start of 5G when in this particular city. Because last time we did the measurement, 5G wasn't turned on, but now it has been turned on, and then we will catch it. And to the right, there is a poster. That was a result from the measurements and the first report, and we presented it at a poster session at the 8th International NEAR Conference that was held in South Africa in 2016. We had planned to make a new poster for the 9th International NEAR Conference in 2020, but unfortunately the pandemic put an end to that, so that hasn't happened yet. So we aim to provide the public with facts and easily understood information. The websites contain complementary information to these products. And for instance, we have some information to the user of what to expect if they have a measurement done. We also have made and will make measuring reports available on the page. So Ancom also have an online service. The service is called Finn Senderen. That means find the sender. Finn Senderen allows the user to enter their home address, and then they have to zoom in quite a lot, and then the base stations in the area will appear in the map. And then the user can point at one of the base stations, and information of what services the base station offers will appear. And as you can see, in this particular one, you have the name of the provider, and you see that there's 2G and there's 4G and also 5G and some NB-IoT available. You can also see the distance from where you have your pin to the base station, and in this case it's 231 meters. That the green light indicates the distance. The green line indicates the distance. And to the right, you have your our radiation calculator. The principle is the same. The user have to enter their home address or an address and will get a result, a theoretical calculation of the EMF levels within a circle with a given radius. The minimum radius will be 500 meters. And in this example, it is set to 500, but it can be increased to 2,000 meters. And then the EMF level is calculated from all the base stations within that circle. The data is from data the mobile operators are providing or reporting to Ancom. The data is updated every 3 months, so there might be a 3-month delay in what is shown in the maps. There's also the result from the calculation is given within the green circle, and if you can also regulate the height. So if you live high up in a building, you can adjust the height, and if you cross the limit, the circle will turn red. This is a really helpful tool when we have people on their phone, and we can guide them, and they can see for themselves how low the EMF levels are. And if we do measurements, we measure lower because this is a worst case theoretical value. In the future, we will also provide with more measurements, and we will have a 24/7 monitoring site in a busy place in Oslo that will be available to this service. So over time, we see changes in people's concern. In 2019, we had a lot of activities and concern about electric power meters that were installed in people's private homes in Norway. This power meter had a little radio transmitter and an antenna, and this caused a lot of worries and lots of questions. And this resulted in a measuring campaign from us, where we traveled around and did measurements on all types of electric power meters and wrote a report and published it. So it's available on our website. But now, when the power meters have been installed, there's not so many questions anymore. 5G, we expected it to cause a lot of questions and activities. It has to a certain point, but not nearly as much as we thought it would do. So in general, people have questions about Wi-Fi, the mobile phone, the actual phone, and base stations in general. So I would say most of the questions are about base stations in general, and of course, 5G sometimes. The anti-EMF groupings in Norway are well known to us. They are active in social medias, and we have a blogger that produces a lot of anti-radiation texts. Norway is a small country, and the groups aren't the biggest ones, but they do have a strong voice. And by that I mean that they are able to reach a lot of people, which in turn often create work for us. If anti-EMF groupings have had a meeting, we can receive a lot of similar questions from several people afterwards. They are often quite aggressive in their way of communicating. But our strategy is always to provide them with understandable, correct, and science-based information. And we divide the people into 3 categories. We have those who don't worry, they don't even think about it or care about EMF. And we have those who are a bit concerned and they worry a bit and they seek information, and they can call us or send us an email. And we have the group of those who are convinced that EMF levels in general are too high and are not susceptible to information from the authorities, and therefore they seek alternative information online. It's a small but powerful group, and they often meet us with an instrument making noise or blinking lights, and they tend to trust those instruments more than our measurement results. But we are always open about how and what we measure. So again, our job is to provide those who seek information with enough information to make them capable to decide whether or not to be concerned. So in Norway, we don't do any widespread information campaigns. The aim is to moderate concerns in the public with neutral and accessible information, and not to increase the concerns. We focus on facts and to be open and transparent about the measuring and research results by always having updated information available. We believe authorities need to speak with the same tongue so that the public is met with the same message, independent of who they reach out to. Whether it is the best method to moderate skepticism is open for discussion. But as long as the general public in Norway is at ease and there's little turmoil or new conspiracy theories out there, we believe meeting the audience with credible information based on science and facts is the best way. We do have groups and people challenging us and demanding actions against EMF and the guidelines, but they are very few and well known to us. Our focus is not on the 1% who is convinced the EMF levels are dangerously high and don't trust the science. Our focus is to provide the group that is a little bit concerned with neutral science-based, and easy understood information. So if we had a campaign, who would be the target if we were to make a general one? And how will they receive the information if they haven't any concerns, or will the information create concerns? We have a saying in Norway, it's better not poke the bear, which describes our strategy very well. If there is not much going on in the media or public, we don't trigger the concerns. The situation will of course be changed if we see there are a lot of false information out there. Then we might do a targeted campaign. We do receive a number of calls and emails, but not in a large scale. Based on what we believe, we are on the right track regarding how we are organizing our EMF information. In Norway, the cooperation between expert bodies and the industry has been a success and proven valuable. We have a good overview of the level of concerns in the public. So, Thanks again for the invite to give this presentation. My details are in the slide. Thank you.
As I have been watching this presentation, I actually smiled. My smile was due to the fact that those who are anti-5G, those who oppose 5G, they're all the same, basically speaking, all over the world. Those people are being somewhat aggressive. The rhetoric is somewhat aggressive, and they do use some measurement devices that produce a lot of noises. The more the noise, the better for them. But what surprised me in this presentation by the Norwegian regulator, and I hope we will talk about it later on, is that you are being reactive to these problems. That is to say, all others speak about active, proactive education, that others say that they're being proactive, but the Norwegian regulator says, no, we're not holding widespread campaigns, we're just reacting when necessary. We'll talk about it. And now, Paweł from the Telecommunications Institute, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Rafał Pawlak of the Institute for Telecommunications, State Research Institute. I will be talking to you about the information system concerning EMF generating sites. The abbreviation is SI2PEM, and I will be talking about the role of the system in mitigating social concerns. During the previous edition of the conference, last year and 2 years ago, I discussed the system as something that was being worked on, that was underway. Right now, I can tell you that it has been launched. It is up and running. It was launched on the 20th of July, 2021. It is publicly available on the website with the URL si2pem.gov.pl. It is available to everyone. You don't have to log in, so it's open to the public at large. Why is it so important to say that this system has already been commissioned and is already operational? We can identify several needs in this area. And first of all, there is a pressing need to provide easy access to data about base stations. It is important to provide access to updated authoritative data. It is also important to enable the evaluation of exposure to EMF in the environment, and it's also important to make sure that people have access to uniform reports on EFM measurements. Every citizen should have access to such data. Every citizen should be able to quickly and easily evaluate the exposure in their environment, including exposure based on the estimation of continuous distribution of EMF in the environment all over the country. So the basic objective here is to mitigate concerns about EMF levels in the environment. There are plenty of problems that we are aware of, and one of such problems is the actual power with which base stations operate. Let's remember that the actual power is around several dozen watts, and that should not be confused with the EIRP power that is used by the base stations. Let's remember that the EMF, as long as it is within the allowed levels, it is not a threat to the general public in public spaces. It cannot be treated as a threat. However, it can be seen as a threat in the sense that it is the subject of continuous disinformation efforts, it is the subject of plenty of fake news, and in this sense it can be a threat to the state ICT security. The SI2PM system is related to a whole legal environment. There is a document that is called the Strategy for Responsible Development. It was adopted by the Council of Ministers back in 2017. So it is now being implemented. We can say that this is a roadmap for the for the development of the economy over the upcoming years. The time frame here is the time frame until 2020 and beyond. There are 3 basic goals that have been identified in this document, and one of those goals is to enable the efficient operation of the state and its institution in order to pursue development. The strategy identifies certain areas that can have an impact on the pursuit of that goal, and one of those areas is the environment, and there's a specific element of that environment that is referred to in the document, which is the electromagnetic field that can have an impact on the quality of our lives. So it was planned to launch an IT system that would provide coherent and uniform access to all citizens to information about EMF sites and exposure levels around the EMF sites. As a result, there was a special act that was adopted, the so-called Mega Telecommunication Act, and this act amended a series of other acts, and one of such amended acts was the Act on the Support of the Development of Telecommunication Services and Networks. And this particular act includes Chapter 2B. It's a new chapter that is dedicated in its entirety to the SI2PM system. Paragraph 1 states that the SI2PEM system is an information system maintained by the minister responsible for information technology. And indeed, this system is now operated by the minister responsible for information technology. So the SI2PM system was built as part of a project that dates back to the late 2018. And back in 2018, the SI2PM project was accepted for implementation, and implementation spanned the years 2018-2021. The project was co-funded under the Digital Poland operational program of the European Union, Access number 2. As a result, the SI2PM system was developed and launched in July this year. The target group of the system includes citizens, members of the general public. That's the largest group of people who use the system. Other target groups include administrative authorities, to be more precise, municipal authorities and district authorities responsible for environmental protection. Another target group includes ICT business operators and entrepreneurs. So we are now aware of the fact that all of these groups and their members use the system on a regular basis. All projects have specific outputs or deliverables. In our case, the most important deliverable was a service that was intended to facilitate access, public access to EMF data, environmental data, and other data. In order to achieve this objective, we used IT tools. We developed specific computational models that allow us to determine the continuous distributions of EMF values across the national territory. There are also additional products or outputs, including the interfaces that enable users to use the system. Such interfaces allow us, for example, to collect data on EMF sites. The interface also enables the collection of data about EMF measurement results, and it's also an interface that enables access to information about base stations and the results of measurements of the EMF around base stations. In the system, we can identify two different models. The first one is publicly available to all members of the general public. No registration at all is required. Access is completely free. And this is a component that allows you to access specific information about measurement results, EMF measurement results. It also offers access to results that are fed into the system by installation operators. In this component, you can also gain access to the results of simulations of EMF distribution across Poland. These are very precise and accurate data. There is also a database that collects all EMF site notifications. And there is yet another component that refers to all the data that is fed into the system. The other component is intended for experts, expert users. It consists of 4 different elements, and each of those elements corresponds to a different article, a different paragraph of the Act on the support for the development of services, the Act that I referred to previously. So these are the elements that concern, for example, the obligation to feed information into the system by site operators, as well as by environmental protection agencies. They are required to fed audit results into the system. Accredited labs as well as environmental protection authorities are also required to provide data that is included in the system. So these 4 modules are accessible upon registration, so you need to establish a profile and account in order to be able to access the system. So as part of this project, we developed the SI2PEM system, but the project also includes the organization of workshop sessions and training programs for employees of central and local government authorities. These were not open training programs. They had a very specific target group. We intended to have 1,200 participants of the training programs. Later on, it resulted that people were very much interested in participating, and ultimately we managed to train 1,500 different people in using the system. There were 2 series of training programs. The first concerned the basic physical phenomena related to the electromagnetic field, and here again there was a lot of interest on the part of members of the target group, and that's why there were 2 editions of these training programs. The second series was dedicated to practical aspects of using the system. Right now, we have concluded the project, we have launched the system, and now we have entered the maintenance stage. So work is still ongoing, obviously. We are now operating support services. We run a help desk for our users. We have also developed answers to frequently asked questions, and these are available on the website whose address you can see here. In this slide, we are also implementing modifications into the system in reply to comments submitted by labs, operators, and other entities, including employees of environmental protection authorities and agencies. We offer training programs that are quite interesting. There were various editions addressed to representatives of local authorities, operators, and labs conducting EMF measurements in the environment and then feeding the results into the SI2PEM system. And now a few pieces of information about the statistics. So these are data that have been collected 4 months into the operational period of the system. More than 5,000 unique users. That's how many users we registered on the first day when the SI2PEM system was launched. Right now, in late November, as of the end of November, we can boast more than 61,000 unique users, unique visitors to our site. If you delve deeper into the topic, you'll see that there are also numerous returning users. So we have 217,000 users who have used our system at some point. Average time of use of the website exceeds 2 minutes. So in the case of environmental protection agencies, they use the website in order to enter the data they are required to enter under the Legislative Act. And in terms of citizens, they usually visit the site in order to check the EFM levels in their environment. We can also see the websites that our users used in order to enter our website. First, of course, you have direct connection. Sometimes some users are redirected from other websites, and you can see the names of those websites here in the slide. We also know where our users are located. Most of them are located in Poland, but we also have some foreign overseas users. In Poland, you can see the details of the cities that our users hail from. You can see Warsaw, Wrocław, and you can see also some foreign users. And some more statistics, ladies and gentlemen, about the visits. You can see that the numbers are quite substantial. It's the magic of big numbers. 650,000 different events have been generated since the system was launched. And amongst them, we can identify more than 100,000 cases of access to locations on the map, which means that users actually wanted to find out what the EMF levels in their environment was. So they looked at the EMF values, and also we have seen more than 50,000 notifications, notifications being made, and we have also seen more than 12,000 cases of people asking for access to EFM reports available in the system. And now a few numbers in terms of the login data, how many people have logged into the modules. We have seen 7,000 cases of people logging into the restricted site for public authorities. We also have information sections on our website. For example, the information section on EMF and what it actually is, we can see that 6,006 is that people have visited the site 6,000 times, and we can also see that people have downloaded the document called EMF in numbers more than 5,000 times. People have also downloaded 4,000 different files from our website. So you can say that these numbers really go to show that it was the right thing to do. We really did what we should when we decided to develop this system. Here in this slide, you can see a map of the SI2PEM system.
Here we see some of the values that are available. This is the information that we receive from laboratories, and those are measurement results. But just would like to tell you that here what we see are the results for 2021 only. and we see just some levels of information, and this map is being cyclically supplemented with information, so we receive more and more information. And currently, within this system, we have approximately 2,000 reports that have been submitted by the laboratories and by installation managers, and that is starting with July this year when we started the system. So the number of measurement points, this is quite an interesting piece of statistics. So it turns out that the data that we receive to the system is quite abundant. So far, September was the record high month. This is when we received information on almost 20,000 measurement points, which, given 22 working days, business days within September, it means that on a daily basis we were receiving information on more than 190 measurement points per day in September. In November, it's going to be definitely more than 7,137 measurement points. That is the number of the measurement points as at the time of drafting this presentation, so undoubtedly by the end of the month the number would be high. But as far as the statistics is concerned, in this system we have information about the average level of the EMF month by month. So we can see that this average value is more or less 2.5 volts per meter. And this is the average value for all of the measurement points within a given month. Also, we have information on the maximum highest registered level of the EMF, which is 26.4 volts per meter, which is still below the threshold value of 28 volts per meter. This seems to be quite a high level, but we need to take into consideration the fact that this value depends on the methodology of testing of the EMF, and the result that we see in the report takes into consideration the uncertainty, measurement uncertainty, but also takes into consideration a coefficient, correction coefficient, that should reflect the maximum load of the station. So if we take into consideration the value and the expanded uncertainty of measurement, then the real value that we gain during the measurement sometimes is being increased twice, is increased by 100%. So the value that we achieve should probably be divided by 2 given the expanded uncertainty. And also this is the maximum value. It's a temporary maximum value. It's not the average value. So if we look at the percentage ratios, it turns out that the number of measurement points where the value of the EMF exceeds 21 volts per meter, but is still below the threshold of it's still below the threshold value of 28, then we have only 11 such measurement points in Poland out of 70,000 of measurement points, which means that 0.015% of measurement points have a higher value of 21 volts per meter, which is still not much. And usually we get such measurements on balconies and windows. This is where we have an exposure to a direct beam, if this is within the azimuth of the antenna. And you do not actually get such a result in other places accessible to the population. And also there is a possibility of looking for a base station by giving the identifier of the base station. So it's enough to key in the identifier of the base station, and then you see the result. So you click the ID of a base station, and immediately taken directly to this location of this base station, and there you can see the base, you can see the measurement points, you can see the icon that signifies the base station. So if you click the base station icon, what you see an additional window where you receive basic information about this base station. So it's the address, identifier, and who is the manager for this installation. And once you click on this measurement point, you will receive information that speaks very directly, and it simply shows the value of the EMF measured at this point, and it also shows the percentage of this value with regard to the threshold value of 28 volts per meter. And here we can see the date of the measurement, and we know exactly who did the measurement. So you can also see two more important options available here that one might use. So there is a possibility of looking into the reports about that refer to this base station, and we can see the measurement report generated by the system. So let's have a look at the reports. So once you click on this option, the reports, you open up another window, and in this window we can see a table, and there we see information on reports on this about this base station. This is the instances of reporting this base station to the environmental agency. So you click on the submission. Once you click on the submission, you receive a PDF file, and this PDF file describes exactly this report, and it shows, for instance, in this particular case, that this is a report on a base station, and if there were subsequent reports or submissions, then you will see the history of all reports for this base station. So in fact, you have information on all submissions and all or applications with regard to this base station. And if you download the report, then you get an access to full report. That is the original report that was submitted at the environmental agency, and it is done by an accredited laboratory, which means that you have access to an original copy of a report for this particular location. So once you click the viewing button, there is detailed information on when an application was registered at the office, when the application was published, and what was the number of what is the case number. Then there are filters, and the filters give us a possibility to do a search in the register of applications. So if there are more applications than just one, then you can see a total history for a given allocation, and this is where you can look for specific information about this particular base station. So once you click on the report, this is when you get a total report generated by the SI2PM system. And it's a single report for all locations. It's a uniform report for all locations. As you know, so far in Poland, we do not have any regulation that would describe the report. We do not have any regulation on how the report should look like. So this means that each laboratory all laboratories act in compliance with their own quality books, and therefore these reports vary. In our system, however, we generate a document, and this document is called a report, and we say directly that this is not a certified report, just as a report on the basis of the data submitted to the system, but it's a uniform type of report for all locations. So each report, in exactly the same way, shows and presents data, measurement data for each location, which makes it easier for those people who do not have specialist knowledge and who do not have lab expertise. It helps those people to read this document and to understand this document. And also within the system, we have an option that gives you access to the applications and reports from all over Poland. So here's a list of all applications and the list of all reports, and it was available since the very beginning of the system. And the first submission, the first application that we received was a record made by the city of Kraków. Right now in the system we have more than 700 applications after 4 months of the system. So we have more than 700 cases or applications that have been submitted by environmental agencies to our system. And the system was being run for 4 months, and within this period of time we have been capable of solving a number of problems that have been reported by the users, and also we have been capable of taking action on the basis of the data that we saw in the system. So sometimes we have just typos in the system, sometimes geographical coordinates are misspelled, and sometimes the values of the EMF are presented with errors. So as you can see in the top right corner of this table, you can easily see a typo, right? You see an outlier. So if in most cases the results are within the range of 2 volts per meter, all of a sudden here we can see one of them is 10 times as high, which means that this is an outlier. It means that something is wrong with it. And indeed, if you have a closer look, it turns out that it's a mere typo. Someone was keying in the result and just made a mistake, or just probably the comma sign was shifted accidentally. But of course, the result is that these results are plotted on the map, and it looks on the surface as an outlier. But now we have validation mechanisms built in the system, so they check the coordinates and verify whether these coordinates refer to a given location, and also they verify other possible values. Of course, the system would not automatically correct any data, because the installation managers are responsible for data, but the system shows that some data needs verification. So the system simply tells us that perhaps some data need to be verified, need to be checked against. And also, since the very beginning of the system, we had to deal with the modification of templates that are used for the transmission of data. The problem is that each laboratory has its own template for the presentation of data, and has its own template for the report. So the result was that we had to develop a template that would meet the expectations of all laboratories, and thus would become a universal template. But there were all problems with the identifiers of base stations. So there were some problems with that, especially with regard to the identification of the base stations in the system. Actually, it turns out that identification of base stations, for instance, X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3, 4, A, or hyphen A, or space A, or underscore A, or whatever something A, or maybe a description, all of that has nothing in common with the proper identification of this base station in compliance with the requirements of the Unger. So we understood that we had to teach the system to deal with it, so that the system would know what to do with these identifiers, because this information is keyed in by the staff of the environmental protection agencies, but the system makes sure that the identifiers are compliant with the database. And what is quite interesting, we saw it, and of course the duty of transferring the result of measurements of the EMF is shouldered by the installation managers. But in the most cases, this duty has been shifted onto laboratories. So laboratories were authorized to collect the data and transfer the data. So we had to respond fairly quickly. And in our system, we now have a function that gives this possibility to installation managers to meet their duties, because it is the installation managers that are responsible for the transferring of data. But actually, this transaction could be done by the laboratory on behalf of the manager. So right now in the system, we have 17 laboratories, accredited laboratories that are authorized to transfer the data. And also we had to unify the transfer of data by environmental agencies, because we know administrative procedures all over the territory of Poland are identical. However, still, different offices, different agencies in practice have their own ways of submitting the data. Now, we have one uniform data transfer model. So we have a unified system for the submission of applications and reports, and now it's a seamless work. Everything is working just fine. And we keep on working on the system. We're developing on the better maintenance of the system, but we need to expand the system. And we have a number of ideas. So first and foremost, we are thinking that we need to take into consideration the results of a fixed stationary system. So we have fixed broadband systems or some other systems. So we need to create this stationary monitoring system, and so far the only system that we have SI2PEM system, but the next step would have the third layer of information. So we would see the results of simulations. The second layer would be the layer of measurement results, and the third layer would be the environmental monitoring results. So we would have 3 layers of data. Another idea, having spoken to many different environmental authorities, we would need to enhance this module dedicated to authorities, so that the authorities could handle a larger volume of data, so that they can operate not only with the reports and applications, because they have to deal with different documents, but these documents should be publicly available to all citizens. And this is how one can generate a history of a location. We're also thinking about developing the system. No, sorry. We develop the visualization options for citizens, so that we may have a better 3D visualization of an electromagnetic field in the environment. And an interesting solution here would be to have a mobile app, and such a mobile app would give a citizen a possibility to check a base station with the use of a smartphone, so that anyone could check the PEM related to a given base station. Also, we need to develop new educational materials and to provide them, and also we are thinking of changing the system in such a way that using the data, the system would give us a possibility of generating different data sets of statistics, so that we can see the tendencies or changes in the emission levels of the base stations. This is all. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I will be happy to give answers to all questions. Thank you very much. And again, we have one physical guest in our panel discussion, although I'm not quite sure whether we can see our other panelists. Hello, you are there. Hello. Do you hear us? Please confirm. Did you copy us? Everything fine? Yes. And there we are. Okay, many thanks for your kind presentations, and we have received a plethora of knowledge and many different approaches to communication strategies. So you have different ways of communicating to society the results of measurements. And I earlier said that Norway has a different style of communicating about EMF, and in Norway you're being more reactive, you're not that much proactive. So this is exactly that I would like to understand better. It fascinates me for sociological reasons, and it works in Norway, you seem to be fine with it. And of course I would like to understand, why did you take such a decision? And I'm thinking how Norway is different from other countries. Why is it that you have taken this decision? So my question is, you have operators in Norway. Do they face any problems with anti-5G groups? They're facing problems from those who are oppose their development? And are those groups so strong that Norwegian operators find it difficult to expand their operations? So how about Norwegian operators? Are they facing any serious opposition?
Just a correction, we have 3 operators in Norway, and they're all part of this working group that we organized from NCOM, and when we meet twice a year, and they report to us how many measurements they have done and if there's any particular issues, and there hasn't been that much. We were discussing before 5G sort of becoming and being introduced. Of course, there were some questions, but it hasn't been a big wave, and there hasn't been much of sabotages. So in Norway, it hasn't been much of issues or questions or trouble with 5G. So we've been meeting twice a year for many years. So before 5G were introduced, we were already on this case. So we started to do measurements in 2018. So we've been sort of ahead of the introduction, and it's been fine in Norway. Were introduced, we were already on this case. So we started to do measurements in 2018.
So, to sum up, I can say that it seems, this is the way I read it, Norwegian society nevertheless is rather resilient to the arguments presented by those who oppose the development of mobile communication systems. In Poland, we have fairly strong opposition groups, and they are always very much vociferous when we try to develop base stations. As soon as in Poland we are trying to set up a base station, then immediately we have a lot of protests, many times. In many cases, we need to go to court. And I actually understand why you are reactive in Norway and not proactive in Norway, because you simply do not have this scale of a problem as we have here in Poland. So Norwegian operators have not seen so much problems as we see here in Poland. And another question to our Serbian colleague.
I can see that Ratel has decided to develop its system only using measurement sensors or probes. I don't think it's the cheapest solution, because those probes are quite expensive. And so it would be quite expensive to ensure that you have a probe in every single location. So I would like to ask if you have ever considered, for example, using simulations, mathematical simulations, rather than actual measurements only. You have a probe in every single location. So I would like to ask if you have ever considered, for example,
let's say
using simulations, mathematical simulations, rather than actual measurements only.
Yes, we also are informed regarding simulation and some type of the, let's say, predictions regarding this. But from our opinion, it is very important. Sorry, just to see why I have. So from our opinion, it's very important what is a real scenario. Yes, project is very expensive from one side, but from another side, what we are thinking is what is the benefit. And this benefit is very important not only for our citizens, publics. It is very important for a country, for telecommunication operators, for economy, how we will develop some new technology or we will not develop. So key message is very important. How we are saturated with electromagnetic field, and best approach is what we will get from real scenario. That is the reason why we want to just put sensor on really important locations. Yes, we also have some information regarding predictions, but also regarding EMF. We think that best way convince people is to provide real values and real situation.
Has there been any change in the public's attitude after the system was launched? Have you received a lower number, for example, of applications for measurements or complaints? Has anything changed in this regard?
Unfortunately, it was opposite, because now we are more recognized institution, and we will receive more. Because current situation is that people get information from all around the world. They got information, and now, of course, they are concerned. And people now very easily can be concerned. And our also idea is just to provide information on our portal, what is the real scenario. So we also receive some compliance for levels, but most important thing is if they check the values on our portal, they will see how far away we are from the limits. So what is the message? We want to say that we are really very, very safety regarding this topic. So from that point of view, because people recognize us and people recognize our portal and our measurement, they call us and ask for, let's say, further explanation and so on. But also, we also need to transfer them to our responsibility institution regarding environment protection and to inspectors, so they also help us to provide really details for each specific, let's say, compliance.
Rafał, you described the SI2-PM system, which is a very powerful system that brings together a lot of interesting information, but it is also deeply rooted in the regulatory framework. So can you tell me, is there anything else that you could add to the system to make this tool even more practical, even more useful? The SI2-PM system is the first website that actually allows the public to access open information about the EMF. It aggregates data, it allows access to data, and there is a lot of interest in the system. Well, in terms of further development, yes, we could add more functionalities. I believe that the most important thing would be to make monitoring data available. So we would like to have data stemming from continuous monitoring efforts, but that of course requires us to develop a network, and that's why I was really listening carefully to what one of the previous speakers said. the representative of Rattle, to be more specific, because our line of thinking, our train of thought is quite similar to yours. We have a system that showcases measurement results right now, and people are now asking to see measurement results from their locations. We are getting the data now, we are developing the system, and we encourage people, for example, to look at simulation results. And then people approach us and tell us, yes, that's simulation, but we would like to more. We would like to have more. We would like to see results from broadband monitoring. So we want to spread the word. We want to provide reliable information as much as possible. And so those data from real life situations, so real hard data from a real setting would be accepted by the public, because you cannot undermine hard data. Some people might say maybe the location of the measurement has been chosen incorrectly. Of course, somebody will complain always. Somebody will always say that you could do more, but you have to draw the line somewhere. But anyway, we need to do our best to really make sure that people realize that the limits are safe and that everyone is safe as well. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my guests and panel members for being with us. I'd like to invite everyone to a short coffee break. Let's have a sip and some refreshments right now. Thank you.
Sprawdzanie poziomów pól elektromagnetycznych w Twoim otoczeniu to nie wyprawa w kosmos. C2PEM. Tylko wiarygodne dane.
Working together to connect. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields are all around us. These invisible waves send information between base stations and devices, connecting us without the use of wires. Radio frequency electromagnetic fields, or RF EMF, transmit information wirelessly to our cell phones and Wi-Fi enabled devices. In 2019, there were 8.3 billion mobile phone subscribers globally. If roughly every 1,000 subscribers need one cellular mast, that would mean that there are more than 8 million base stations around the world. With the growing number of cellular stations, wireless technologies and devices, are there health effects associated with RF EMF? This public concern surrounding RF EMF exposure limits creates a challenging health issue for regulators, service providers, and wireless equipment suppliers. RF EMF exposure levels, which are monitored around the world, consistently show low levels of exposure relative to international RF EMF levels. There is no evidence that RF EMF exposure below the international limits has adverse health effects. More and more countries refer to international RF EMF exposure limits. However, many governments face pressure to do more to address public concerns. ITU members have co-created a report on human exposure to RF EMF. The report focuses on science-based policies, guidelines, regulations, and assessments. It provides guidance to policymakers to avoid unnecessary restrictive regulations, which could negatively impact information and communication services. The best practice for administrations is to limit the exposure levels to the threshold specified in the ICNIRP, International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, Guidelines 2020. WHO advises against introducing new limits in addition to the existing science-based limits, as it undermines the credibility of the science and exposure limits. And ICNIRP Guidelines 2020 say additional measures won't benefit people's health. The report recommends raising community awareness to reduce unnecessary public concerns and provides best practices from many countries. There is more work to be done to ensure that people can connect to essential digital services, knowing that they're protected and informed. Working together to connect.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you after the break, and now we are going to have the last panel today. So the first one was about the way how we determine the EMF levels. Then we spoke about maintaining it and measuring it, and then we spoke about how to communicate about the EMF. And now the last session, and we are going to combine the three above mentioned topics in a very concise manner, and I do hope that this is how we are going to have very comprehensive knowledge on the regulatory environment, on the EMF. And now it's over to Mr. Martin Fenton from Ofcom, which is the British regulator. Over to you.
Hello, my name's Martin Fenton. I'm from the UK spectrum regulator Ofcom, and I'm here to talk about EMF regulations in the United Kingdom. It's a pleasure to be here. Just first thing, a little bit about Ofcom, what we do on EMF and how it sits within the framework of regulators and authorities in the United Kingdom. So Ofcom, we carry out EMF measurements, audits, and we publish factual information about radio emissions. We enforce conditions in spectrum licenses regarding compliance with the general public limits from the IEEE guidelines, and we respond to misleading information in the media. We can sanction TV and radio broadcasts who break our rules and provide misleading information. However, we are not a public health body and rely on the advice of the recognised public health authorities in the UK. In the UK, it's the UK Health Security Agency, UK HSA, which was formerly called Public Health England, recently changed its name. This is the lead authority in the UK on health matters associated with EMF. And UK HSA's advice is that EMF emissions should comply with the IEEE guidelines, and specifically on 5G, their view is that the overall exposure is expected to remain low relative to guidelines, and as such, there should be no consequences for public health, particularly with, as I said, with the rollout of 5G services. Just a little bit about the measurements that we take. We have been measuring emissions from mobile phone base stations for a long time. We started that in about the year 2000, and we've continued ever since. And we've had a whole program of measurements which we publish on our website, and we've visited over the years thousands of base stations. We've conducted measurements around those base stations, and so far at least we have never come across a situation where we've measured EMF levels that would breach the general public limits from the IEEE guidelines. More recently, we've been carrying out measurements near 5G enabled mobile phone base stations. We started doing that work very early in last year in 2000. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we haven't been able to visit as many base stations as we would have hoped over the last couple of years, but we have continued those measurements. We published a report in earlier on this year, providing the results from emission measurements from 33 locations in 18 cities around the United Kingdom, right across the UK, including measurements in Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and England. You see on the graphic there, on the right-hand side, the little bar chart showing the size of the emissions in relation to IEEE general public limits. In the vast majority of cases, the emissions were a tiny fraction of a percent of those limits. In one instance, which was a site overlooking a multi-story car park, we measured the highest emission limits, which was around 7.5% of ICNIRP. But that's the highest limit. That's the highest level we've ever measured, and it's still well within the exposure limit set by ICNIRP, which is represented by that solid line going down the very right hand side of the chart there. So as you can see, from the base stations that we've measured so far, we haven't seen anything that would even approach the ICNIRP general public limits. We've carried on those measurements since the report that I'm showing the data from here. And we recently, in fact, this morning, we published an updated report. Unfortunately, it was a little bit late to get those results in this slide pack. But we've published the result of about 40 odd more measurements around base stations that have been carried out during the summer this year. And again, they are showing very similar results, tiny fractions of the ICNIRP general public limits. And just to say a little bit more about Ofcom's role in enforcing EMF limits. Until recently, other than the limit, the requirements to protect workers, compliance with ICNIRP, particularly for the general public limits, was voluntary. Most licensees, including all of the mobile operators, voluntarily complied with the limits in the ICNIRP general public limits, but there was no statutory obligation for them to do that. However, early this year, we changed our spectrum licenses to include a new clause that makes it a requirement of their spectrum license to comply with the ICNIRP general public limits and keep records of how they demonstrate they do that, which we can go and inspect if we need to. We can enforce the limits if we ever find a situation where they're being breached. As I said, we have never found that yet, but there's always a chance. And the reason we did this was not because we thought there was a problem with compliance, but we want to ensure that the public can have confidence that the exposure levels are being respected, and the holder of licenses can be taken to account if they do breach those limits. And we now have the powers to do that. We changed to the spectrum licenses, as I've said. Just a little bit more about protection of workers. This is not a responsibility of Ofcom in the United Kingdom. There's another agency called the Health and Safety Executive that has a set of regulations called the Control of Electromagnetic Fields at Work regulations that controls the requirement for employers to ensure their workers are not exposed to EMF above the ICNIRP level for workers. That's a separate regime to the regime that we in Ofcom are responsible for. So we deal with exposure limits to protect the general public. The Health and Safety Executive do the same, but for protection of workers. And other things we do. So we do provide information. So we try and provide factual information about technology, for instance, particularly 5G, where there's been a lot of public concern about emissions from new 5G base stations. And we've worked with various agencies in the United Kingdom, with the UK government, to ensure there's factual information available to the public and also to others. For instance, the planning authorities in the United Kingdom, when a mobile phone operator would like to install a new mast, they often need local planning permission. That's a function of the of local government. And so we provide information to local government, telling them about the technology and the EMF issues associated with it, to ensure that when they make those decisions, they're fully informed of the basis for any concerns that may be raised by members of the public or others around emissions from those new base stations. So we ensure that those local authority decision makers have the right information about the risks involved. And we've published a guide on 5G mobile technology. We go and discuss with local planning authorities, and we've recently engaged with a number of local planning authorities to provide them with that sort of factual information. We also respond to misleading information in the media. We occasionally respond on our website, via social media and on Twitter, where we see unjustified concerns or problems being arised, and we try and again provide a factual, authoritative response to those concerns. We don't do that all the time. We target our responses because we don't feel we want to come in heavy-handed, and the risk of getting involved in a Twitter conversation. It has to be borne in mind. So we target our responses appropriately, and we provide information that is factual and authoritative. And as part of the media regulator in the United Kingdom, we also have a role in overseeing television and radio broadcasters and ensuring that they provide balanced coverage around health issues to do with emissions. So in a number of instances where we have seen purportedly factual programs which don't provide that balanced view, we can sanction those, and we have done that. And we will continue to monitor the situation and take whatever further action is necessary. So that concludes my presentation, and thank you very much for listening.
I should admit I have received a new piece of information, and that is the fact that British operators were not legally obliged to maintain any levels of the EMF. I remember this funny situations that wildly operating base stations in their natural environment are as benign as a flock of sheep, and they are good and benign enough to comply with even the stringent limitations imposed by IEEE. And now let us move on to the next presentation.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. On the occasion of this international conference on radio waves are not visible, what we do to make them transparent, standards and regulation. Warmest greetings from the ITU Office for Europe, working hand in hand with stakeholders from 46 countries to advance digital transformation in our region and beyond. With this presentation, we would like to draw your attention to our 3 recent publications related to EMF and 5G, developed in 2021 within the framework of the ITU Regional Initiatives for Europe, as well as by the ITU-D Study Group 2. But before going into the details, please let me share briefly global efforts on EMF limits, and particularly on how ITU have been involved in global standards and regulation. After that, we will move to the open issues related to EMF health hazards that were covered in our recent report. Next, I will address the issue of the public concerns on EMF radiation from 5G. Finally, I will go to some guidelines and best practices from different countries. ITU has been actively working in the field of EMF in all its three sectors, ITU-T, ITU-R, ITU-D, and through general secretariats. There are three major ITU resolutions on EMF. Plenipotentiary Conference 176 on the measurement and assessment concerns related to EMF, Resolution 62 of the Development Conference, and Resolution 72 of the Standardization Assembly, as well as deliverables of ITU-T question 3/5 on human exposure to electromagnetic fields due to digital technologies. Following an extensive public consultation process in which ITU provided 32 comments as an ITU intersectoral response, the final IEEE guidelines were published in March 2020. In October 2019, IEEE also published IEEE Standard C95-1 2019, standards for safety levels with respect to human exposure to radio frequency electromagnetic fields 0 Hz to 300 GHz. The IEEE guidelines or IEEE standards offer science-based evidence on EMF and guidance on EMF exposure limit values. The IEEE and IEEE limits are largely harmonized. As you can see in the graph on the right side, the basic restrictions and the reference levels for power density of IEEE 2020 and the IEEE standard for whole body exposure to continuous levels above 30 MHz are identical. It is important to note that at frequencies below 30 MHz, the wavelength is longer than 10 meters. There is no resonance with the human body, shorter than 2 meters. We are not an obstacle to the signal, and there is low absorption of the RF energy from the body. ITU-T Study Group 5 has been particularly active in the developing recommendations for protection from and the measurement computation of RF fields as well. ITU Radio Communications Sector Report, ITU-R on electromagnetic field measurements to address human exposure, published in June 2019, also provides information on significant measurements. International Electrotechnical Commission recently updated standards and technical reports too. Last but not least, the WHO played a significant role as a fundamental focal point of EMF discussion. Although WHO does not produce technical standards for EMF, it works with IEEE and IEEE by reviewing academic research and issuing reports for communication and aimed at raising objective awareness among the public around this topic. Other than contributing to establishing the global standards and guideline on EMF exposure limits, ITU has been actively supporting the global society in providing clear information to address the concerns of the public, thereby preventing or limiting the potential pitfalls. As part of its human capacity development building operations, ITU has developed 2014 Spectrum Management Training Program, SMTP, with the support of the BDT, BR, and ITU experts. In particular, an advanced module on electromagnetic fields and health, which is part of SMTP, was prepared in April 2020 with the objective of providing a deeper understanding of this area. ITU has also organized a series of workshop initiatives and recent events to share knowledge and tools concerning assessment of human exposure to RF EMF. And to explain a few important workshops, please take a look at the list, which is quite impressive. One of the biggest public concerns on the 5G deployment and the deployment of the deployment is impact of EMF exposure on public health. The recent ITU report implementing 5G for good and do EMF matter addresses this specific issue. WHO acknowledges both the ICNIRP guidelines and the IEEE standard on its website, but promotes the adoption of ICNIRP guidelines. WHO encourages the establishment of exposure limits and other control measures that provide the same or similar level of health protection for all people. It endorses the guidelines of ICNIRP and encourages member states to adopt these international guidelines. Nevertheless, national regulations have priority status in their countries, and under the influence of social, economic, and political factors, the values adopted in each country vary. Some of the public have remained concerned on the basis that there exists no proof that ICNIRP threshold levels are safe, as they claim that not only possible health effects were studied. It is scientifically impossible to prove absolutely safety of any physical agent, since it's impossible to prove the negative. While absolute proof does not logically exist, national regulators are placed under public pressure to answer this dilemma, and some countries say that they apply the precautionary principle to restrict possible human hazards. According to the research done by Wu, it is a trade-off between the remaining uncertainty and the damage in the case that the worst case turns out to be true, versus implementing stricter requirements that require additional resources and cause reduced quality of service and other wider societal impacts. Indeed, misunderstanding of the 5G and EMF and non-scientific evidence-based decision-making can give rise to a number of social and economic risks: spread of misinformation, delay in installing base stations, raising the economic cost of society, impact on the environment. One of the most recent and relatable example of misinformation was the belief that 5G spreads COVID-19. WHO made clear that viruses cannot travel on the radio waves mobile networks, and that 5G mobile networks do not spread COVID-19. ITU has highlighted the importance of trusted news and facts, stating as claims linking 5G and technology and the spread of COVID-19 are mounting. ITU stands on the side of science and makes it clear that such claims have no scientific basis whatsoever. One of the reasons that the misinformation of 5G is widespread and the public concern on the EMF exposure caused by 5G is particularly more serious compared to the use of other 3G, 4G, or any other electronic devices is that 5G is relatively new technology that people are not well informed about. At present, the 5G frequency range defined by 3GPP is divided into frequency range 1, FR1, and frequency range 2, FR2. FR1 is usually termed sub 6 gigahertz or below 6 gigahertz. At present, 3.5 gigahertz is one of the mainstream bands for 5G applications. However, 3GPP has also defined other available bands to facilitate flexible deployment. FR2 range is mainly high frequency, which is commonly referred as millimeter wave. Due to the characteristics of multiple input, multiple output, MIMO, and millimeter wave technologies used in the 5th generation mobile communication system, it is urgent to evaluate its RF EMF levels and to fill the gap in missing information on radio frequencies used for 5G. At least a pioneer study indicated that the maximum time average power per beam direction was found to be well below the theoretical maximum and lower than what was predicted by the existing statistical models. In Europe, some efforts can be found to measure EMF for 5G radio waves. The Swiss Federal Institute of Meteorology has introduced a code-selective EMF measurement method for 5G NR. It provides all the details enabling operators and infrastructure suppliers to find the best compromise between adhering the country-specific EMF exposure limits and providing optimized network coverage and capacity, and the national administrations to check the limits. In February 2020, Ofcom published the results of measurements of the EMF exposures close to 16 5G-enabled base stations, showing EMF levels at a total of 22 5G sites in 10 UK cities, including also measurements for 2G, 3G, and 4G. All locations were at small fraction of the reference levels for public exposure in ICNIRP guidelines. The French National Frequency Agency regularly publishes data for 5G site deployment on its website, and the measurement results can be located online. Optimization for the coexistence technologies of 4G and 5G has also been simulated. The European Union moves ahead with harmonization of harmonious IMT 2020 development, as demonstrated by the recent 5G action plan seeking the launch of 5G services in all member states by the end of 2020, as well as to ensure uninterrupted 5G coverage in the urban areas and along main transport paths by 2025. On the other hand, non-EU countries and the Europe region that are proceeding independently risk being left behind or not being monitored appropriately. To avoid creating new gaps within the Europe region between EU countries and non-EU countries, ITU Office for Europe conducted a research on the 5G implementation in non-EU countries of the European region. As mentioned before, two approaches were found in EMF regulation in non-EU countries. Let's take some examples of the countries addressed in the report. Albania does not belong to the group of European countries applying significant EMF limits. Bosnia-Herzegovina has no specific guidelines for EMF limits level for 5G, since only one operator has started testing 5G networks, while others are focusing primarily on continued 4G expansion in the country. Nevertheless, Iraq has adopted the rule on restricted electromagnetic radiation, which implies that all users of the radio spectrum, which do not only include telecom operators, must harmonize the operation of their systems in accordance with this rule. The rule on restricted electromagnetic radiation refers to EMF level limits from valid international recommendations such as ITU-T K83 or ICNIRP 2020 or IEEE C95-1. North Macedonia limits values of EMF are taken from the recommendations of the International of ICNIRP guidelines for limiting exposure to the time varying electric, magnetic, and electromagnetic fields up to 300 gigahertz, which are implemented in the European legislation contained in CPT recommendation ECC Rec 0204. In accordance with these recommendations, basic limit values and reference limit values are defined. Another important observation of this report is the fact that these measurements and calculations were carried out for the worst case scenario when 5G sites were active 100% and the whole beams were directed towards the measurement equipment. Let's take one more example of Republic of Serbia. In Serbia, the limits on levels of exposure to electromagnetic fields for the general public are set in the rule book on the limits of exposure to non-ionizing radiation. They are approximately 2.5 times lower and more stringent than the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection recommendations on limits of exposure to EMFs in radiation bands between 100 kilohertz and 300 gigahertz. But I will inviting you to study the report to learn even more examples of the countries approaching this challenge. Broadening our focus to the global level, the ITU-D Study Group 2 Question 7 report policies, guidelines, regulations, and assessments of human exposure to radio frequency electromagnetic fields explores additional measures that a lot of governments are currently implementing across the globe, other than setting EMF exposure limits. Legal framework to date, more than 40 countries have put in place national legislative frameworks covering static, low frequency, or high frequency fields for the general public and workers on either a mandatory or a voluntary basis. And the details of these different legal frameworks can be accessed from the WHO website. Such measures are often described or justified on precautionary grounds. But member states should be very cautious about enacting such measures in the absence of any scientific evidence. WHO recommends that an analysis of the balance between cost and potential hazards is essential and calls for strict adherence to existing national or international safety standards. Establishment of standards. Most countries that have adopted national standards have done so on the basis of the recommendations of the ICNIRP. Regarding the public awareness, in order to dispel myths around the EMF exposures, and the public also needs to be aware of the science-based EMF exposure limits in place, and that a substantial amount of research has been carried out regarding the wireless systems and health. In order to inform the population with regards to base station, some administration published the positive positions of the transmission sites on a regular basis, including radio and TV stations, as well as cellular base stations. In some cases, these public databases depict the power density or field strength around the base station. Exposure limits in areas around the kindergarten, schools, and hospitals. As noted before, recommendation ITU-T K9188 states that with respect of human exposure, currently there are no technical reasons to restrict the locating of base stations around kindergarten, schools, and hospitals. This is due to the fact that existing exposure guidelines incorporate safety margins to protect all members of the community. In some countries, rather than prohibiting base stations in these areas, the exposure limits have been arbitrarily reduced further than those recommended in the international standards, while in others, the focus has been on banning and the use of devices altogether in these locations, irrespective of whether such provisions focus on the infrastructure or devices, or both, and they are based on public precautions rather than science and cannot be scientifically justified. I would like to also share some best practices introduced in this report, referring to several examples coming from the countries. There are a lot of recommendations, like to follow ICNIP guidelines in general, like it's happening in Senegal, Burundi, India, Central African Republic, Sudan. Publish laws to supervise the effect of base stations on human health and surrounding environment. Like it happens in Hungary. Acquire the equipment needs to monitor EMF. Raise public awareness to ensure that operators' installations are not banned, like in Cameroon and Central Africa Republic. Publish relevant information and measurement results on the website of the government authorities, like it's happening in France or India. Or carry out studies on the effects of EMF, like in China or South Korea. Dear ladies and gentlemen, with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention and invite you to follow our work on the EMF, but also other work contributing to accelerated digital transformation in Europe and beyond. With this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
ITU pełni bardzo ważną rolę w...
The ITU plays a very important role in the entire EMF system because it investigates the impact of IMF on human health on an interdisciplinary basis. So the ITU is backed by experts who really understand how such systems operate and can make a significant contribution to the ongoing research. After I've seen this presentation, I'd like to mention that Mr. Ponder mentioned that there is work underway on the harmonization of the limits concerning EMF in European Union states, but we want to compare apples with apples and pears with pears. So in order to be able to do that, we need to really think about the harmonization of measurement methods so that we can be sure that the EMF is measured exactly the same way in every single country, so that we know that the measurements are really done perfectly and that they correspond to each other. And we really need to pinpoint exact locations where measurements are made, whether they are made outdoors or whether they are made indoors. So you need to harmonize the EMF levels, methodology, measurement methodology, and measurement sites, and only then can we expect to have measurable and accurate results in all countries.
And now over to Irena Tereskievičienė, who is the head of the Public Health Department at the Lithuanian Ministry of Health.
Yes, I hear you. Hello, everybody. I'm Irena Tereskievičienė, working in the National Public Health Center of the Republic of Lithuania. And our institution is involved in the surveillance of electromagnetic field. And our institution is under the Ministry of Health. And we, as I said before, today I will present you how we are proceeding with the raising electromagnetic field limits and harmonizing them with the levels determined by the international bodies. We have two types of regulations in Lithuania in relation to electromagnetic field and public health. One regulation is the Lithuanian Hygiene Normative number 80, electromagnetic field in the living environment, parameter values and measurement requirement for the certain radio frequency band. It's from 10 kilohertz to 300 gigahertz. The other document that is the order of the approval of radio frequency electromagnetic field emitters that are above 25 watt of effective power. And this is the description of procedure for the approval of the project for radio technical part of a radio technical facility and the electromagnetic radiation monitoring plan. Actually, this is an order requiring each operator of the emitter to develop a project for each emitter above 25 watt and present it to our institution along with a plan of electromagnetic field monitoring around these emitters. So our institution is responsible for the implementation of these regulations, and we collect information from the operators of the emitters. And also we approve or disapprove the projects for the development of, or better to say, for the mounting of radio frequency emitters. Our institution also carries out control of the electromagnetic field and the measurements according to that. Control is carried out by the National Public Health Surveillance Laboratory. Monitoring of radio frequency of the emitters of radio frequency electromagnetic field band is carried out by different laboratories, but they have to be accredited by the accreditation institution. Starting with the 5G communication development, our government approved the so-called strategy document, the ruling on the approval of the guidelines for the development of the 5th generation mobile communication of the Republic of Lithuania for the years 2020 until 2025. This was the order of the government of the Republic of Lithuania and adopted in 2020. So within this ruling, we have two objectives related to the public health. One objective was to amend the description of the procedure for the approval of project, as I mentioned before. The government supposed that this procedure is too difficult for 5G, and we have to look through the procedure and simplify it so that big number of projects could be approved or disapproved within the short time period. The other objective was to develop and disseminate information on measures intended to ensure public health in relation to the 5G communication network development. So the government assumed that people have no enough of information of 5G communication, and also they assumed certain public reaction to the developments in other countries. The same time, Minister of Health decided that we also have to harmonize our hygiene normative number 80 with the levels of electromagnetic field thresholds determined by the different international bodies. So the interinstitutional working group was held, and that group consisted of representatives of National Public Health Surveillance Laboratory that was in charge of the development of the draft document. National Public Health Center, we had also one member in that group. Department of Environmental and Occupational Medicine. And as you see, there were the representatives of scientific institutions in this working group. So this working group looked through different publications, meaning the scientific studies and also documents of international bodies, and developed draft amendment of the hygiene normative that was made available for public consultations. And afterwards, it was the amendment was approved in 2020 by the order of the Minister of Health. So, as I mentioned before, the objective was to harmonize our allowed levels of electromagnetic fields with the data, with the recommendations from international bodies. So those recommendations were Council recommendation of 1999, also guidelines for limiting exposure to electromagnetic fields developed by the Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection in 2020, and also a study on using millimeter wave bands for the deployment of the 5G ecosystem in Union, published in 2019. So the working group, along with the draft amendment, presented also explanatory note. And within that explanatory note, the data was presented that from the epidemiological studies and the last scientific studies, I mean, that could be attributed to the evidence, they found no information about the effects on public health if the exposure of electromagnetic field is below threshold levels given in those documents of international bodies. Also, the explanatory note contained the information that in our country we have rather low allowed levels of electromagnetic fields, and they showed that in many countries those allowed levels are much higher, but also there are countries with the lower allowed electromagnetic field levels. So these two slides, the following two slides, are received from the National Public Health Laboratory, which was, as I mentioned before, the head for that working group, and they developed the map showing that Lithuania is among the countries with a quite low level of electromagnetic field that is allowed in living environment. And as you see, there are three groups of countries with the different levels. So Lithuania, as I mentioned before, is the lower one. And also, this is also the slide from their presentation showing in which place is Lithuania at that moment of development of the draft amendment of the hygiene normative. And at the moment, the hygiene normative looks like this. Here you see the new levels, allowed levels, and the older ones. So as you see, there is certain increase, or the level shall be calculated from the data from the frequency data and so on. We have to admit that there was public reaction to that amendment, and public, we cannot say that the public knows nothing about electromagnetic fields. They know quite well. They are interested in scientific studies. Of course, there are people that are concerned very much with electromagnetic field, and as the overall, our observation that public do not like when Minister of Health is allowing to increase pollution with the electromagnetic field. Anyway, we had discussions with public, and we presented them information, what we have seen, what we found out, and what we would like to stress in this presentation, that the majority of public complaints contained information from different studies on electromagnetic field impact on health, which indicated negative effects, and those negative effects, of course, they worry public. But we have also to emphasize that the number of complaints was rather small. There was not, only, I would say that up to 10 complaints, at least our institutions received only up to 10 complaints from public related to the increase of electromagnetic field. So one of the important things that we tried to explain to public, that not every study that presents worrying information is evidence. And the working group worked with what we call the evidence, but not single studies. So we gave the public the information on what is evidence and what is single study, and that evidence has certain features, as you see in this in this extract from the information published on the World Health Organization's website. Then we have, as I mentioned before, the ruling and how we implemented the ruling. So first thing was to amend the description of procedure for the approval of the project of radiotechnical part and radiotechnical facility, and amending this decision, we harmonized it with the recommendations of International Telecommunications Union documents, as you see them on the screen. And the major amendment is related to calculation of the area of electromagnetic field monitoring performed by the owners of electromagnetic field emitters. So other amendments are definitely not related to public health issues. The document before required very big area to be monitored, and with this amendment, the area is not so big, but it shall present the highest levels of electromagnetic field around each emitter. Then what we did is that we consulted public. We had the public consultation on the public awareness on 5G communication network. Also, we collected evidence on electromagnetic field impact on health, so to present it to public, and we presented all that evidence on the website of the National Public Health Center, and also we did some steps to visualization of the existing electromagnetic field monitoring data performed by the operators of the emitters. So the public consultation was performed by the electronic means in 2020, and for that purpose we communicated with the website or with the media outlets. Unfortunately, as you see, it was a quite big number of the outlets, yet they, for unknown reasons, they did not spread that information for public, and therefore we had only 71 residents participating in electronic survey, where we asked specific questions, what public knows at the moment and what they would like to know in the future about 5G and impact on health. So in accordance with the results of public consultation, we decided that we concluded the population lacks information of safe levels of electromagnetic field, effects of electromagnetic fields on health, and electromagnetic radiation related to 5G communication network. Therefore, we collected the information related to these topics and published it on our website. On our website, we have a banner named 5G, and upon clicking it, you will find the content of the website related to 5G. So this is 5G public health insights, electromagnetic field health effects, 5G technology, public health aspects of 5G technology, differences in 5G technology compared to 4G, 3G, and also other reliable information, meaning EU regulations and regulations from other countries, and also electromagnetic field monitoring data. So within that monitoring data, we contacted the institution that is responsible for the presenting different data on maps. GeoPortal it is named, and we delivered them all the data we collected from the operators of the radio frequency emitters, and they put that data on maps so that it is easy, understandable to public. So on this map, on this excerpt of the map, you see that around each emitter we have points where electromagnetic field is monitored at least one time per 2 years. If there are changes, it has to be monitored more often. And as we see, we see green color. That means that we have the levels of electromagnetic field is below the threshold levels determined in hygiene normative 80 in the older version. Upon the consultation with public, we noticed that public concerned in health from 5G network, they accept the idea that if monitoring of the 5G network is carried out and the situation of electromagnetic field is controlled, then it would be very good to calm down population so that they know that that harm is not done to their health. Therefore, we are now preparing the monitoring of the electromagnetic field, different from the self-monitoring carried out by the operators of the emitters. And for this, we are going to study and use recommendation of International Telecommunication Union document, Monitoring of Electromagnetic Fields. So thank you for your attention.
Litwa jest w bardzo ciekawym momencie, więc prezentacja.
Lithuania is at a very interesting point. It's a very interesting presentation. Just to remind you that in the 1990s, those countries that used to be behind the curtain wall were using Soviet norms. That was 1/10 of a watt per square meter. Lithuania opted for a different path than Poland. Lithuania it did not immediately reach the recommendation levels, but they were somewhere in between with the limits. And the last speaker for tonight.
The final speaker in this session will be the well-known Jack Rowley of GSMA.
Hello, my name is Dr. Jack Rowley, Senior Director for Research and Sustainability at the GSMA. I want to thank the organizers for the opportunity to speak on this topic of some different national approaches to dealing with EMF concerns and what we might be able to learn for other markets. So I'll start by sharing my presentation. And I'll start off with New Zealand. So this New Zealand is just over the water from Australia, where I'm based. And we've seen concerns about electromagnetic fields, and particularly related to base stations, since the early 90s in New Zealand. So that's associated with both the deployment of 2G and earlier analog mobile networks. An important piece of litigation in New Zealand was about the siting of a base station near a school. And in that case, the court held that the base station could proceed on the basis that there was no proven health risk to the community from the base station. In more recent times, it's been quite an active Stop 5G movement in New Zealand, and this was particularly visible on social media in 2018 and 2019, which led to some unfortunate consequences in 2020. How has the government responded? Well, they adopted ICNIRP in 1999 on the basis that this was the latest and updated scientific evidence. In that case, they moved more quickly than Australia did in adopting the guidelines. And it also meant about a 5-fold increase on the allowable exposure limits for higher frequencies. There is an interagency EMF committee that provides periodic reports to the government. And those reports are also made public, so they provide a bit of a snapshot in time of the current state of scientific research. And because, like many countries, base station deployment is where the EMF concerns are often most visible, there is a national environmental standard that covers low impact type deployments, so additions to existing infrastructure and small cells and so forth. And then there is a resource consent process for more macro site type base stations. As part of that process, EMF assessments have to be submitted to the local authority. So I mentioned that there was a Stop 5G movement in New Zealand, particularly on social media. Late 2019, the Office of the Prime Minister's Chief Scientific Advisor produced a clear statement on what 5G was and what it would mean for EMF exposures in the community. And you can see the sort of infographics that were generated as part of that process. Unfortunately, New Zealand was one of the countries where there were a considerable number of attacks on mobile communication masts because of the misinformation linking 5G to COVID-19. And there were some particular communities in New Zealand who were most visible in the attacks on infrastructure. It got to the point where the Prime Minister of New Zealand had to, in one of her COVID-19 press conferences, make clear that it's just not true that there is any link between 5G and the illness. Staying in the Asia Pacific region, Malaysia, again, a lot of the focus is on concerns related to base stations. These have been amplified in some cases because of local politics involvement. There is very limited central control and ability to influence the base station siting process. So it's very much down to local municipalities, local politicians, and at times politicians have made EMF an election issue. The island of Penang was a particular focus, both with activists concerned about base stations and Wi-Fi deployment. The government response included adopting the ICNIRP guidelines formally in 2010. They were in a voluntary standard prior to that point. They also used the ITU recommendations to the assessment standards, and to a large extent, it was based on compliance through calculations with only limited requirements to do measurements. In 2021, the Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Commission commenced a consultation process towards adopting the updated ICNIRP guidelines as a mandatory standard. Other national activities include some limited measurements conducted by the regulator in specific locations and by the Nuclear Safety Agency as well, public information, including a translation of the ITU EMF guide into the national languages, and there's been some research funding in Malaysia. An interesting development was in the National 5G Task Force report that was published at the beginning of 2020, so January 2020. EMF was one of the topics that was included. There was a recognition that 5G sites would need to comply with the appropriate safety standards. And the task force also recommended communication. It was interesting to see that both the MCMC as the telecommunications regulator, the Ministry of Health, Malaysian Technical Standards Forum, Consumer Forum Malaysia, and the operators were seen to be key stakeholders in developing and in delivering communication procedures. And as you can see, the final point here, that the task force recommends that local councils and local authorities adopt evidence-based requirements regarding base station sites. Moving across the Pacific to Peru, there have been local EMF activists in the country over the last couple of decades. They have opposed base station siting. They've been vocal enough to influence, in some cases, local authorities to deny planning permits. And there's also been some instances of violence. The picture you see on the slide is a truck carrying base station equipment that was set on fire. The government has had in place ICNIRP as a mandatory requirement since 2003. There have been limited measurements, mostly conducted by universities in the country. But there's also been a series of scientific conferences, in some ways, something like what's been done in Poland, but at less frequent intervals, to provide information to the populace. Another interesting thing about Peru is that the government has recognized the need to build out more antennas. And they've also seen that the opposition from local authorities is a barrier. So you see this forecast was produced by the telecommunications regulator. As a consequence, Peru has adopted two different sets of rules and legislation that in some cases overturn the ability of local municipalities to deny permits, so make it a more nationally consistent planning procedure, which is improves the efficiency of deployment. Moving now across the Atlantic to Ghana, public EMF concerns, relatively low grade in the early 2000s, similar to in other countries. But what was particularly of issue was the number of masts. Many of these African countries, there is poor fixed line infrastructure. And so there is a proliferation of masts, not just for telecommunications, but also for broadcast radio and for things like providing point-to-point data links. And this proliferation of masts became a matter of public concern and political concern, and led to a halt to deployment of new masts in late 2009. As a consequence, the key government agencies and the industry developed national tower rules that were mandated by telecommunications regulator. They're based on ICNIRP from the point of view of EMF concerns, but there are also permits related to things like civil aviation, location of antennas near airports, and then the physical rules for constructions. The Ghanaian Atomic Energy Commission has been active in doing measurements and publishing them in the open scientific literature. And they've also been involved in the public awareness campaign. In particular, and unusually, Ghana has entrusted that to the Ghanaian Investment Fund for Electronic Communications. So this is the body set up to promote digital connectivity and digital access. And they were mandated to also include that educational and awareness activities to explain what the international and national standards were for deployment of mobile network antennas. Coming to Europe, Ireland. So there's been activists, primarily local activists. There have been more recent years some academics who've also published their own view on the scientific literature, but mostly it's been a local concern related to particular siting situations or in particular areas that have been historically resistant. But the overall government policy is very pro-digital, and that's been broadly embraced across the political spectrum with one or two exceptions, so that base station deployment policy has never really been a significant election issue. There has been a requirement to comply with the international EMF limits in planning guidance since 1996. And for telecommunications operators, it's also a license condition from ComReg, the telecommunications regulator. ComReg does roughly between 50 and 100 surveys a year, randomly selected, so across the whole country. And these are published on the ComReg website where you can get access to the report. And these are cover the full spectrum of services at each location. In 2007, because of the level of interest in the topic, there was an international expert group report published, which was designed to also provide information to the authorities in terms of how they should approach the topic from a management point of view. From the Department of Education in 2013, because of concerns about Wi-Fi deployment in schools, specifically said they saw no reason from a health point of view to restrict Wi-Fi. And there have been limited communications activities, I think you would say, in comparison with some other countries in Europe. But the overall approach does seem to be successful. So this was field work done for the Environmental Protection Agency in October 2020. And you can see that only a very small portion of the population is concerned really about the possibility of health risks from base stations or misinformation around 5G. And Ireland also was a country that in the earlier part of 2020 saw a number of masts being attacked. So what can we learn from these countries and other countries? Well, GSMA in October this year published a compliance policy guide for networks, mobile network sites. We're looking at what we regard as best practice from the experience of countries around the world. You can see that fundamentally it needs to be based on adopting the international standards. Anything else risks a non-scientific basis, which is then open to challenge by other concerned groups. The IEC and ITU provide the necessary technical compliance standards for base station equipment, and that can be done through calculation in most instances, and then sometimes by measurements. And then there is a benefit to all parties to see administrative good practice. In terms of looking more detail at an EMF compliance point of view for mobile network sites, we've identified 12 specific good practices. So you can see them listed on the slide, and you can access the full report on the website. So the practices including allowing operators to declare compliance rather than being a permit-based procedure where a third party does the measurements or assessment. You need to be clear on how uncertainty is treated and do that in accordance with the international guidance from IEC. There should not be a regular requirement for site reassessment. It should only have to be done when there is something changed at the site which changes the position and size of compliance zones. There should be standardized procedures for site compliance. Small cells are becoming increasingly important, so countries should look to adopt uniform small cell deployment rules. Efficient approaches to monitoring compliance, including how and when reporting is submitted, using electronic procedures and so forth. As I've already said, the vast majority of site locations can be assessed through calculation, but there will be locations at times when it will be necessary to do measurements. Post-installation measurements should not generally be required. It should only be required maybe for building public confidence or because there's something unusual about the site situation that makes compliance through calculation uncertain. Compliance boundaries can be based on the worker or the public limits, depending on access restrictions, and this is consistent with some of the updated ITU recommendations and practices, for example, adopted in Australia recently, and also historically used in North America. There should be compliance procedures agreed for shared sites, and these differ between countries, but there are some guidance on what the type of principles that can underpin those compliance procedures. Importantly, because of the increased use of MIMO, there is a need to see updated assessments for active antennas, and this is true for many countries, and effective communication using the guidance from the World Health Organization and GSMA and others to address in a way that's understandable and accessible and trusted the concerns of the public. On the theme of the conference and making information available, I wanted to mention as well a recent GSMA initiative where we have collected information in the form of surveys of 5G trials or commercial networks in 17 countries across all the continents of the world and across all the 5G bands, low band, mid band, high band. And this is accessible now from the GSMA website, where you can see the countries where we've had some data in the lighter blue color. And what you can do is you can select a country and you get a summary like this from France, who did the measurements, whether it was a trial or a commercial site, what were the measurement results in terms of the range of values, and a link to the source material. And we saw across these 17 countries from which we could obtain data that the typical maximum level from 5G was less than 1% of the public exposure limits. And this is consistent with what we see with 4G and other mobile technologies. And we would encourage members, states and other countries, if you're aware of data that we can use to expand the scope of this map, then please do contact us through the form available on the website and alert us to that. We've certainly had some communication to that extent since the map was launched in October, and we expect to be updating the map in the very near future. So some brief conclusions. Responding to mobile network EMF concerns is a socio-political issue. It's not really a technical issue. The standards exist, the limits exist, the technical compliance standards exist. But what we need to do is ensure that there is a trusted environment. And a big part of that comes about the leadership in the country, and that there is a consistent message and science-based communication that reassures the majority and avoids amplifying the views of a loud minority. It's clear from the experience in countries around the world that good policy relies on international EMF limits, international compliance assessment standards, and nationally consistent antenna deployment rules. And
wracamy do studia I czekamy, aż pojawią się nasi.
Okay, now let us move on to our discussion, just waiting for our participants to rejoin us so that we can have a chat. We still miss a guest from the UK, from Ofcom. No, he's not going to be there, unfortunately, so we have two participants. So I have a question to our Lithuanian guest. I have a question. I have listened to your presentation. What I liked in your presentation is that there was this positive certainty that they're sure that you have well managed the topic of harmonizing the emission levels. Lithuania is one of the countries that needs to harmonize its limits in compliance with the international bodies, but some other countries will have to do the same. Could you please tell us about the three key points that have helped you to guarantee the success. So what are the success factors? The three success factors.
I think the first success factor is that we have, our government was determined and our Minister of Health was determined. There was no discussion on the level on an institutional level. We knew pretty well that we have quite low levels and it is possible to increase them. Also, we were prepared. We studied a lot of information of those scientific reports and also the reports that we assume evidence. And also, I think that we learned to discuss with the public. You have to have a lot of patience and you have to explain in simple words all the difficulties and all the of the 5G and also on the effect of electromagnetic radiation. Actually, it's very important that. But it's the fourth aspect. I think transparency is very important, so that those institutions that or those academic institutions that provide information are transparent in their conclusions. But this is fourth.
And I also have a question. I don't know if you were involved in that process, but do you remember the previous change of the electromagnetic levels in Lithuania a couple of years ago? Was it the same story in the past? Did you address the main problems in the past in the same way? And was there any resistance from society in the past as you were changing your limits last time?
I was not at the time working in this institution. I worked in the private company, so I don't know the exact what else did they meet doing this. But I don't think that there were a lot of problems adopting the new threshold levels. As we see, they were adopted, and we didn't hear a lot of complaints from public concerning the normatives, both the former ones and especially now when they are increased. Practically, public do not complain. We have no ideas that the Ministry of Health increased the pollution. Still, I think that the situation is quite calm. Also, what we constantly explain people that this 5G probably will help us better medical care. I mean, health care, personal health care, when the doctor would be far away from his patient, and with the use of 5G, the patient will be observed in a distant way. And for this, we need 5G that is capable to transfer a big amount of information. So this also is a good message to public, what we learned from all these campaigns we carried out concerning the EMF.
And your answer allows me to move on to Jack from SMA. You spoke about the benefits of introducing 5G and that there are so many benefits that 5G offers us. And of course, this is something that we need to tell society how what benefits we have. Of course, there may be some influence on the human body, but there is some sort of balance. We need to assess a technology and to assess how a technology affects our lives. And a question to Jack Rowley. GSMA is well positioned for this discussion. Do you have a plan to address more attention to education, to speak about social and economic benefits of this technology? Because there's not many people know that we can pay in shops using mobile phone solutions, because POSs are usually connected to authorization centers using wireless technology. So how about GSMA and your educational activities?
So it's quite challenging for GSMA to have direct-to-consumer type initiatives. So we focus on the policymaker stakeholder groups. And we've traditionally done a lot of that work through our large events like Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. In the last few months, in conjunction with another European Trade Association, ETNO, we've produced a guide to 5G that's aimed at the municipality type level, the mayor, the officials who will be dealing with applications for 5G antennas and maybe don't understand what the technology can do and what it will bring. And so it's written in very public-friendly language and includes a series of case studies showing the capability of 5G based on experiences in a number of countries so far. And look, for those of us who are involved in the industry, we understand that at the moment, the first phase of 5G is effectively faster 4G. We're getting much higher rates, in some countries up to 10 times higher on a 5G connected phone versus a 4G connected phone. As the technology rolls out and new capabilities come with that, particularly the abilities to provide guaranteed levels of service for things like ambulance, remote health care. The speaker from Lithuania was talking about the potential benefits in healthcare, the ability to deal with larger quantities of internet-enabled devices for monitoring purposes, and the potential upsides that has in terms of managing climate impacts for the wider economy mean that we'll see those capabilities come along, and I think there will be a greater awareness first in policymakers and then in the wider public. But we do know, and I think we've all experienced this personally, that in some ways it will be what we can forecast, and what will be the future may be slightly different. I think the whole internet economy that came on board with the 4G capabilities, that was not clearly understood and forecast, and I'm prepared and looking forward and expect to be surprised in how the faster speeds, the more rapid connectivity, the greater density of connections that 5G can support can really revolutionize the wider society.
And a question to our guest from the UK. In your presentation, you showed the measurements, the results of measurements that are being taken at the operating base stations, commercial base stations, and those stations were emitting but a few percent, just a small percentage of the permissible level or limit. But I remember that during lockdown, when the UK was hit hard, and there were actually attacks on the telecom infrastructure. So you show the results of monitoring, and you show that the level of emission we have is just a small percentage of the limit, permissible limit. So what was the response of the public opinion to this information? Did this help to mitigate the attacks on your infrastructure?
It's difficult to know that, to be honest. The attacks on infrastructure were driven by a very small number of activists who, perfectly honest, I don't think would respond to the sort of information that we provided anyway. In many instances, those attacks were on masts that didn't actually have 5G on. They were just 3 or 4G, 2G, 3G, 4G mobile phone masts, and the people doing the vandalism didn't understand whether or not 5G was being deployed on those masts anyway. and that the sort of people that do that sort of thing aren't likely to take what a regulator like Ofcom says in any case. The purpose of our measurements and publishing them is to allay the fears of the bulk of the general population, not the small percentage or the tiniest percentage of people with very extreme views. I don't think we would ever be in a position where you've got people like that, where we could really counter those very extreme views. That's not really what the purpose of them was. It was more targeted towards the general public, the vast bulk of people, also towards decision makers in local government who make decisions about planning applications for mobile phone masts, than it was to try and persuade the tiny minority of people with very extreme views. And in that sense, I think it's done a very good job. I think it has allayed a lot of fears that were around in the general population, and it has informed those decision makers in local government who have to say whether they're going to allow a mobile phone with 5G on the mast in their area or not. But it's not. We can never counter those people who have such extreme views that they feel they need to go and vandalise and destroy mobile phone masts. The attacks in the UK have dropped. I think it was an issue that arose, and the extremists took the action they did, and it lasted a while. But I think that the instance of those physical attacks on mobile phone masts is deteriorating in the UK. It's still not completely disappeared, but they're much fewer than they were. So I think it's more a case of what have those activists got to do otherwise than it is the information that we put out. That was targeted at a different audience.
Thank you, and I still have a question from the chat to our Lithuanian guest. So the 25 watt, which is the limit beginning with which reporting is necessary, is it the power of EIRP, or is it the power of the emitter itself? So the 25 watt, what device does that refer to?
It is emitter. This is a power of emitter. But technically it is, I will not now explain you what is it. Actually, we say that it is a power of emitter to emit this amount of energy. But if somebody would like to know exactly what is it, then could contact me by email, and we would give the details of the what we assume to be 25 watt of power.
Thank you very much for your very interesting answers. I would like to thank you for your kind participation in this discussion. And now, at the very end, I would like to thank those people who have made this meeting possible. We have simultaneous interpreters, and I'm waving my hand to them, and they're waiting, and behind the wall you can see there is an incredible team of sign language. Wow, that's an amazing job they are doing. And there is also a wonderful technical team who are dealing with video transmission, and there is another team of the Telekom Institute. Magda Kwiatek is here with us, Vlada Powieva is with us, Ania Maraszek is with us, we have Rafał Januszkiewicz, Rafał Pawlak, Kuba Kwiecień, and Kinga Graczek, the manager, is with us, and me is here as well. And tomorrow, definitely, the quality shall improve with the new master of ceremony, Jakub Wiech from the Energetica 24 is going to run the tomorrow's meeting. Tomorrow we're going to talk about fake news and medicine. And if you like me on YouTube, maybe I will be back next year. So let's have yet another cup of coffee, lemonade, or cup of tea, and do whatever you like. It's evening time. Have a whale of a time. Many thanks for being with us. See you. Bye-bye.